allows Bill to see a little below his perfectly horizontal horizon. And so once we apply that, he can see an entire half of the sun. Notice that he can't yet see the peak new moon though. Now, since we are only interested in the exact center of the sun, it doesn't matter how large it is. So at this point, I'm going to make this easier to see by zooming in and shrinking the sun. So here's Bill with his horizon line a mere 2/1000ths of a degree below perfectly horizontal. And he can see exactly half of the sun now. His horizon line is bisecting the sun, cutting it perfectly in half. Is his horizon line also bisecting the peak new moon right now, so that he is seeing exactly half of the sun and exactly half of the moon on his horizon? Of course not. But if Bill's horizon was perfectly bisecting both sun and moon, and this particular peak new moon happened to be eclipsing the sun, then Bill would be seeing something like this right now, both sun and moon.
Now, it's important to make this point. These observations are real. You can have two people on opposite sides of the terminator, so one just at sunset and one at sunrise, both seeing these objects. The reason Mike Bolley is going to great pains to show this is that it is geometrically impossible on the globe model. In the real world, they're possible because they happen, but the globe model, well, they kind of skim over that. They don't quite go into it, because if they do go into it like Mike Bolley is doing, you see, oh, actually not possible on the globe.
Cut perfectly in half by his horizon. And this is exactly what I'm looking for. This is the entire point of this entire angle series. Now I know we can see this site a couple of hours before peak new and a couple of hours after peak new. I'm waiting for you globe believers to either explain how we could see this at the precise moment of peak new moon, or openly admit that we can only see it a couple of hours before or after peak new. So please tell me, how do we get to that perfectly bisected eclipse?
Now, it's a bit of a trap. If they say you can only see it after a certain amount of time, then he's going to say, well, your globe is contradicting the actual observations. If they say geometrically you can't see it, then it's like, well, the theory behind your globe is contradicting the observations.
Sunrise or sunset from here. Well, you say that if Bill is standing up, the dip angle is 4/100ths of a degree, and I've only given him 2/1000ths of a degree. Okay, let's give him the full 4/100ths then. Oops, that can't be the answer. We've already lost the game because Bill can now see more than half of the sun, but still isn't seeing any of the moon. And we need him to be seeing exactly half of the sun and half of the moon, right?
Which means the sun would be, well, lower on the frame. The blue line would be lower still, bisecting the moon, and the sun would be lower still. Now the person on the opposite side of the globe would have a countering blue line with the same thing, bisecting the moon, with the sun, well, way over there at the top of the frame. Or move the moon up and down. You have to do one or the other. You can't do neither. And according to the globe model, well, there's only one moon and only one sun.
If we send Bill up in a high altitude weather balloon to increase the angle he can see around the ball Earth. Okay, well, now he's seeing some of the moon, but he's a full sun diameter off the sun now. And we need Bill to see exactly half of the sun and exactly half of the peak new moon at the same time, remember? I know, let's appeal to refraction. That seems to fix a lot of other ball Earth observational problems, right?
Except refraction doesn't happen in space. It can only happen between the atmosphere and the observer. Not between the observer and the 93 million miles to the sun, because once you leave the 7 or so miles of atmosphere that causes refraction, the rest, well, there's no refraction.
So let's refract the moon up to where Bill can finally see exactly half of it from his weather balloon. Oh no, not again. Yep, if we apply refraction to the moon to fix the problem, then we also have to apply at least as much to the sun, right? And by the time we add enough angular and refractive help to allow Bill to finally see exactly half of the peak new moon on his horizon, the sun will be 3.2 sun diameters away from him seeing exactly half of it on his horizon at the same time. So now I'm stuck and I need the ball earther's help. I can't for the life of me figure out how to get exactly half of the sun and exactly half of the peak new moon on Bill's horizon at the same time. On the other hand, YouTube has quite a few videos showing eclipsed sunrises about 2 hours before peak new and eclipsed sunsets about 2 hours after peak new. This one was 2 hours and 26 minutes after peak new. This one from Guthrie, Oklahoma was an hour and 50 minutes after peak new. This one from Australia was 2 hours and 6 minutes before peak new. Anyway, I think you guys get the idea. I'm just looking for a way the sun and the peak new moon can rise or set together in your model. Is it possible or not?
And not just for one observer, but setting for a counter observer if it's rising for the original observer, and vice versa.
I say it's not possible because the moon can't possibly be directly between the middle of the sun and the middle of the earth at the same time it's between the middle of the sun and the terminator line on earth. If you have a...
And it doesn't have to be eclipse period. It's the moon's ecliptic can have the moon above the sun or below the sun, but hey, on the same plane. So looks like the globe says impossible. The math of the globe says impossible, but the real world says, well, possible. But the programs depicting stellarium, programs like that saying possible, astronomers saying possible, but geometry saying no.
Can happen, please say so. If you don't, then just openly admit that it cannot happen.
Okay, now I'm going to show something else. 1 second. Not this one. This one. This is cracking. This is from the Plane Ranger. Some of you might see this next week on Globebusters. Watch.
Hello people. Just spotted a little advert video on YouTube that got pushed my way. I'm into mountain biking, so I get shunted mountain biking bits. This is by Specialised Bicycles. They've got 307,000 subs. So it's quite an interesting advert they've done there, using flat earth to sell their new electric bikes. But I thought it'd be a perfect opportunity to do some comment bombing. Well, I don't know what you'd call it, but yeah, I think a few people could be turned on if enough people got the right kind of comment over there. Anyway, let me see what you think.
Alla mia destra, rappresentanti della Terra rotonda.
To my right, representations of the round Earth.
Con fenomeni
with geodynamic phenomena, crustal movement.
dinamici, movimento crostale,
Academia Geosatellite Geodesy.
geodesia satellitare, datum,
A millennium of observations.
millennio di osservazioni, misurazioni.
Measurements and universal scientific consensus.
Consenso scientifico universale. In opposizione, una bicicletta.
And on the opposing side, a bicycle.
Un motore.
A motor, a battery.
Una batteria.
The world is now flat. Pointer drop. Huh. So, It's like, look, you know, you can have things that you didn't think you could have. Like, well, this kind of bike, very simple, very straightforward, works. You can buy it. It's real world. And on the opposite, you got, well, globe theory and gibberish. It's cracking. It's fantastic. Very good. Thanks for sharing that, dude. Right. Now, where was I going to go? Oh, yes. Here. Now we're going to talk some more about geometry and how globings don't seem to quite get it. Even though they learnt it in primary school, then again in secondary school, and then again at university, but they forgot to actually, like, use it. We're going to listen to Where's Wally misrepresent what I was saying about light.
Retina sees, Antonio, so research averted gaze. That's what telescopers do all the time.
Right, wait a second, go back. Oops.
In his fail at the seeing colour by the moonlight video, he did say that the fovea is the only part of the eyes that see. Oops, bong bong, that's wrong.
Oops, bong bong, that's wrong, apart from that's right, but never mind.
Rods don't see in colour, which is true, and why we only see in low light, we only see in black and white.
He just said in low light we only see in black and white. Do we really? He's quoting as if he's speaking as if he's quoting me, and then slips in this, like, no, you don't only see in black and white in low colour. That's a stupid thing to say. You can demonstrate that that's not true. But he needs it to, because the moon, most moons, I should say, especially moons that are not yellow, or not harvest moons, don't show colour. So he has to say, well, dim light doesn't show colours. But he says it as if it's what I'm saying. Now I'm going to educate him about his own theory. This is the globe theory of light and refraction and the eye. And I'm going to use the board again. Okay, so let me make sure that this draws well. Yes, okay. You have... I'm going to make it very simple for the globings to follow. Right, you have the eyeball, and the light is restricted by the aperture of the pupil, which means that rays, and this is the theory, by the way, because so much of what's taught as true turns out to be, well, this is the theory, this is like the conventional theory. This is the theory, and yes, it is like this. It's not straight away. The optic nerve is not directly behind your pupil, okay? Your pupils are formed in such a way that the light diverges ever so slightly. So this would be the fovea. I've chosen to depict it like this, okay? So the rays are refracted by the lens, and, well, they do this. Now, the theory says we see upside down. You've heard this. You've had this taught to you. You've had this taught to you because when you look in a camera obscura, the image is reversed. So what must be happening is, here's the opening, and here's the opening, and the light from the top there must be coming to the bottom, and the light from the bottom here must be going to the top, and here's the focal point. Therefore, it's at this point you should ask the question, is the focal point at the meeting point, before or after? You see, for it to be actually inverted, it has to be after. You see, here's a quick little explanation. Here's bottom, okay? Look, bottom, and here's top. Yeah? Okay. Here's bottom, and here's top. If the image is captured here, okay, like, well, this is still bottom, and this is still top. However, if the image is captured after the focal point, then it crosses over, so that this is now top, and this is now bottom, which would be inverted. Do you see? Okay, right. The dim-dims, like Where's Wally, knowing, at least having mental access to this information, they know this. but they don't think about it. Instead, they just repeat without thinking about it. And when they say things like, oh no, what happens is the rods of the eye, which are only photoreceptors to receive or inform the brain of how much light is coming in, not what quality of light, simply how much, the intensity, so that the pupil can contract or dilate, or the iris, so that the information is not too overwhelming for the brain or for the eye, so you don't have just glare. Now, according to silly, stupid people like Where's Wally, the rods also see, only they only see in black and white. Here's some information for you, Where's Wally. The things that determine colour and sight are the cones, not the rods. Can the cones portray black and white? Yes. How do they do that? Well, by receiving light frequency that has the same level of green, blue, and red. And that says white. You see, it's not the rods, you freaking silly boob, but I'm going to show you with geometry for you to understand a little better. Okay? Now, you see in the drawing that I've just done, and the drawing that I've just done is simple, straightforward light theory. Okay? Which says this is what happens to light. Okay? Does this also happen to light? No. It doesn't illuminate these regions, does it? No. Why not? Because it's refracted by the lens, so it doesn't reach these regions that are populated only with rods. Do you understand? For your idea to be true, which says under low light only the rods can transmit white information. Like, oh really? So somehow there's a low light that makes it so that it doesn't still refract? Is that what's happening? It stops refracting? Now yes, if the pupil is wider, then this is going to be wider, but it's still going to get to the same point. That the point of the eye is to maintain the size of the aperture and the distance or the focal length at a ratio that keeps working. The eye can do this to itself, and it can also do this to the lens, okay, to keep that relationship working. Your idea, Wally, which is that, well, at some points light no longer refracts through curved convex lenses, no longer, no, it just goes straight through. And the information that arrives at the fovea with all its cones, they just ignore that. They just say, pretend you're not seeing colours. You frickin' dim-dim. You understand? This is your theory, and according to your own theory, your globe theory, you're wrong. And ophthalmology is not a finished science. You understand? It's a study of sight. There's no absolute conclusions. You understand? They're still looking and investigating. Does it really arrive upside down in the brain? Does the brain then flip it? Is that what happens? Is it this region, this optic nerve, if you follow that filament, it goes towards the bottom and render information here at the part of the brain that renders information? And it's all still just theory. And it's always theory that tries to support the globe, because it can't be theory that contradicts the globe. That would just, well, you wouldn't get your PhD. So, dim-dim, your own theory says you're wrong. Your theory says you're wrong. Okay? Okay. Now, lastly, I'm going to show Karen B. Who's Karen B? Oh, you'll see who Karen B is. Just give me a second. Most of you know, most of you who have been in this for any amount of time will know Karen B. Okay. Karen B was, I would have considered, a friend at the time. Then what happened was, a friend of hers ripped off a kind-hearted flat earther, completely ripped him off. So Karen B was aware of this because she was on an off-air chat with me and the person that had been ripped off, being fully aware of it. When I pointed this out, Karen B said, Antonio is lying. Like, no, Karen B is lying, and she knows, and so does Vincent P, the man that was ripped off. Now, because Karen B has been found lying, there's nothing lost if the lies get more extreme and they become, well, slander. So here's Karen B, who voiced this, which slanders or defames me and several other people, all of which absolutely falsely. But that doesn't stop this mother of two, one of whom is a boy, from defaming. So Karen B, let's look at a good shot of Karen B. Oh, here's Karen B when she tried this. Oh, sorry. Very embarrassing attempt at ASMR. Just give me a second. Just give me a second. Now there's a point to why I'm showing this. I want to find the shot, the image of Karen B, so people can see what it looks like. And I say it on purpose because I don't think it's a normal human being. Normal human beings don't do the kind of thing that this person's doing. So I'm going to refer it as it. Not because I think it's not a woman, I think it is a woman. But I wouldn't know for sure, you know. Let me see. Karen B, ASMR. Where is it? Oh, it might have been pulled. I don't know. I don't see it. Let me carry on looking. It was dreadfully embarrassing for flat earthers to have a flat earther done up. You can't put lipstick on a pig and not notice it's still ugly. Well, or at least not notice it's still a pig. And then try to be sexy. Like, ew, Jesus. Anyway, I can't find an image. I'll just blow this up like this. This is Karen B, mother of two, one of which is a boy. Now, wouldn't it be hilarious if when that boy was an adult, somebody accused him of rape? Wouldn't that be hilarious, Karen B? And imagine that on the night of the supposed rape, your son had been with you, Karen B, and you knew for sure he hadn't raped whoever it was that was smearing him. You know for sure he has not raped the person that's accusing him of having raped. You'd have to say to him, it's okay, I know that you didn't rape because, well, you were with me, and I know that women lie about people raping. How do you know, mother? Well, because I did some of it myself. Ah, Karen B, you dumbass. Now, in reality, it would not be hilarious because the boy hasn't done anything. But that doesn't matter to people like this. Like, consequences, you know, to the devil. So I thought I'd just point that out. Karen B, you complete fraud. Now, some people know that Karen B is just ever on the quest for fame and popularity, and unfortunately, not that likable. So because this person is not that likable, people are turned off. That's a very good way of getting people turned off from Flat Earth, isn't it? Now here's a challenge, Karen B. I challenge you. Let me see how many subs you have. Let's see. With your 8,000 subs, I challenge you to make a video responding to this video, specifically the part about you, and see if you get more views for your video than I do for mine with my 2,000 subscribers. If it turns out I get more views for mine, then it might mean that people find me more appealing in terms of what I do and produce and present than you. Sorry, babe. And that's it. I'm going to wrap up and go and have some food. Thank you very much, everyone. Bye.
Hello. Hello. I'm late.
Flat Earth server, Tanmay. Would you like to speak?
Hey man. Hey man, how's it going?
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing very good as well.
Good to hear. Do you think you live on a spinning ball?
I'm open to listening to your guys' thoughts.
Well, that's fine. I mean, currently right now, do you have that belief that you live on a globe?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. We all did. It's not a big deal. We're not here to be
All right.
We're not here to be judgmental and adversarial. We're just trying to share information with people. So, do you have any questions? There's plenty of guys here that can answer questions. If we can't answer them, we'll tell you we don't know. So, go ahead.
Appreciate it, man. So yeah, what makes you think that we're in a flat plane?
Well, if you're asking me personally, the main thing that keeps me off of the globe is the behavior and natural physics of bodies of water. Like a body of water does not maintain or display convexity on its surface. I mean, that's a true statement. And to have a globe, you have to have a body of water do that. And bodies of water don't do that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
All right. I hear what you were saying.
So, for example, the Pacific Ocean, it's generally level. That's how we get mean sea level. I mean, there's waves and stuff, but it's not sitting there in a ball in the middle of a space vacuum, as far as I can tell. Go ahead.
All right, I hear you. Anybody else?
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's countless amounts of long distance laser tests, long distance observations that are literally impossible on a globe. Okay, and there's also zero tests out of the probably in the thousands of tests that have been done that show that there's any curvature over the surface of water or over the surface of the Earth over large distances where there would have to be a calculatable amount of curvature. And yeah, anyone can go and test this for themselves as well. So yeah, that would be one very, very solid reason. And just quickly as well, flat earthers aren't claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat's not a shape, and we're definitely not claiming a flat disk planet or anything like that. Just wanted to throw that in there.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess what you're
follow
saying.
up, DJ. It's important to, if you're under the impression you can't take the globe cosmology and just stick a flat planet in there. That's not what we're talking about. Go ahead, DJ. Sorry.
Exactly, Dave. Yeah, like that's what a lot of people, like even outside, sometimes forgets to sort of clear up that common misconception. And sometimes the conversation will be going on for like an hour, and people will be wondering, oh, how come this person's not taking what I'm saying seriously? Because in the globe earther's head, they're thinking, oh, this person thinks that there's like a flat planet floating around in space. That's ridiculous, right? But that's absolutely not the claim.
Yeah, I get you. Very interesting. Would you mind if I ask a question about the laser experiment?
Yeah, please.
I've heard about an experiment that some scientists or some people tried to prove that the Earth was flat, and they ended up proving that it was a globe. Do you know something about that?
Yeah. There's a stoner named Jaren who got tricked to go on like a hit piece show called Behind the Curve on Netflix, and they were supposed to do a laser test, and Jaren actually left the laser on and melted the laser, broke it, right? So because they had everything set up and everyone was there, they decided that they were still going to try to do some type of test. So they used a flashlight instead, which is kind of ridiculous tool to use for such a test. And and then the way that they edited the show, it made it look like it validated a globe. If you actually have a decent look into it, it's literally 50 seconds of footage they're using a flashlight, not a laser, and they really don't even show the setup. The guy that's doing the test, right, the flat earther Jaren, he's a total moron. Okay, we're not claiming all flat earthers are geniuses or anything like that. This guy, Jaren, he got tricked basically, and even people that try to debunk flat Earth for a living, right? Like Craig from Fight the Flat Earth, even he looked into it and he said it's just edited in a way to make it seem like he's debunking the flat Earth, but it's just kind of ridiculous. We're talking about professionally done laser tests where we're using high end equipment. Some of these are done by teams of field engineers going out with extremely expensive laser beams and weather stations and accounting for all the variables and shooting them over huge distances like 40 kilometers and documenting the whole process in the form of technical PDFs as well as video to go along with it. So yeah, there's a ton that have been done now. The Netflix thing's just a bit of a mockumentary hit piece against flat Earth.
I get you.
Well said, DJ.
Yeah.
If I could add real quick that it's kind of sad that we have literally thousands of well done documented laser tests that prove no Earth's curvature, but millions of people have seen that Netflix documentary, and that's their first question. But anyway, go ahead.
Even in the test, they got all the math wrong, right? The people that made the documentary, they didn't get the math right. The whole thing was just ridiculous. Apparently, they even stitched the footage together of Jaren saying things that he had actually said 4 hours earlier, completely unrelated to that test. Like when he says "interesting" at the end, apparently he didn't even say it then. He said it 4 hours earlier, and they just stitched that footage together. But yeah, anyway, it's not really a test that anyone that looks into it is going to take seriously. Personally, I like the long distance observations.
The golden opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. I like the long distance observations where we get a really, really clear day and someone will set up a camera at a certain height and then zoom across a large body of water with a landmark at a known distance. And then we can calculate how much should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth and how far away the horizon should be. And then, run the observation and see what we can see and see if it matches up with the globe. And you'll find that it never does. And we can see thousands of % further than you should be able to see if the Earth were a globe, and there's no sign of any curvature. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff to look into if you're interested.
Yeah, I get you. And now, why would you say most of the people in the world believe that they're living in a globe?
Purely because that's something that they were taught from a young age. Most people don't really know anything. They don't know any of the basics about the globe. They've never questioned it. They've never really been presented with an alternative worldview, or not one that they would take seriously, because most people are presented with propaganda surrounding flat Earth. Okay, so it's aimed to turn people away, and that they're not going to take it seriously, right? Like claiming that we think the Earth's a big flat disk with water falling off the edges, floating in space, that kind of thing. But yeah, most people have never questioned the globe. Most people have been sort of conditioned to just regurgitate what they learn in the textbooks at school and not to really question the mainstream under fear of being ridiculed and that kind of thing.
I agree with you on that. Yeah, totally agree. Nobody really questions anything. But I'm open to it. And why would you think they're pushing it so much that the Earth is a globe and not a flat Earth?
Well, it's something that's been getting pushed for a long time, so it's part of the curriculum. Pushing outer space travel, it's all connected, isn't it? So, when you say they pushing it, do you mean like in movies, or do you mean like in the education system, or what?
Yeah, the biggest space agencies like NASA.
Well, NASA, gets $80 million a day. Wherever that money's really going, we're not sure. But NASA's not really doing much. They've cut their funding. They've reclassified NASA's position as an intelligence agency, like a spy agency. Even if you go to nasa.gov right now, it says this website's not being updated anymore due to funding cuts. So I don't know. It's maybe for self-preservation. I'm not sure, because if it would be in the government's interest to keep pushing for the globe, right? Because they can't admit that they were lying, can they? They lied about the moon landing. If they lied about the moon landing, then it would be in their interest for self-preservation. People already don't trust the government. So imagine if they came out tomorrow and said, "Oh, actually, guys, we've been lying about outer space travel and about the globe," and I think they would crumble instantly, because you could ask just about anyone, "Do you trust the government?" They're going to say no. "Do you think the government lies?" They're going to say yes. So for self-preservation, maybe for money, for power, for control, to push their narrative of placing themselves as the people to look up to, rather than maybe religions and things like that, right? They're teaching in schools, along with the globe goes evolution and the Big Bang Theory, which is essentially that we're here by accident, just by chance. We're tiny specks on a universal scale. We could get killed at any second, like the dinosaurs did, by a big rock that's going to come from space. And we'll tell you everything about space and everything about this universe, and look up to us, and if you go against it, you get mocked and ridiculed. So I don't know, we can only speculate about those kinds of things, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get you, man. I get you. Very interesting, I must say. Very interesting conversation so far. And now, if you mind, I can ask a couple of follow-up questions.
Yeah. Any questions, man?
Hey, awesome. So we are debating that the Earth is a flat plane, right? Not the shape, but just it's not a globe. And if we look to the other celestial objects like the moon, which is the closest one, and the other planets in the solar system, they all appear to be round or spherical, right? So why would you think that the Earth would be an exception?
Well, I would say that when you're saying other planets, you would be pre-assuming that the Earth is also a planet floating around inside of the space vacuum. Okay, so it's a fair question. It's a fair way to think about it, because we've been conditioned growing up to think that there's this big giant vacuum of outer space, and then there's all of these objects floating around in it, and we're one of them. That's once again trying to insert flat Earth inside the globe model, inside the theoretical concept of outer space, the big space vacuum. And we've been told stories about specifics regarding what we're seeing in the sky. We'll see a little blurry light through a telescope, and we'll say, "Oh, this is X distance away. It's in the space vacuum, and it's this certain size, and it's this. This is what it's made out of, and that kind of thing." So I would say that there's no evidence that the Earth has any characteristics in common with anything in the sky. In fact, comparing, say, the moon or the sun or anything to Earth, it's just a false comparison. It's like if I go out in nature and I see trees everywhere, okay, that obviously I'm not a tree, or something else isn't a tree just because I can see trees off in the distance. It's even sounds silly just to give an analogy like that, but it's the same kind of thing. Okay, so if we can go and empirically test the surface of the Earth and there's no curvature, it doesn't work with a globe. Okay, if you have like a 20-mile body of water and there's zero curvature, that's not possible on a globe.
Okay, I get you. So you're not even considering that the Earth is a planet among the others, right?
Well, planet, I mean, if you look at the original, like what planet really means, the ancients would call planets wandering stars. And
Sorry, your audio's getting a bit cut off. Could you please check that? Or if it's just my internet?
Is my audio, can anyone else check if my audio's good? Is it cutting out?
Dude, you're perfect.
Yeah, maybe it's just maybe it was just on your end.
Yeah, let me fix that. Okay, should be good. Yeah, please continue.
Yeah, I mean, if someone wanted to claim that the heliocentric model is true and that Earth is a planet that's a globe shape, then that would be on them. We're not making that claim. So yeah, like we're more empiricists going and actually checking things in the real world rather than wild speculations about planets and space vacuums and things like that.
Does all 17 members believe in flat Earth?
Not everyone. We have a mixture of people here that think it's a globe or think it's flat. So, what about yourself?
I believe in round.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, well, we all used to believe in the globe Earth as well. But after years of research and testing, I've come to the conclusion that it cannot possibly be a globe.
Why?
Because there's no empirical evidence to suggest that it's a globe. It's just a belief or a mathematical concept that people have been taught
What about
since
the
they were
ships that
children.
go on the ocean? The farther they go, that we can only see the top of the ocean, the ships, right?
Well, I grew up next to the ocean my whole life on the east coast of Australia at a hub where cruise ships leave to go out into the ocean, and I've never seen that happen unless we have big ocean swells. So I don't know where people hear that argument and then they just repeat it, but I don't think people really see boats disappearing over the horizon very often unless there's ocean swells, which are waves out in the ocean, or there's a miraging effect named sinking or an inferior mirage that can cause that to happen sometimes. But I can show you footage now where that absolutely doesn't happen.
So do you think NASA was lying to us?
Yeah, NASA faked the moon missions pretty obviously. But at the end of the day, we don't even have to claim that because
So
we
how
can
do you
actually
explain this
measure.
universe then? About
What's
the
that?
gravity and how do you explain the universe? The Earth was flat. About the
Yeah,
gravity and
the
everything.
universe is a mathematical concept as we've been taught. Okay, so you've been taught a big story about the things that you can see in the sky. Okay, and most of it's pseudoscience by definition. Okay, most of it exists as theoretical claims, not actual empirical evidence that's been tested. So we've all been taught the same story about the universe, the Big Bang Theory, the distance to the sun, the distance to Mars, how big they are, the space vacuum, all of this. You know, we're all well aware of the story that's related to what we can see in the sky, but it doesn't match up with the Earth. Okay, the Earth is measurably not a globe. Okay, so the heliocentric model is false. And it wasn't something that was proven. It's something that's theorized into existence.
If NASA was lying to us, there are some videos in YouTube where some people went to space for some people sent the bread to space. They captured with GoPro that Earth was round. You haven't seen those videos?
Yeah, but they're using wide angle lenses, okay, and they're not going up very high. It just looks high because they're using a GoPro. If you have a close look at the footage, you'll notice that sometimes the Earth looks like it's curving, and then sometimes the Earth looks like it's curving the wrong way. Okay, as the camera pans around, you'll notice the horizon line will be warping and distorting. So if the horizon's above the center of the frame, it's going to look like it's curving, like a globe. And if the horizon goes below the center of the frame, it looks like it starts to curve the other direction. So it's inconclusive evidence.
The Earth was circle, but it was flat, as your theories.
No, we don't claim it's a circle. We don't claim it's a flat planet. It's what you're thinking about is trying to change the globe to a flat planet, and that's not what we're claiming. This is a completely different system, a different worldview, a different way of thinking about the entire system. Try not to think about the globe Earth version of outer space and then try to insert the flat Earth inside of that. It doesn't work. That's not what we're claiming. We're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, flat is not a shape. We're talking about the surface area that we can test, not measuring any curvature. Okay, so if you have a surface that's not curving, it's by default flat. And that's what we mean in that context of flat Earth. If you have a look in the side chat, FLW has posted some examples of what the GoPro lens and any wide-angle lens will do to a horizon.
Oh,
Hello?
Hi. Hello.
Hello? Hello? अबे कहाँ हो गया
And
बे?
then Stark has posted a
क्या
nice
भोसड़ी?
zoom footage of a ship. Okay, so when he's zoomed out, you can't see the ship. But then as he zooms in, all of a sudden the ship wasn't gone. There was no ship gone over the curvature. You just couldn't see the ship because the ship was too far away for your eyes to be able to resolve. When he zooms in, you can see the entire ship again.
then why moon is globe? I mean circle. Why moon is round?
Well, because the moon's the moon. I mean, that's like asking like why is a tree a certain shape and then something else is not that shape. The moon is round. It looks round, but the moon and the earth aren't similar. But I understand your question because we get taught from a young age that the earth is also an object in space. Okay, and then you see all of these other round objects, and then you think, why is the earth different than these other objects? Okay, the earth is more like the floor or the foundation of the system that we live in, and it doesn't have any resemblance to the things in the sky.
If the earth was flat, why if in India it was daytime, but why in America it was nighttime? It should be round, right?
Well, once again, if it's the globe model, okay, we have the sun is giant and the sun's 93 million miles away. That's not what we're claiming. If the sun was closer, okay, and the sun moves over the surface of the earth, just like we experience, okay, we see the sun moving across the sky, and it will take a particular circuit over the surface of the earth, and it will light up different areas of the earth. So when it's daytime in Australia, for me, it's nighttime in Europe for my friend, so and then when it's daytime for my friend, it's nighttime for me, because the sun is smaller and the sun is having to push its light through all of the atmosphere, okay, and the atmosphere will absorb the light as the light pushes through the atmosphere. And also the intensity of the light as it moves away from the source will diminish exponentially as it moves away from the source, right? It gets less bright as it moves away from the source of the light. So, if we have a closer sun, okay, and it's just moving over the surface of the earth above us, then it's going to light up different sections of the flat plane that we live on. So it's once again, try not to insert the flat earth inside the globe earth model of outer space. Because yes, if you did that, then it wouldn't work. It would be daytime all the time.
What Bible say about flat earth?
Well, the Bible, I'm not religious personally, but the Bible depicts a flat earth and a flat earth with a firmament. And then you have the sun and the moon and the stars within the firmament. The sun and the moon are much smaller than the earth, and they move in cycles above us. So it's very, very same thing, right? All of the ancient cultures mostly depicted a flat earth, and religions. All of the ancient cultures had a very similar depiction of this system that we live in. If you want to have a look in the side chat, I'll show you a chart that has the different cultures around the world's ancient depictions of the earth. So they all depicted as a flat plane within a contained system. And the Bible depicts a similar thing. So as you can see, the Hebrew depiction there on the right-hand side. All right. Captain Refractio at your service, my friend. Okay, so yeah, like what Yoda just said, the Eratosthenes test is just based on pre-assumptions. Okay, so you could do the same thing on your flat floor inside your house. Okay, you could put one stick under the light directly, it's not going to have a shadow. And then you could put another stick further away from that stick on the side of the room, and it's going to cast a shadow. Okay, obviously, the floor doesn't have to be curving for that effect to happen. It's just because as the light diverges out from the source, it's going to cast a shadow as things are further away from it due to the angle. Okay, so it's not something that's necessary to have a curved surface. Okay, it's based on what type of assumptions need to be made, and obviously in your house the floor is flat, right? So we know that the light will diverge out in all directions from the source. Okay, so Eratosthenes made two assumptions: that light rays come in perfectly parallel, which has never been observed or validated, and he also made an assumption that the Earth was a globe. He wasn't trying to work out if the Earth was flat or a globe. He already assumed that the Earth was a globe, and he assumed that in his mathematics. So, in fact, the Chinese did the same thing at around the same time, and they concluded that the Earth was flat. But they also made a bunch of assumptions, right? They assumed a flat Earth with a local sun, closer sun, with diverging rays, and they concluded that the Earth was flat. Both of those methodologies have assumptions. Even the mainstream will admit that it's inconclusive based on the assumptions that were made. So glad we could clear that one up. And an event has now been started.
Great, I'm back just in time.
Oh, that was quick.
Yeah, now I have to drive back home.
Ah, the store must be pretty damn close.
I could walk here from my house. Yeah, and that's what's so dangerous.
Awesome. Yeah, so we just cleared up Eratosthenes. It's
Oh, good.
It's concluded to be invalid due to assumptions that were made.
Yeah, the geometry is actually really interesting because there's a geometric equivalent between a flat Earth and a globe Earth, depending. So the funny thing is about the globe Earth interpretation is they still need a flat surface somewhere. And what I mean by that is in order to assume that the light rays are parallel, they have to put the flat surface up in the sky where the sun is. The sun has to be providing that flat surface for parallel rays. So they can't get around the flat surface part no matter what they do. It's just that they take the flat Earth that we actually see and they transliterate the geometry to put it up with the sun where you can't really see or detect, or you can't go there to find out what the surface is. And that's how they preserve the geometry. The flat surface must exist somewhere. So the flat surface emanating parallel rays from the sun bathe a globe Earth. And so what causes the apparent diverging rays on a globe Earth is the sun's distance and the curving surface. But on a flat Earth, you've got just diverging rays from a point source in the sky, basking a flat Earth in light. And what's really interesting is you can ask yourself, which of these two, just based off of these two claims, which of these two comport with how we actually observe the world? Are we observing parallel rays? No. We actually observe diverging rays. We have to in order to get different angle measurements. So why would you assume, not knowing anything else, why would you assume that those rays are parallel when you measure diverging rays in the first instance? Well, that's because if you believe you live on a globe, you're going to need parallel rays to a curving surface. So it's like, okay, so let's measure the surface itself. Where's the curve? Because if the surface is curved, then we're going to have a stronger case for parallel rays. So we try to measure the surface, right? And we can't measure curvature anywhere. So we see diverging rays. We can't measure globe curvature. Why do we assume parallel rays on a curving surface? It's like, no, this doesn't make any sense. It doesn't comport with reality. But the geometry is invariant between the two. The tiebreaker, and choosing which one of these two sets of geometries are correct, the tiebreaker is going to be what you measure in reality. We don't measure a curving surface, folks. We don't measure parallel rays either.
So why do you believe that the Earth is flat?
Well, because we measure the Earth flat, we use it flat, we observe it to be flat, and nobody can experience it any other way, no matter what they do.
If you're there, like man, if you wanna measure the Earth's curvature with lasers, just point one, like at 4.8 kilometers away, and place another piece of sheet over there, like with the same height and the hole at the same place, you will see that the laser won't strike at the exact point. It would be off by a couple like it would be off by like half a centimeter.
Do you mean if Earth is a globe?
Earth is a globe. That's why it is that's why it is off by 1.5 centimeters. You can try it.
Well, in the demonstration you're referencing, which is a mockumentary called Behind the Curve. It's on Netflix, by the way. They didn't use a laser, first off, and second off, the height adjustments didn't even comport to the globe geometry. And third, because they used a flashlight, every hole that was used in the path of the light became a new source of light, effectively. This is called Huygens' principle.
Okay, so like according to you, how does the gravity work?
What do you mean, how does gravity work? How does gravity work on a globe?
On a flat Earth, it isn't possible, man. If Earth is flat, where's the edge? Like, where is
Why
it?
does there have to be an edge if it measures flat?
So you mean there is no edge, so it is infinite?
I don't know if it is. And it doesn't matter. For the sake of measuring the Earth, we measure it
So
flat.
what's okay, you are
Yeah.
saying the flat, yeah, I know, Aisha. Okay. So you believe the Earth is flat, or you are like saying that you know the Earth is flat?
No, we measured it flat. We measured it flat
Yeah.
with lasers.
What do you mean we? Like you measured it flat with laser?
We as our community, 24/7 Flat Earth, our members, have performed laser tests. We've also performed other kinds of tests.
And sorry, what about all the NASA stuff? So, like NASA and all the space agency are spending billions and billions of dollars sending people to space, spacecraft every year, and all the math computation we get from those. tells us about around Earth. So why? I don't know. Why do
That's
you
what's so
believe the Earth
frustrating,
is
right?
flat?
Yeah, this
Hmm?
is what's so frustrating, bro. Okay, so NASA presents us a globe. They explain that
Hmm?
their technology uses a globe, so we go out and fact check them. We measure the Earth directly, and we can't
Yeah,
find
but
the curvature that they show us. What are we supposed to do?
which type of test are you conducting to say so? Because NASA has done plenty of, well, in first place, photos we get from the outside of the Earth. Even if you send like a balloon so high, you can see the curvature of the Earth. More than a visual proof, I don't know what we
Yeah,
need
but
of.
we
Maybe.
use high precision lasers with differential GPS aiming devices.
Hmm.
And we also use infrared optics from high altitude
Okay.
balloons and from airplanes.
Okay, and what are you exactly doing? Because the first thing I could think about is just, as the guys probably said, to take a laser, point it to from a source to a receiver, and see if on long distances the laser gets like a slight offset. I don't know how to say it.
Right, right. Well, this is
You know.
exactly what we've done. And our community also has used more sophisticated means than just one laser. We've used multiple laser beams with different optical frequencies. And
Yeah.
we pan the lasers horizontally left and right to hit multiple targets. And we can't measure curvature that way either.
Yeah, on which distance parameter? So we are talking about meters, kilometers.
A couple dozen kilometers.
I see.
Up to 40 kilometers. A test was
Yes.
done over 40 kilometers, and there should have been about 90 foot of Earth curvature that should have been obstructing the laser from hitting the target. So that you basically, if you were 40
Okay.
kilometers away, you should have seen the laser about 90
Yeah, definitely.
90 meters up into the air, but the laser actually hit the target.
And this study is published somewhere. So, like, I'm
Yeah,
talking about
I'm
peer
going to post
review
you.
or.
No, it's not been peer reviewed necessarily.
Okay.
Okay, so because that's due to the mainstream, right? Peer review would be according to the mainstream. This is a team of field engineers. Okay, and the field engineers went out with about a $30,000 laser, a bunch of weather stations, a whole bunch of equipment, and they did a whole series of laser tests over the surface of the water. Okay, the furthest one was 40 kilometers, and each time the laser hit the target, where it should have been off by hundreds of feet. Okay, 92 meters, I think. So
And
I'm
this
going
study is
to
published where? Oh, yeah.
yeah. So I'm
thank
going
you.
to post it for you. I'm going to post it for you now. So they have a 1 hour long video showing the entire process from start to finish, and they also have a 180-page PDF document going over all of the technical specifications that were present during the test. So I'll just post it for you, and you can have a look at it. But we do have less technical and equally as effective tests that we can show you, just to give you an idea of what we're talking about as well. But I will post the technical test that I was just talking about right now. So just give me a second.
Just to take a look at it.
It's called Field Engineers Corps. That's the group of people. That's what they call themselves, Field Engineers Corps. Okay, so I've got the video and the link to the PDF document just here.
Yep, and that's just one. And we've got many, many, many more examples. And here's what's also frustrating. We are looking for the same kind of demonstrations from NASA, from the government, from universities to measure curvature of the Earth. And nobody's able to present anything like this that's ever been done.
Wait, but just using induction. So we observe the universe and we see all other planets being round, like spheres. So we see. Yeah.
That's not inductive.
Well, you see something, then n+1, you see another planet that's round, and you go on like that. That's a method that works in science, physics. We use induction. And so you start
Yeah.
observing the sun is round, Saturn is round, Uranus is round, Pluto is round. Why there should be flat?
Yeah, let me explain why this is not inductive so far. Because you are assuming as a conclusion that Earth is a celestial object. None of us in here as flat earthers accept that Earth is a celestial object. Why? Because Earth bears absolutely nothing in common with any of those celestial objects. Listen, flat Earth is not a space pizza. We don't believe Earth is a planet that is embedded within outer space. Flat Earth is the basement of the universe. This is the floor. This is the foundation of creation.
Okay, I don't understand that. So it should be infinite? I don't.
Well,
in which sense?
The flat Earth may extend for a very long way, maybe infinite. I don't know. However, there is a limit to our experience. That limit is defined by the gas pressure that we're breathing. We exist within a limited pressurized environment. Gas pressure
And what
cannot
about
be without a
all
container.
the what all the the fact that if you start from a point and you start straight, at the end you will get back to that point. That is the most basic
why do you think
example
that's
of
the
a
case?
sphere. Well, if you are on a sphere and you pinpoint a point, then from there you start going straight. You are walking on the outside of the sphere, and so eventually, if you set the route correctly, you will get back to the point from where you started. And it's super easy to do on Earth.
No, it's not.
America was discovered that way. So why not?
No. So yes, I understand the geometry. For the kids listening, what you're describing is a spherical manifold that has a looping surface.
Yeah.
And the looping is defined by the radius.
Yes.
So the periodicity of your loop is defined by the radius. This is how a great circle distance, or the circumference, is calculated. The problem is nobody's measuring curvature, number one. And number two, nobody's been able to demonstrate that there is a circumference that is looping in the manner that you think. If I were to take a gyroscope and spin it up, and the flywheel is turning and turning and turning, if I lived on a curving ball and I were to take a great circle route, I would be going in one direction, and the gyroscope should start to rotate as if I'm going underneath it. Nobody's ever been able to demonstrate that that's the case at all, ever.
But just make it simple. Think about, I don't know, Christopher Columbus started from Europe, got to America, but if he proceeded on that route, he will be eventually getting back to Europe. I don't know, airplanes do that. They start from Shanghai airport, they do all the flight of this sphere that Earth is, and they eventually get back to Shanghai.
Yeah, well, what you're describing can be done on a flat surface, my friend.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Going in a gigantic circle.
Why should airplane, or I don't know, the entire world fake spherical, or just for which purpose?
Well, I think people believe that the Earth is a globe so much that they will take physical measurements and cram it into the globe.
But it's not the case.
Into a spherical coordinate system.
Yeah, and that's what's at play. It's a spherical coordinate system that was developed from sky observations at night.
Okay, but I'm just thinking about, I don't know, going back with history, about ancient Greek measuring shadows from Egypt on the Nile. I don't remember the exact name of the ancient Greek mathematician. Yes, he did so. We can do so, and that is one of the best and most simple proof we have that Earth is a sphere.
Trying to prove? What was he trying to prove with the test?
He was trying to he was trying to calculate the radius of Earth. So if Earth has a
So
radius,
he already
it is a circle,
pre-assumed.
is a sphere.
Yeah, so he
Right.
already pre-assumed that the Earth is a sphere.
Did you
Yes,
know that
that
in
was his
China,
ideas.
in China, at the same time as Eratosthenes, there's a Chinese
Yeah.
astronomer who did the same thing as Eratosthenes and confirmed that the Earth is flat.
Sorry, what is his name? I don't know anything about it.
I can post some information for you.
Yeah, I
So
got it.
Yeah.
I got it. I
you
got it
got it?
already
Okay.
ready. Yeah, ready to go. So have a look in the side chat. There's a whole PDF to go along with what Yoda is going to tell you about.
So I have a quote from another document related to this. I'll post that too. Chinese astronomers developed a very ingenious flat Earth cosmological system called Gaitia. The sun rotates, has its counterpart on Earth right underneath it in the subpolar point. The circles described by the sun also have their counterparts on Earth. This means that the tropics and the equator are not only circles in the flat sky, but also circles on the flat Earth. The horizon where the heaven and earth seem to meet each other is an optical illusion. In Gaitian, that's what it is, Gaitian, I left out the N. In Gaitian reality, earth and heaven are two planes at a certain distance from each other. Accordingly, the phenomena of sunrise and sunset are optical illusions as well. In reality, the sun does not set but disappears out of sight, just like a man with a torch walking away from us. So there must be some gradual decline by which the sun is seen lowering and attaining the horizon, although in the Gaitian reality, it is always the same distance from the surface of the Earth.
Can you please post that quote in the side chat? Because I would like to steal it from you.
Yep, you got it. And I've got the source document.
Oh, excellent.
Yep, so here we go. All right, so there's a Chinese Eratosthenes, and he performed a very similar test using shadows in the sun. And because they already believed in Gaitian and or flat Earth, the geometry affirmed their flat Earth cosmology. And they remained flat earthers until Roman Catholic Jesuit missionaries spoke to the emperor and brought them a globe. They should have stayed flat earthers. Yep, I don't speak Mandarin or anything, so my apologies for butchering the language. Yep, so
Who
for
were
the
chatting
listener,
to? Was that Puelpo?
I thought so.
Yeah, Puelpo. What do you think about that?
The document, just a second.
Oh yeah. Go ahead, man. Take your time. Take your time. Don't rush.
So from the document, A Chinese Eratosthenes of the Flat Earth, a study of a fragment of cosmology. I have a quote. Eratosthenes had two hypotheses of considerable predictive power, despite the fact that he would have found some difficulty in justifying them. First, the Earth is spherical. Second, the Sun is, for practical purposes, at an infinite distance, so that its rays reach the Earth sensibly parallel. As it will appear, the Chinese author believed neither of these things. The lack of instances of arguments for a spherical Earth is, of course, compounded by the lack of instances of any counter-argument at all. The flat Earth remained unquestioned. This situation persisted until well into the 17th century, as can be seen from a letter of the Jesuit missionary Ritchie, written in the year 1595. He notes that the Chinese say the earth is flat and square, and the sky is a round canopy. They did not succeed in conceiving the possibility of the antipodes, the text of which the translation now follows also naturally assumes a flat earth. I think it will become evident, however, that it cannot be classed. I'll post that quote as well. And it doesn't end there. We've got some more information to share regarding that. So there's a mathematics department, I think in Washington, Washington State. Let me go find that. As well as a quote from a university in Pennsylvania. Let me go. Give me just a moment while I go through this. I got plenty of quotes actually. So let's see which one to go first. From the University of North Carolina at Wilmington, North Carolina. This is from a journal regarding Eratosthenes. However, his observations would have led him to a very different conclusion if he had used another set of presuppositions in interpreting his observations. So, yes, the other interpretation would include a flat Earth with diverging rays from a point source. It continues, scientists should always remain aware of the fact that finding data which are consistent with a particular hypothesis does not rule out the possibility of other viable hypotheses. So to the earlier point regarding inductive logic, induction, yes, we use induction to build a hypothesis, but then it's tested deductively through experimentation. And that's how you prove or falsify your hypothesis. HO or HA. And this is also the problem of induction. Induction itself cannot prove anything definitively for the reason that was stated here. There could be other possibilities, other viable hypotheses. And our lack of creative ability does not negate the fact that other potentials may exist. So the problem of induction is we have just arrived at a conclusion potentially by one path, but that doesn't mean that there are other paths that can be taken to arrive at the same conclusion. And what happens if these two paths are based off of presuppositions that contradict each other, and only one of them must be true? Well, deductive logic will prove that out.
Excellent information. Can you post what you just went over then as well, please?
Sure. I've got some more. I love this topic so much that I've got a whole resource.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's really great information.
Okay, this comes from oc.nps.edu. I wonder what that is. I forgot which one that is. nps.edu. Anyway, I'll post this too. But the quote is, Eratosthenes had observed that on that day of the summer solstice, the midday sun shone to the bottom of a well in the town of Syene. Today that's called Aswan. In figure 1. At the same time, he observed the sun was not directly overhead at Alexandria. It is remarkable that such accuracy was obtained in the view of the fact that most of the known facts and his observations were incorrect.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
How do we know Aswan is modern day Saiyan?
Due to linguistics. You know how in some languages you call the same city two different things, two different words? You know how like in English we butcher foreign words all the time, like Holy crap! For crying out loud, we call people from the Netherlands Dutch, which is supposed to come from Deutsch, which means German. That doesn't mean they're from the Netherlands. So
I suppose, but Aswan and Cyan don't sound the same.
no, they don't.
Like to me, like like
Dutch and
Cyan, right?
Netherlandish don't sound the same either.
Isn't it Holland?
Yeah, or Hollandish.
Cyan and Cayenne, they sound the same though.
Yeah. These lands were conquered by different people too over time. So you had the Hellenistic Greeks that came in and whooped up on some of the barbaric tribes, some Egyptians, who themselves were interbred with Babylonians from before that. And then from the Greeks, you also had the Roman-Greek Civil War, in which the Romans moved in. And then a few hundred years later, you had the Muslim tribes move into northern Africa and take over. And so you have a total like confluence of different languages and cultures dumping in. You're going to get a lot of cities that are renamed different things, or cities that are said different ways because people hear the word in their own language and say it wrong and spell it wrong. That this kind of thing happens. So yeah, I mean, it's not unusual. Okay, next. This is from astronomy.org. Eratosthenes assumed that Earth is a sphere and that the solar rays are parallel when they reach Earth, right? That's one of the foundational assumptions. That's an assumption. More. This is from MAA.org. Eratosthenes' assumptions. 1, that Alexandria and Syene lie on the same meridian. Well, that's false, according to today. Number 2, that light rays from the sun which strike the Earth are parallel. That's an assumption that has not been proven. Number 3, that the distance between Alexandria and Syene is 5,000 stadies. Well, how long is a stady? Nobody really knows, because back in the time of Eratosthenes, stadies were not a uniform length of measurement. Stadies were counted out by people walking. Furthermore, number 4, that the angle formed by the shadow of the staff in Alexandria at the summer solstice is equal to 1/50th of a circle. Boy, that's baking in your conclusion to your supposition, isn't it? And number 5, that Earth is a sphere. Yeah, that follows from number 4. Eratosthenes analyzed the observations with the assumption that the Earth is a sphere and the sun is very far away. All right, let me post that one too.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, thanks for posting that. I'll definitely take that. If you could you read out the screenshot that I just posted as well?
Absolutely, yes. We do have a listening audience. Okay, Captain Refractio posted a screenshot. It says this: I conclude with a remark on a method for measuring large distances, which is often recalled in the context of Eratosthenes' measurement. In most of the popular accounts, we read that the distance between Alexandria and Syene was reported to Eratosthenes by a bimetist. That's a strange word, but this is a man trained to keep a regular pace when marching and to record the number of steps between places. Oh, today I learned that that's a bimetist. The use of bimetists is often presented as the usual method for measuring large distances in the Greek world. Yes, this includes the Hellenistic era of northern Africa, Egypt. But a search of the Thesaurus Linguae Graecae has yielded the result that the word bimetist is attested only once in the entire corpus of Greek literature. And a passage concerning the method used for measuring the distances traveled by the army during the campaign of Alexander the Great, in circumstances in which surveying was hardly practicable. Fascinating. All right, did I post my thing earlier just now? Yes,
Just
I did.
now, yeah, you did. Yeah, excellent.
Great. From DIO, the International Journal of Scientific History. So Eratosthenes was pretending that the sun was 12 times smaller than the Earth. Eratosthenes' experiment was just an indoor theoretical exercise. That's a great journal, by the way, Dio. Ah, crap. There we go. Okay, let me copy and paste Dio. I've got plenty more where this came from, folks. Gosh.
So
Alternate
can you go into just a little bit more about that one? So Eratosthenes was pretending that the sun was 12 times smaller than the Earth?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
And the experiment was just an indoor theoretical exercise?
Yeah, so it's interesting. And this is based off of a reading of original source material. And what is the original source material but third-hand tertiary accounts that refer to secondary accounts that refer to direct first-hand accounts? We do not have the original first-hand account from Eratosthenes anywhere. There's a reference to Eratosthenes by Cleomedes, which is often used as is the furthest upstream of all the sources. And he was said to be a librarian of Alexandria, and this is one of the things he did. But even in the ancient world, I don't think that the ancient world regarded Eratosthenes' experiment as something that was actually done. Rather, it was a thought experiment that you could do this. And this is one way that you could show that Earth is a globe if you could pretend that you can do this.
So,
And
so there's no. Well, hold on 1 second, because that's crazy. So there's absolutely, like, Eratosthenes didn't write any of this down, and we don't have Eratosthenes' writings of his results of the so-called experiment.
Right.
That's literally the first result when you type in who was the first person to measure the Earth to be a globe.
Right. And that's exactly right. And they say, well, of course it was Eratosthenes. And yes, no primary source documents exist of his, not a single one. We don't even know if he was a real guy, and if so, when he actually lived, outside of, I think, Cleomedes' account.
It's interesting, they actually say something similar about Pythagoras.
Yeah, Pythagoras. The guy who practically invented all of geometry and maps and everything. Yeah, one guy developed all of this scientific, technical understanding rather of the known world and geometry and math.
Sorry, why not? At this time, nothing of what he invented was known. So it makes sense that a great philosopher like him would come up with these ideas, formalize them, and get them to our time so we can call all those set of things by his name.
Are you talking about Pythagoras?
Yes.
Oh, well, yeah, sure. I mean, look, just quickly. Okay, so here's Dr. Piers Bursill Hall from the University of Cambridge talking about how most of what we're told about Pythagoras isn't true. Okay, this is a mainstream history professor from Cambridge. Okay, so I've posted the information in the side chat there. But yeah, most of what we're taught at school about Pythagoras is absolutely false information. In fact, once you actually have a deep dive into Pythagoras and the cult of Pythagoras and the Pythagoreans, you'll find story is very different to what we've been told by the mainstream. But yeah, here's a historian from Cambridge in the side chat who literally says most of what we've been told about Pythagoras is absolutely false.
It was kind of common back then for the Greeks to invent characters that were composites of multiple people over a long period of time, distilling them into one archetype, one person, a persona, a mask.
So is it maybe fair to say that they lacked what we would refer to as a corporate or institutional identity? So they would often, as a project throughout antiquity, generate, say, a pseudonym that would encompass, say, 2 or 3 people in a particular project.
Yeah, and I think it was actually understood by the people at the time that they were doing this, that they were incorporating a body, an idea, to represent that corpus of knowledge. And this makes sense, especially given the curious explosion of the Greek era that took place after the second fall of Babylon. You had all these Babylonians getting run out by the Persian Medes and settling west and heading west, and they came into Europe. They came in through the Bosphorus, and they brought their arts and sciences with them, and they taught people things that lived there, and they tried to rebuild civilization. And then that's kind of where the Greeks inherited much of their knowledge from the Babylonians and the Egyptians. And so how would a proud people trace their heritage back, and how would you encapsulate a corpus of knowledge? I mean, you could do it very easily by encrypting it into one persona. Pythagoras is responsible for this, this, and this, and this. Eratosthenes is responsible for this, 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 and this. And so anytime you use these words, Pythagorean, or invoke Eratosthenes, you immediately can recall the corpus of work that's associated with these personas. This was not unusual for their culture at the time to do this. And I personally don't think that the people at the time believed that these people were real figures.
There's
today we
next to no evidence that they actually were real figures. And the historian in the video I posted, he does explain that as well. He said he said they probably did exist in some sense, but everything that's claimed that they said, that's not able to be determined as true at all.
True. I don't think this practice stopped, by the way.
So I'll give you a good example is the various painters who, even up till recent time, that came out with various paintings, and then they say, oh, then there's this big expose. This painter didn't actually paint this. His assistant painted it. It's like, well, maybe, okay, that certainly is true, but that's clickbait, because at the end of the day, you didn't really have, say, the Art Conservatory of North America. And so what you had was you would have a certain painter's name attached to the studio, and anything that came out of that studio was just by the name of that painter, and probably very few of the art that came out of there. So would you call it if you supervised it and directed it?
Great analogy. I love it. Yeah. So what was Pythagorean was anything that came out of the Pythagorean cult. Whatever remarkable insights or discoveries that corpus, that people brought forth, was considered Pythagorean, and that was attributed to Pythagoras himself, the father of all the information that flowed.
And I'll give you another one. If you go back a little further in history, you and I will take opposite sides of this, and that's okay. But the blessed Martin Luther, there's still works of Martin Luther.
If he was able to write letters to the Byzantines.
No. He published so many books that there's still, from when he died back in the 1500s, there's still books that are in that old German, Heiligen Deutsch, that have not been translated to English.
Right.
So, so there's no way that one man could have been that prolific. I know a pastor who has a collection that at that time it was all his all the translated works. I don't know if that collection was from the 60s or the 50s, but it was a collection that was given him, and it takes 2 bookcases.
Yeah.
How does one man?
How about Isaac Newton? Is maybe a more on point example. Isaac freaking Newton, most known for his theory of gravitation and the Newton's laws of motion. And what is he actually interested in but alchemy and reconstructing chronology, time, and history? he's got far greater works attributed to these two things than to the mathematics of the physical world relating to modern physics. He was an alchemist. He was an occultist, an astrologer.
And isn't it also Einstein that they admit that there's a work of his that was actually written by a student?
Yeah, or his wife. His wife, who was like a real mathematician or something. Cousin wife. But yeah, I mean, he basically stole like Ampere's equations, and he stole Poincaré's cosmology, and he was like a freaking all-you-can-eat buffet of different ideas that he cherry-picked and glued together. Minkowski space, Lorentz fields, all this shit. And what he created was a sandbox from which all kinds of other modern cosmologies can be invented. If you ever played video games, you know how video games, some of them are considered open sandboxes. One of them is like Half-Life that turned into Gary's mod, or the Unreal Engine, like a video game engine. You create the engine, you create the toolbox, and from there, all kinds of other inventions, all kinds of games and programs and simulations and models can be created. That's really what Einstein did for the world, was he created an open sandbox for people to imagine anything is possible and then apply mathematical rigor to it to lend it some credibility. But yeah, I mean, he's almost like a conglomeration of all kinds of ideas that preceded him. I'm pretty sure Eratosthenes is like an Einstein for the ancient world. And if you include with Einstein all the different 20 to 80 spin-offs of relativity and morphologies, just like with Eratosthenes, I mean, you can attribute so much more to him as well, and Pythagoras. So, yeah, I mean, this is what we do. People do this stuff, I guess, and it's not accurate, but here we are. Let's bring it back on point, though. So, Earth is flat. We measure it like that. We've got laser tests. We've got long-distance observations, both in the optical spectrum and infrared and microwave. Radio. The Earth behaves and appears as if it is flat. It's the craziest thing, folks. I know it's hard to accept. When we go to measure the Earth, the way we observe it, and can't find curvature no matter what we do, the only way to make the curvature exist is with our minds, by applying a model, a conceptual model of the Earth. And this is actually called an ellipsoid, or a datum in geodesy, geodetic surveying, a datum. There's an entire field of surveying that is dedicated to this. They're dedicated to taking physical measurements of Earth, of a flat Earth, and they know it's a flat Earth. They call it that. They call it planar surveys. There's a field that takes planar surveys and mathematically bends them to the idea of a globe, a mathematical datum of a globe, an ellipsoid reference of a globe. They take physical measurements and they break them because they believe so truly that Earth is a globe that their measurements that they physically take have to be wrong somehow. There's no way I could be observing the Earth flat when I do a planar survey. I know Earth is a globe, so let me take these measurements and bend them a little bit within an error tolerance, and I can get a globe out of it. And guess what? If I run out of error tolerance, I create new error tolerances for me to bend it into.
Can I ask a question about
Sure.
the Earth being flat?
Yeah, Mikan, hello.
How would you explain why certain parts of the Earth are nighttime or dark, while others are lit up by the sun? If the Earth was flat, wouldn't the entire Earth be lit up if the sun was above the entire Earth?
Great question, and I understand where you're coming from, because that's one of the questions I used to have. What if the sun is actually not that big at all and provides local light only?
Right, so if it's very small, you're saying?
Yeah. And what if Earth is the floor of the universe?
Well, not the universe in the sense of the heliocentric model, right? But the floor of the system that we live in, essentially.
Yeah, it's a better way to put it. The Earth is the basement. The Earth is the ground, the floor, a flat plane. And we don't think there's anything underneath it. Because the further we dig, it gets hotter and hotter and denser and denser.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what is the sun? I mean, the sun is the light in the sky. And it's like this. If you and I are sitting in the same room and there's a light on the ceiling, you stay under that light and I start walking away from it. The light gets lower and lower in my field of view. And if it's a big enough room, let's say it's a warehouse, a gigantic indoor warehouse, I keep walking away, that light is going to go further and further down towards the vanishing line of perspective.
Yeah.
And eventually, I won't see the light anymore because it's too far away.
Right,
Yeah,
okay,
sun is
so
far away from the earth.
Sorry, Manu, what was your question?
No, sir. You continue.
Okay. I don't think Earth
Bro, I
is
have a
in outer space. I don't think flat Earth is a space pizza. If that makes sense to you, flat Earth is not a space pizza. People depict it this way. If you Google what is flat Earth, you're going to see a space pizza. That's not what we think, folks. That's pretty freaking hilarious. It makes fun of us, but we don't actually believe that that's the case at all.
Bro, if the earth is flat, where does gravity
Right, so
come
you're
from?
saying the sun only lights up certain sections of the earth at
Because the light
once.
moves away and illumines the local area where that light is over. You can't see forever.
Mhm.
The light doesn't push through the atmosphere forever. There is weather systems, right? You've got weather between you and the sun. The sun goes behind clouds. What if the sun is thousands of miles away and you've got thousands of miles of cloud that blocks out the sun? It gets dark.
Here's another example, just quickly. Okay, so even on like a clear summer day, and just say it's midday and the sun's directly above you, if you go just 200 meters down into the water, usually much less than that, but say 200 meters, okay, it's pitch black at 200 meters deep. You can't see the sun. You can't see any light from the sun at all. It's completely absorbed by the medium to the point where it's just pitch black. So the atmosphere acts similar. Obviously, it's not as dense as the water. It doesn't absorb it as the water does, but it's the same kind of logic, right? The same kind of thing happens.
Right, yeah, but it's each day at certain points in the day, it's on average there's roughly the same amount of light at that same place, provided there's no clouds in the way or anything like that. But
Yeah, the atmosphere is full of water vapor. I mean, water absorbs electromagnetic radiation.
it's just hard to think like a light so far away from the Earth being able to somehow only light up certain sections of the Earth.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, it's
think
like a
about
light
the
in a warehouse,
example.
dude.
Yeah, think about the example I just gave you with the sunlight in the ocean. I mean, just 200 meters down, right? They say the sun is like enormous compared to the Earth. Okay, and it's 93 million miles away, but just 200 meters down into the ocean, you can't even see the sun or any effect of the sun. No light whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how big of a difference water makes as opposed to just the standard atmosphere, though. Maybe the water.
Yeah, quite a bit, but there's also a bit of a difference, you know, as the sun moves away from you in the air. Like just say someone walks away from you with a flashlight, and they go to the next town, you know, obviously you're not going to be able to see the flashlight.
Yeah.
Manu, you're hot micing, bro.
Bro,
Manu,
what will
my
happen if
friend.
you go to
Don't make me mute you, please. I don't want to do it.
How far away do you guys think the sun is from the Earth? Or is it kind of unknown?
It's unknown, fundamentally unknown.
Definitely.
You know, people have tried to triangulate the height of the sun, not just flat earthers, but people do this. And every time they try to triangulate the height of the sun, they come up with a different value each and every time.
Yeah.
It's a mystery in that regard. Now, there could be some very complex optics at play. There could be an optical structure really high up there that is able to focus the light in a different position based off of where you are. There also could be other explanations in this. Where the globe, okay, people who believe in the globe, how they explain it is the light is parallel. Because the sun is so big, the surface of the sun is effectively flat. So the light that it emanates is parallel, and the Earth is so tiny and so circular, depending where you're on the Earth, you're going to see a different angle to the sun, even though the light is parallel. Now, there is a huge problem with this, because if the light is effectively parallel from a flat surface that is much bigger than the surface of the Earth, then we should have parallel angles of arrival to our eyes from that source of light. And we don't see that. If we did, we would only see white everywhere we look up. When we look up to the sky, we should only see white. It should be bathed. It should be like the sun. You can't even see the sun because all of the light is coming in at the same angle in parallel to your eyeball. And that's not what's happening. So people who claim that this is the case for heliocentrism, for a globe that orbits the sun, and say this is happening, it doesn't mathematically, geometrically, or physically make sense. And the people who know enough about this, who still believe it, will be honest with you, and they'll tell you, yeah, we don't quite understand it, but this is how it has to be because we believe that Earth is a globe so much.
No, yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, because the way we
That
see
is
things,
confusing.
the way we see things is in angles of arrival to the back of our eyeball. There's an image of the world that is painted on the back of your eyeball that is a perfect reflection of what exists outside. And if they claim that the light is coming in parallel, how do you discern its size? How do you tell how far away it is? I mean, we know we can't see how far away it is. Like, that's the other thing. There is absolutely no parallax to the moon or the sun or any of the planets or the stars. So that alone is weird. But at the same time, we know that there's no parallel light because we can differentiate angular relationships in the night sky between things.
I feel
Like they say
a lot of
Polaris.
flat earthers.
But hold on, they say
Continue.
Polaris. Polaris is a gigantic star, a star that is much, 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 much bigger than the sun and is over 400 light years away. And they say that the light from Polaris hits the Earth in parallel fashion. Every source of light in the sky at night, they say, comes from a very, very large object so far away, and it's bathing a globe Earth in parallel light. And I would say, okay, if that's the case, first off, we don't see that that's the case. But maybe my understanding of how we see is not right, because I've never had to deal with such large objects at such distances in reality before. So I don't know that that's true. So let's say, okay, for us to determine whether or not that's true, we're going to go measure the surface of the Earth. So let's go measure the surface of the Earth, because if what you're saying is true, then a necessary condition of this, one of them, is that the surface is curving, that there's a globe, that we're all walking around the outside of a ball. Let's go measure that. What happens when we do? It measures flat.
Was that Mitten that we're talking to?
Matan.
Matan, hey bro. You were gonna say something a minute ago. I feel like all flat earthers, and then
they generally say the sun is very close to the Earth, or the moon is very close to the Earth.
I know.
Yeah, but that's subjective. That's subjective as well. Like, what's very close mean? Like not 93 million miles away. Like, just like what's? It really depends
within
on what.
10,000 miles.
Yeah. Well, how about this? What if the sun is an optical effect? That what you see with the sun and the moon are not the source of the sun and the moon. Just like a rainbow, you don't see the rainbow is not a predetermined distance away from you. You cannot triangulate the point of a rainbow. Well, what if the sun is like a rainbow? It's an optical effect, therefore holographic.
I mean, in that case, I'd have no idea how far away it is.
Correct.
If it worked like that.
Yeah, nobody can, whether you believe that Earth is a globe or not, you cannot triangulate the position of the sun. Just like you cannot triangulate the position of the moon, and you cannot triangulate the star, you cannot triangulate the planet, you cannot triangulate a rainbow.
Yeah.
Or a sundog.
Assuming it's not the same as a rainbow.
Why not?
Just assuming it's not. I feel like you could determine that it's not within 10,000 miles because that would mean that if you're on different places on the Earth, you'd see a noticeable difference in size for the moon or the sun. You don't generally, no matter where you are on Earth, that the size remains the same.
You do actually, yeah. Like if you try to triangulate,
you do, but it's
the height of
very
the sun,
small and indistinguishable. But yeah, I guess it would exist slightly.
Yeah, so there are people who are geocentric globers. Do you know what that means?
No.
So there are people, many people today, who believe that Earth is a globe, just like you, just like NASA and everybody else. But the globe is the center of the universe. And the sun and the moon are little orbs, little balls that orbit the globe. So this is called geocentrism, and even if you are a geocentrist, you cannot triangulate the height of the sun or the moon.
Would you be able to explain how that's related?
Yeah, I mean, it's related because nobody, no matter what your cosmology is, flat, geocentric globe, or heliocentric globe, solar system, no matter your cosmology, you cannot triangulate the height of the sun or the moon or the stars or the planets.
Yeah.
No matter what, right? So, period. There are different explanations for this, okay? So if you believe that Earth is a globe in a solar system, that's called heliocentrism, then you believe that the reason for this is because the Earth is so tiny and the sun is so big that the surface of the sun is basically flat. Relative to a teeny tiny Earth, the surface of the sun is so big and round that it may as well be flat, and so all the sun rays come down parallel. They say effectively parallel because the sun is so big and round that it's not parallel, but basically relative to a tiny globe Earth, it isn't parallel. That the light is in parallel and can be treated as parallel and is flat from a flat surface in the sky. And this is the reason why we can measure different angles to the sun, because Earth is a globe. And as you go around the curvature of the globe, you measure different elevation angles to the sun along those parallel rays, and you get different angles because you're going around a curving surface. And the further you travel north or south or east or west, you're going to get a different angle to the sun because the surface is curving. Now, a geocentrist will say, well, Earth is a globe. We can't triangulate the distance to the sun, moon, or stars because they exist in a heavenly realm. And for whatever reason, God has appointed their position to be observer dependent. That's not too much different from how a flat earther conceives it. So you've got a well-defined explanation from the solar system, and maybe not as a well-defined explanation from the geocentrist or the flat earther. But how do you prove that the heliocentric explanation is true? You've got to go to the surface. You've got to go to the Earth itself. If we measure Earth flat, and we do, then we know that the geocentrist is wrong because they believe in a globe. And we know the heliocentrist is wrong because they also believe in a globe. We measure the Earth flat. What does that leave us? It leaves us with that the sky is a gigantic realm of mystery. And we can make up stories about it all we like. We can take measurements. Okay, I've got my spectroscope, and I'm measuring sodium. I'm measuring nitrogen. I'm measuring oxygen. Like, we got people that can measure the spectra of different elements radiating from the sources of light up there. Doesn't mean that it's actually coming from the source of light. And so people start making up stories. Well, the reason why that this light has more sodium than nitrogen is because of this. The reason why that light has more oxygen than nitrogen is because of that. And the reason why this is that color is because of hydrogen and helium and da-da-da-da-da. I mean, people make up all kinds of crazy stories. And that's what astrophysics is. That's astronomy. It's making up stories based off of the limited amount of measurements that we're actually able to obtain in an observation and an interpretation within a frame of reference that believes in the heliocentric model. And why do people believe in the heliocentric model? Well, because the ancient Greeks imagined the night sky as a gigantic sphere. And that is a subjective interpretation. I can conceive of the sky in any shape, in any form. In fact, the most appropriate way to conceive of the night sky and the motion of the stars and planets is not spherical, but helical, like a spiral, like a slinky. I can get into further detail about that. There are so many problems with the heliocentric concept. It will blow your mind. We in 24/7 Flat Earth, we spend so much time researching this stuff. We find problems with the heliocentric cosmology, the geocentric cosmology, anything involving a ball Earth. And we document these problems. It's almost like if you're a hacker and you find bugs in the code and you're paid to find bugs in the code and exploit them. That's kind of what we do. We find bugs in the heliocentric code. You know, these are the bugs in the code that they don't teach you when you go to college, when you go to your science class. They're not going to teach you all the reasons why the heliocentric Big Bang is wrong. They're going to teach you why it's right. But if you want to learn why it's wrong, you're going to have to go to alternate sources. You're going to have to come talk to people like us. And it's up to you if you want to listen to us further and think about the further research that can be done based off of it. One of the most mind-blowing things I found, I know I've been talking a long time. One of the most mind-blowing revelations that I've had within the past year, I've been doing this about 5 years, 4 to 5 years. What's been so mind-blowing is when I learned about this, the leap year. We've all heard that there's a leap year. The leap year is when you add an extra day in February to account for the rotation of the Earth and its orbit around the sun. We were told that the Earth and its orbit around the sun and its rotation does 364.24, almost 0.25 rotations within its orbit every year before it comes back to where it starts. And as you add these up, it means at the end of every 4 years, you're going to have an extra day. 0.24, 0.24, 0.24, 0.24 is almost an extra day. So then you add that you account for that extra day by adding it to February 29th every year. All right? Here's the truth of it. That's what we're told. And it's based off of this orbital concept of heliocentrism. There's probably a geocentric equivalent to it. But here's what actually happens. If I go out and I look at the sun, let's say I choose a day out of the year. It could be the summer solstice. What is the summer solstice? I chose this day because it is the day that has the longest amount of sunlight. Depending where I live, this could either be in the north or the south, but I'm choosing this day, and I stick a big gigantic stake in the ground, and I measure the length of the shadow, just like Eratosthenes, by the way. And I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to count how many times the sun rises to get to this exact point in time, to where the shadow comes to this point on the ground as I'm measured by the stick. And so I'll count the days, and I will count 365 days, and lo and behold, the shadow casts down at the same exact place it was 365 days ago. I'm like, great, so that's 1 year. Let me count another year. Okay, so 365 days later, it does it again. 365 days later, it does it again. 365 days later, it doesn't do it. I have to wait another day, 366. I have to wait a 366th day for the shadow to appear at the same point on the ground as measured from the stick that I put in 4 years ago. There's an actual extra physical day that takes place every 4 years. And that day doesn't land on the same day as the leap year in our calendar system. That last day, I think, was in 2022. Sometime during that year was that 366th physical day. How does that happen if Earth is a spinning ball in a solar system that actually spins 360, it actually spins, it spins another 0.24 times than 365 over the course of a year. We're told that those 0.24, 0.25 extra orbits accumulate every 4 years, and then we account for it by resetting the calendar with an extra day every 4 years. What actually happens is every 4 years, there are 366 sunrises to get that shadow back to where it was on the ground from the stick that I put into it.
That's interesting. Do you have any documentation of who checked that?
Yeah, I got tons. I'm not ready. I don't have it right here. Now,
oh, that's all right.
I did check it myself, okay? Yeah. And the data exists within what's called meteorological data. You can go to timeanddate.com. You can go to your local government, whatever weather organization, weather agency, meteorological agency that is local to you, could even be local to your city or town or county. And you can find this data because people are recording this, and you will see it in there, no matter where you live. And it doesn't have to be on the summer solstice. Like I said, you could arbitrarily pick any day out of the year, and you're going to find this is the case. You could pick the equinox, you can pick the winter solstice, you can pick any point in between the two. But I think one of the best ways to do it is to pick one of those days where people know that the sun is at its zenith at a particular point in time that's consistent. So that would be either of the solstices or the equinoxes. And use that as a starting point. So you could look up like the summer solstice in your location at your particular point in time and go back through history and count how many sunrises and sunsets happen. And then keep going backwards and keep going backwards and keep going backwards. You'll count 365, 365, 365, 366, 365, 365, 365, 366, 365, 365. It's insane. If you want to know more, there's a flat earther who passed away, sadly. Probably one of the greatest legends. His name was Antonio Subirats. The Book of the Sun. That's the name of his YouTube channel. His daughter maintains the channel. The Book of the Sun. He has done so much research into this. Definitely worth checking out. So I'm going to yield the floor back
What was
because
the name, sorry?
Yeah.
What was the name, sorry? The
Antonio Subirats. I'm going to post his name in text chat if nobody else has. And I will post his YouTube channel in there. Give me just a second while I pull this up. I've got to do some house cleaning right now. Why? Because my wife's away. So I'm now the wife of the house. Got to do some vacuuming, cleaning the bathroom.
All of that information was great. Much appreciated.
Thanks, man. Right, hold on. Still scrolling. OPQRST, the Book of the Sun. There it is. Okay, copy. There he is. Absolute legend. One of us. He died of cancer. Very friendly, very upbeat and positive. It's really sad. It seems like death prematurely takes the best of us.
You know, when it comes to like, how could all of these scientists and professors and government agencies and whatnot be lying about such a thing, right? And how could they keep it under wraps? Well, I think if you really think about it, right, most people, almost all of the people that you're talking about when you're thinking about the people that are lying or the agencies that are lying, genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. Okay, they've probably never questioned it, never tested it. So most people, when it comes to most of your scientists, college professors, even most people that work for NASA, that work for the government, right? It's all compartmentalized, and most people genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. So they're not necessarily lying about it. Okay, it would only have to be a very small amount of people that would actually know. And if you look into the history of how the Earth actually became a globe in the first place, it will all make a lot more sense on why it's not necessarily such a lie, but maybe more of a theories turning into facts, right? It's a whole rabbit hole in itself, so I won't go too deep into it. And yeah, I'll pass the mic over to someone else.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Those people are most likely dead now, but so it just goes on. The lie is just propagated from people who doesn't understand that they're lying because it's just a belief. I mean, your third grade teacher who brought out the globe from her death. and told you this is where you live, you didn't have the whereabouts to ask any questions about it. You were like, oh, really? Yeah, we're living in on a ball in the space. I guess that's right. And she didn't know either. She just preached what she had been told, right? Nobody is taught this. They're just being told it. And it's going to go down for every generation. People are just going to keep saying it, but they actually can't prove it.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
hello.
Look, server of Aleph. Look, you need to try not to just cut into conversations, please. If you could put yourself on mute and then wait for an opportunity when it's a good time to talk. Then... All right, so I'll help you out with that just for now, and you can let me know in the side chat when you're ready.
Yeah, we're talking to Zess right now. He has some good questions. We're enjoying this conversation a lot. So Aleph, oh, okay, he left. But anyway, if anybody else is waiting, just hang on a little bit. We'll get to you. Good chance.
I think Yoda was trying to jump in when I interrupted him.
Yeah.
If he's still available.
Yeah, I think DJ set the table there properly. This problem we have does not require a grand conspiracy to keep going. I think a lot of people throughout history just believe in the globe so much that they shoehorn their physical measurements of the earth into a globe concept, into a globe model, and they make it work by any means necessary. This includes people in the aerospace industry. So I don't think NASA exists to hide a flat earth from people. I don't think that's their stated goal, and I don't really think that that's their primary objective even behind the scenes. When you look at what NASA was founded to do, NASA was born out of a psychological warfare program that was run by the president after World War II. It was called the Psychological Coordinating Board and later renamed the Operations Coordinating Board. They staffed NASA before it was funded with people from the intelligence community. And their stated goal was to project American power and technology and progress and discovery. And this was done in order to secure America's place in the world as the victor of World War II, a country that nobody could ever technologically outmatch or militarily beat. This is their stated objective. They include within their founding documents of space policy prior to NASA's founding that they would use technological claims like satellites for psychological effects. You can read this in a document called NSC 5814, National Security Council Memo number 5814. So yeah, they faked the moon landing.
I mean, doesn't take a genius to find that out, right?
Right. And this could also mean that other technology that they claim exists doesn't exist in the way that you think or we think that they operate.
But I have a question.
Technology could operate under completely different principles.
Okay, I have a question if you don't mind. Okay, I'm with you. The U.S. is lying about this shit, and they're just a bunch of. They always done this stuff where they use propaganda to tell you something that isn't true. I'm with you. Why would Russia, China, India, and all the other countries be in on it as well? That's what I want to know.
Well, Russia faked it first with Sputnik. So at the time of the space race, you have to wonder, was Russia and America really against each other? I don't think so. Not in the way we think. Because the space race was the third iteration of an international community's endeavor to explore the Earth. The first iteration was in the late 1800s, funded by the Habsburg Empire, called the International Polar Year. The second one was the International Polar Year in 1933, and the third one was renamed the International Geophysical Year in 1958, and the fourth one was in 2008. So the space race was already part of an Antarctic expedition that had been going on too, as part of a much broader program for discovery. So when this was going on and Russia claimed to orbit Sputnik, then America chomped at the bit and said, well, while we have the space race going on, let's do that too. And then let's also produce technology that's even more grand, seemingly more capable. And I think this psychological arms race was built on a bunch of lies. And I think over decades, the lies were so big they couldn't reverse it anymore. They couldn't go back. There are other countries that did not claim to land men on the moon. They wouldn't even go there. Like the UK was very smart to avoid manned lunar expeditions and get behind any of that. But I think the claims of space got so big that they basically can't reverse them, and they're stuck.
United States, Russia, China, India, Japan, all landed on the moon. Interesting. India, huh? Do they have any footages of that?
I don't know. But here's what I find interesting. Just these countries that claim outer space capabilities also claim to have nuclear weapons. And when you go back to the founding documents of NASA, it almost looks like one of NASA's primary purposes is to provide cover for nuclear weapons development. Why? Because the Saturn rockets that were used for NASA's exploration were also being used for nuclear ICBMs. So if you paint a NASA logo on a nuclear missile, you could test the motor all day. You could test the rocket, the guidance system all day, and nobody would think the wiser. Nobody would suspect that it's actually for weapons development.
Another interesting point to add is that as bad as the NASA footage looks and whatnot, right, and how many technical impossibilities there were behind the moon missions, the footage from these other countries, right? Most people haven't looked into that, right? Have a look at China's footage of when they said that they landed on the dark side of the moon and whatnot. Japan's footage. India's footage is probably the most hilarious on top of China and Russia.
Yeah,
And the Soviet footage, it's so bad. It's really laughable, and there's like glitches and mistakes, and it's all inconsistent with other countries' footage as well. Like there's some funny...
Captain, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry, but like, do we have none of these countries has ever did a proper vlog going on the moon and showing how things are? None of them.
If you have a look, if you go to YouTube and you type in so this is India's greatest ever achievement, right? So in modern history. Okay, so if you go onto YouTube and you type in footage of India lunar mission or something along those lines, right? You'll see extremely limited, tiny little bit of video footage that looks absolutely ridiculous and laughable. It's completely limited. It's just silly. Even a lot of the Indian people that we get in here also, laugh at it, and they're like, yeah, we probably did fake that. It's ridiculous. The footage is so bad that they actually decided to show the animation rather than the real footage on the TV. So if you look at most people celebrating India landing on the moon, they're looking at an Atari-looking animation. So yeah, it's pretty bad. And we don't even have to say, we can prove it's all fake. We can just say it's kind of faith-based, right? We can't validate any of this information. But when we actually go out and empirically test over the surface of the Earth, it doesn't match up with the globe, ever. Okay, throughout all of history, there's not a single observation where someone's gone out and actually measured 260 feet of curvature over 20 miles, which would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. In fact, when we go out and test over 20 miles, there's zero curvature. We can shoot a laser or zoom across with a high-powered camera over to the other side of a 20-mile lake and see the shoreline consistently. So empirical evidence doesn't match. The faith-based so-called space footage it's faith-based, like I just said. And yeah, it just so you get into it a bit more from there. You start looking into it. You'll start learning all about the globe model. Okay, flat earthers tend to know a lot more than the average person about how the globe operates, right? Because it's one of the first things that you need to look into. It's like, okay, they're claiming this. How did that become a claim? Where did that come from? What you're going to find is most things are mathematical models or concepts, you could call them, based off assumptions. Okay, and when you look for empirical validation of the core variables in the equations and whatnot that they're using, you'll find that there isn't any. There isn't any empirical evidence for these.
Can I make a claim?
Yeah.
So okay, play along with me and just tell me what you think, okay? So I googled the distance of the moon from the Earth, and it's like 400,000 kilometers, roughly. Not exactly, but roughly. Do you think it might be just like there's literally no technology? Oh, my Siri went off. Give me a second.
You're right.
Sorry. Okay, do you think that it just might be like it's so far away that there's literally no technology to get us there, and everybody's like, since America's already faked it, everybody else is trying to fake it so they can claim superpower C?
Yes and no to a bunch of things that you just said. I would say that the vacuum of space and the way that outer space is presented to us in the heliocentric model actually violates a bunch of natural laws. It's scientifically impossible, as we've been told. Okay, when it comes to the distance to the moon, that kind of thing, it's all based on assumptions. It's based on knowing the radius value of the Earth and that the space is a vacuum, and it's all kind of tied in together with the globe model. Now, when it comes to why they would lie about the moon missions for notoriety and power and things like that, yeah, absolutely, that's probably part of the reason. India they want to also be seen by the rest of the world as a country that is very technologically advanced, and they've also done something similar to what the great powerful America has done, and yeah, other countries want a piece of the pie as well, and the pie might just be respect and that kind of thing. How they're perceived on a grand scale. So yeah, does that answer your question?
Or they all figured out that, hey, America used NASA as a cover for weapons development, so we're going to do the same thing and signal back to the Americans.
I'm just listening. I want to see what y'all else have to say.
Right. So suppose it's possible to put something on the moon over a flat Earth. It means that they're doing it in a whole different manner than what we think. All that business about orbits and stuff, all of that would probably have to change.
Yeah, ultimately the claim of the distance to the moon is a claim only. That value, that distance is predicated on the Earth being a globe. So let's just rip the Band-Aid off for you really quickly. The entire idea of the solar system, the universe that you have in your mind that you've been fed for most of your life is complete fantasy, because it has to be a globe for any of that to even remotely be true. So since the Earth is not a globe, you can just forget about the solar system that you were taught about. It is implausible because the Earth would have to be a sphere.
Yeah, so what is the sun? What is the moon, stars, planets? Nobody knows for sure.
The best answer we can give you are lights in the sky. What they are, how they're composed, distances, even if they're physical, we don't know.
This brings me another question. I'm kind of interested now. Big Bang opinion on it. What do you think?
Pseudoscience postulations. It's implausible. That actually violates the first law of thermodynamics, right? So you can't have nothing and then something. Matter cannot be created nor destroyed. So you can't get the entire universe and all the things that they feed to you that are in it. You know, the billions and zillions and quadrillions of stars and gases and clouds and all that stuff came from essentially nothing. So that's physically impossible, according to the laws of nature.
Okay. What's holding up the sky on the Earth?
What's holding it up?
Yeah.
Did you say planet?
No. I said what's
Our-
holding up the Earth and the skies?
Oh, I don't know. No idea.
I don't think a flat Earth is a disk in space. It's described as the floor of the universe.
Okay, I never claimed it to be a disk in space either. But what's?
Yeah.
Okay, if it's the base of the universe, what's all the way down?
I don't know. I mean, it seems like the further you dig, the hotter it gets.
So are you guys like tackling this from a religious perspective or like how what's the idea here? I'm just like trying to like
rational
understand.
empiricism.
Yep. What can be tested, what can be proved, what can be known without any speculation? Well, as far as we know, everybody on the Earth uses and experiences the Earth as a flat and stationary plane within a certain tolerance. So it is flat. 8 miles high, 8 miles deep. In between that, completely flat. So that's what can be known. Now, if you're going to ask us how deep the Earth goes, what's holding it up, all that stuff, no way we could know that. No way anybody could know that. So,
I see.
you know,
I'm sorry about
So I understand the point of view right now. Sorry for cutting you off.
No, you go
I
first.
understand your point of view. You're not trying to make claims, but you're trying to look at existing claims and see whether they hold any validity.
Yeah, basically. But, you know, we can validate what the Earth is. It can be measured. And as far as we can measure, it is flat.
So when you said it was 8 mile deep, 8 mile high, what about have you ever been on a plane before? I was being like genuine.
Yeah, I have been on a plane before many times.
So
I've been on a plane before, and
you're saying the flat Earth is limited to 8 miles high.
No, I didn't say that. I'm talking about the tolerance of flatness. So flatness, the description, typically is a description of something that rests between two parallel planes. The highest mountain on Earth is somewhere in the ballpark of 8 miles high. The deepest known trench of the ocean is about 8 miles deep. In between those two parallel points, or parallel lines or planes, the Earth rests between that. So it is completely flat in between that tolerance.
So what do you think is that like? Obviously, if it's flat, so you're saying it's like you go one way or east and west, go one certain direction. What do you think's at the end of that?
I don't know. What do you mean east and west? On the Earth,
I'm saying like if you put it like on a 2D printed out version, you're saying it's flat. So you're saying obviously do you agree with there's a certain limited space that we live on, right?
I have no idea. I'm not saying that.
So you're saying that you'd agree that the Earth is flat, right? But you're saying what I'm asking is, what do you think the edge of the Earth is, or?
I don't know. I don't even know where the edge of the Earth is. If there is an edge, I don't know where it's at. If there is a limit, I have not found it.
So you're still saying that there's yet to be more of the planet we live on explored?
I'm not saying that either, and the Earth wouldn't be a planet in that case.
Right. So when we examine the globe, the claims of what the globe is, the claims contradict themselves. What the globe is said to be is not internally consistent whatsoever. That's the problem.
Yo, who has image perms can post something that I want to post? Does anybody? Can I DM somebody?
Sure.
Yeah.
You can DM me. I'll
Can you
post
help
it.
me with that one?
Yeah, you can DM it to me, man. It's fine. You might have to send me a friend request.
Wait, who said? Who said
Captain Refractio.
that? Okay. Hold on a second.
That's a great name.
So I have you asked me if I've ever been on a plane. Yes, I have, and there's something weird about being on a plane too. So I want you to just look at this. These are my own images. I didn't take them from anywhere else. These are literally mine. Yeah, you can post them. We can just. You cannot deliver because you don't share. Okay, I'm gonna have to add you. I'm so sorry about that.
Yeah, just it's all right, man. Just add me up. All right, go ahead.
So I even given you the location too, and where it shows on the computer and everything. There you go. Even out the window, Well, first of all, I want to ask, why is the Earth literally purple? That's something I was really curious about.
It's something to do with the plane windows, isn't it, on certain airlines? I noticed that when I was flying from Japan to Europe. It had crazy effects like that on the windows. But yeah, it looks pretty flat.
Is it?
Yeah. Also, when you're taking imagery through a phone, I'm not saying that this is validation that the Earth is flat, because even if the Earth were a globe, you wouldn't be able to see curvature from that height. But yeah, I got a bunch of footage too. And what you'll notice is if the horizon's way above the center of the frame of the camera, then it will look like it's a bit curved. And if it's below the center of the frame, it will look like it's curving the other direction, right? Like the wrong way. So it really depends. And yeah, it wouldn't be a validation either way. Because what I took a bunch of footage because I'm like, damn, I cannot believe it looks so freaking flat. I'm going to take footage. And then when I looked at the footage when I got home, I'm like, oh, so as I pan the camera around, it's like distorting. It's called lens distortion or barrel distortion. The lower the focal length is on the device, then the more of this distortion that you're going to get. Did you want me to post the image in the side chat as well?
Go for it.
All right.
Yeah, I want to see it.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, why is the Earth purple? People won't even believe this is a real
picture.
image.
I do
It
like
is
the
a real
picture.
image. That's the
yeah,
thing
no,
about it.
I know. Yeah, definitely.
You could see some of our high altitude balloon footage. I'm going to post a channel to on YouTube here for you to check out.
Sure. Clouds do look interesting from that height. I'm not gonna lie.
There you go, Dan Dimension. Check that out. This is going to blow your mind. And if you can watch YouTube on a big TV, do that and just enjoy.
Yeah, he's got some really cool videos, that's for sure.
I have no issues in looking into stuff. That's interesting. Thank you. Oh, these are all from 6 years ago. Wow, what happened to this guy?
I have no idea. Haven't heard from him for quite a while, actually.
No,
but yeah, he
shit,
has some
dude.
really cool videos. There's one in there that I would recommend. Forget the name of it.
Whereabouts are you boys putting the video link?
Oh, it's in the side chat, man. What's your name? Can you see the side chat?
Yeah, it's the channel chat.
Yeah.
What do you think of all these? Like, let's ignore the recent science, okay? But what do you think about all these like old scientists, like from 3,000 years ago all the way back, who all claimed to be living on a globe?
Yeah. So definitely 3,000 years ago, no one was claiming such a thing. That definitely wasn't the case. All ancient cultures knew that the Earth was a flat, enclosed system that was stationary.
Is there any
It
proof
wasn't.
that
It
there's
wasn't the
history
first
that
person that's
exists?
attributed to saying that the Earth was a globe, which is controversial even among mainstream historians, was Pythagoras, who was essentially a weirdo cult leader. Okay, and he thought the Earth was like a musical instrument, and that they kind of worshipped spheres as divine shapes, and it kind of stems out from there. So it's interesting if you look into the history of how the globe actually became a thing, because it wasn't like people went out one day and they're like, okay, well, turns out, guys, I've gone out and done some measurements, and we're actually living on a big globe. Everyone was wrong throughout all of history. Here's my tests. Here's my measurements. You guys can go and check it for yourself. That didn't happen. That's not how the globe became a thing. So most of history, people knew that the Earth was a flat stationary plane in an enclosed system. And it's not until allegedly Pythagoras, right, was the first person to suggest it, right? And then Plato and the people that came after that, which insinuated the Earth was a globe not through empirical evidence, but through philosophical reasoning and things like that.
So you're saying ancient civilizations like believe that the Earth was flat?
Yeah, if you have a look at their depictions, Stark just posted an interesting
So what evidence, like historically, that still exists will back that up?
I hate philosophy.
Okay, so it's everyone's. Okay, so the evidence is the water. Obviously, most of the Earth's surface is covered in water. Okay, so it's the objective reality that everyone experiences. Okay, so you experience, I experience a flat stationary Earth. Okay, that's like the starting point. That's not proof that that's what it is, but that's what we experience. We experience the celestials in the sky moving like a big clock in the sky, right, in cycles, resetting, and that's just the empirical position that we all observe and live with. Okay, so what's the proof of that? Well, we have that, right? Long distance observations, laser tests, infrared camera footage. There's thousands of tests that have been done to validate that there's no curvature.
If the Earth was round like most society believes it, let's say to a certain point, you would have if it was flat, I believe it. No matter how far away, if you have powerful enough light, it could be a kilometer away, at the same height, I would see that shine through the same hole because it's flat. There's no curvature, correct?
Right, but the atmosphere absorbs light. Okay, and
So
even if you put it up high, okay, there's something called the inverse square law of light. So as the light moves away from the light source, it exponentially diminishes in intensity. Okay, you can look up the inverse square law of light. Each time you double the distance, it gets 4 times dimmer, I think. That's correct. And then the atmosphere also absorbs light. Now think about this. The water, for example, if you have a summer day and the sun's directly above you, just 200 meters down into the ocean, usually much less, it's completely black, pitch black. You can't see the sun. You can't see any light from the sun whatsoever because the medium absorbs the light. Okay, so the air is also a medium. Okay, but it's much less dense, obviously, than the water. So it still has the same sort of properties, just over a vaster distance. Okay, so does that make sense?
100%. But what I'm asking is, if the Earth is flat, because I'm still on edge about this, you can agree where if I was to have powerful enough light, well, it'll reach the other point of this same hole, same height setup, be 10 meters in the air. The Earth was round like most people claim, because there's a curvature where you wouldn't be able to see that angle of light. But if the Earth's flat, I could have it 10 meters in the air. Let's say the light is powerful enough to reach that certain point. I should be able to see that same light beam at the same height.
Yeah. We've taken that. That's a great argument, actually, and that's one of the main ways that we do test for it. Okay, so here's an example. We can get extremely high-powered lasers these days, and we've had, for example, teams of field engineers go out and do what you suggested, but using like a $20,000-$30,000 laser. Okay, so that what they'll do is they'll set up the laser on one side of a huge body of water. For example, one of their tests was over 40 kilometers long. Okay, and they shoot the laser across over the surface of the water to hit a target that's the same height on the other side of the body of water. Then we can calculate that if the Earth were a globe, there should be X amount of curvature over that distance, which is many, many hundreds of feet of curvature over that distance. And what they found is that in every single test that they performed, the laser would hit the target. Now, this has been done over and over and over again. Same with the line of sight thing.
Even if I was to set it up in my backyard, are you saying it would be the same thing?
Yeah. If you can, it's good to do it over like somewhere that doesn't have elevation changes. That's why bodies of water or frozen lakes or salt lakes, things like this, are very good to use. So if you could find a 10-mile lake, okay, and you stand on one side of the lake, this is what I did. I did it over a 20-kilometer lake. Okay, but just say it's a 10-mile lake. Okay, over that 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature, according to the globe Earth mathematics. Now, if you set up a camera or a light or a laser or whatever you wanted to do, you could even just do a mirror flash or something like that. Okay, or just say you had a buddy over on the other side of the lake. You shouldn't be able to zoom in across the lake and see your friend standing there on the other side of the lake. You can calculate exactly how much he should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Right? The horizon should be a certain distance, and then anything that's beyond that horizon would start to dip behind the curvature of the Earth. So your friend should be hidden by about 50 foot of Earth curvature. But what we've found is that there's zero curvature over these distances where there must be curvature. We can zoom in across that lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake.
Are you able to link any of those videos or like something to back
Yeah,
that up?
absolutely. Stark just put the laser test I was talking about. That's a really technical one. But what I'll do really quickly is I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about with a real world test.
Because honestly, by the research I've done, is both sides claim that they've done the same test and they've got different results.
Yeah, so this is like after looking into this for 8 years, I guarantee you that once you look into it, you're not going to find any of these tests that match up with the globe. We've been asking for 8 years. We've been asking physicists, engineers, all sorts of people coming through here, and they've not been able to present it. The horizon should be, and check if that's actually happening. And we find that it's not doing that. Like we see a boat sail out, say you got a giant cruise ship, right? If you got real clear conditions and no waves, the cruise ship will just go out, 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 and it'll get smaller and smaller and smaller due to perspective, and then it'll get so small that you can't see it anymore. Okay, and it looks like it's gone. You can still see the horizon, but you can't see the cruise ship anymore. And then you can pull out a camera, like a super zoom camera, and zoom in where the cruise ship was, and then you can see the whole cruise ship again. So it didn't actually go over any curvature, which it would have had to if the Earth was a globe. It just went out of your field of view, right? Your range of perspective. But I get why, like, they didn't have these high-powered optics back in the old days, right? Where they might have seen a boat go out and they can't see the boat anymore, and they're like, oh, it must have gone over the curvature of the Earth. And then sometimes, obviously, if you've got like ocean swells, then it's going to look like the boat's disappearing bottom up because the boat's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. But those ocean swells are still close to you, right? So it's kind of like the ship's going to reduce in angular size and it's going to look like it's disappearing behind the ocean swells bottom up. And then sometimes you can have some miraging effects and things like that make it look like it's sinking, right? One of the miraging effects is called sinking, where it looks like things are sinking in the distance. So, yeah, it's not caused by the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, I got a video here of a big giant cruise ship. I think it's a cruise ship. Anyway, it looks like a giant ship. But you'll see that when this guy, he's zoomed out, he's just standing at the beach, nice calm day, no waves. And when he's zoomed out, you can't see the boat at all. And then it's not until about halfway through his zoom that the boat starts to come into view again. And then once he fully zooms in, you can see the whole boat again.
I wonder how far out that boat is. Probably like a few miles.
It's probably about 10 to 15 miles out because of other videos that I've got where it's like a similar sized boat, and we know the distance to the boat because you can check them on shipping radar apps, right? And it'll tell you the size of the boat, the name of the boat, and stuff like that. Yeah, like I got an observation here. I'll just find it. And we know the exact distance to this boat, and you shouldn't be able to see it. It should be completely hidden by the curvature of the Earth. Right, so here's a different observation. Right, so he's got on this one. He's got the second. Yeah, so with this one, he's got the camera set up at just 1 meter high. Okay, so the horizon should be at 3.4 kilometers away. Okay, and you shouldn't be able to see any more water past the horizon, right? Because the horizon's like the line where the sky and the ground meets. Right, but he's looking out and he's got a wind farm out there. And the wind farm's like 11 point something miles away, 11.2 miles away. And then you can see a boat, when he zooms right in, you can see a boat out past the wind farms. Okay, and the guy that did this observation, Dr. John D., he tracked the boat on shipping radar, on 2 different shipping radar apps. And he looked up the name of the boat and how big the boat is, and how far, it says how far away the boat is, so it's called the Shetland Trader. And he looked up the height of it, and then he did the math and worked out that, yeah, you shouldn't be able to see any of the boat. It should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. It's 14 nautical miles, 14.1 nautical miles out, I think. 12.1 nautical miles out. Hold on, I'll just post the screenshots from the shipping tracking radar. All right, so that's the boat. It's called the Shetland Trader. It's the only boat that was out there. And yeah, 12.1 nautical miles, which is it's like about 14 nautical miles out. Okay, and this is the ship. And then he shows you like this is what height the ship is, and then here's the calculations on an Earth curvature calculator to tell you how much should be hidden over that distance, right? So I'll just open up the curvature calculator. Okay, so the eye height, the camera height, 3.5 foot, which is 1 meter. Oh, he's got it in metric there. Yeah, 1 meter. And then the target, the ship's 22 kilometers away, which is 13.9 miles. Okay, so it says the target hidden height is 27 meters. Okay, which is 89 foot. Okay, and now we check the size of what the boat is. So I'll just post this. Just 1 second. Right, so this has got the height of the boat. Yeah, so it's like 7 meters or something like that.
Like 7 meters were visible?
No, the boat's 7 meters above. Like, can you see the image I just put in the side chat? So from where the water, because some of the boats like under the water, right? Because it's sitting in the water. So that's like 7 meters to where the deck is, and then it's much higher, above that, just the masts and things like that. But we can see like basically the whole boat if you scroll up and have a look at when he zooms out to it, you can see basically the whole boat. but the whole boat should be completely hidden behind the horizon by what did it say? 27 meters. Back in just a second.
I wonder where this approximation was taken to like calculate like the Earth's curvature. Because like if this if this optical camera that's like zoomed in this much and saw the and if these measurements are true, then like something's not right. Like who actually
Exactly.
took these measurements?
Yeah, so this is a guy named Dr. John Dee. Right, he's like got a PhD, and he actually set out to debunk flat Earth originally. Okay, so these screenshots are just from a full-length video on his channel, where he spends an hour and a half going over the whole observation. He shows you the whole setup, and he'll show you the distances and everything. He goes over everything in detail. But the main thing that we're looking at in this one is the windmill farm. Okay, because we know the exact distance to the windmill farm, and we can see it really clearly. I'll just repost. Whoops. 1 second. Yeah, I'll just repost the observation, so it's right there in the chat. All right, because the main thing that he's looking at is that windmill farm. Okay, so I'm just gonna excuse me. I'm just gonna show you a close up of the windmill farm, just what it looks like close up. 1 second. All right, here it is. All right, so this is the target. Okay, so the windmill farm's 8 miles away. The closest windmill's 8 miles away on the left. You can see 6 windmills when he zooms in. So the one on the left's 8 miles away, and then each one's a little bit further until the one on the right is 11.2 miles away. And then there's a picture just underneath that of what they look like close up. So when it's low tide, the paint's like stripped off the bottom of them. So you can see that black portion at the bottom. Okay, so when he zooms in, yeah, because the water like corrodes the paint off or whatever.
When it's high tide.
It's low tide when he did the observation, so you can see that low tide mark. When it's high tide, it comes up to like the top of that black bit there. But yeah. So we can do the calculations, right? So I'll show you a screenshot. Okay, so you can just go on Google and type in Earth curvature calculator if you want to double check this, but this is just me taking a screenshot from the Earth curvature calculator. They all give the same results. Okay, so we put in the target to the object, right, which is the furthest windmill on the right-hand side, and that's 11.2 miles out, which is about, I think it's 18 kilometers, and then the eye height level is 3.5 foot, which is 1 meter. Okay, and then the target distance to the horizon is 2.29 miles, which is 3.4 kilometers approximately. Okay, so that's where the cutoff point should be for the water. That's like the horizon is defined as the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. So you shouldn't be able to see any more water past the horizon if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so at the bottom, 52 feet of the windmill should be obstructed behind the horizon. That's why it says at the bottom there, obscured object part, 52.9 feet. I think that's about 16 meters. So the bottom 16 meters of the windmill tower at the bottom should be hidden behind that horizon, but it's not. We can see just flat water all the way past where the horizon should be on a globe, and then all the way out to like past where that boat is until it kind of like gets kind of hazy past the boat. But yeah, this doesn't work on a globe. Right, over that distance, there's like a huge amount of curvature, like over 100 feet of curvature. If the Earth were a globe. Right, so he went back and he did it on different days, and he's got all of it logged. Right, he also does high-powered laser tests. where he shoots, instead of just observing things in the distance, he'll shoot high-powered lasers across the surface of the water and hit a target on the other side, which would also be impossible if the Earth were a globe, because there should be, hundreds of feet of curvature between point A and point B. And yeah, that's what's good about this. Like, if you don't have to just like blindly believe in this, right? You can say, all right, I'm going to go check for myself, if you wanted to, and you can go do it yourself, right? Like I did myself. I used to live on a big lake. I don't know if are you from Australia?
No, I'm from Canada.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, well, I lived on a giant lake, and yeah, we had like a 20-kilometer stretch across the lake. So I went and did a whole bunch of my own tests across the lake, and I could zoom in across the lake and see the shoreline because it had like white sand beaches on the shoreline. I could zoom across and see the white sand beach on the other side of the lake. I did it a whole bunch of times, and there should have been like way more than 50 feet of curvature over that distance, blocking my view. And yeah, there's just like tons and tons of tests, right? We've even had teams of field engineers have gone out, right? This group called Field Engineers Corps went out with a $30,000 laser, and they were doing like 40-kilometer laser tests using this beast of a laser. And there's like an hour-long video where they show the whole setup and they show the experiment being done, and there's like a big technical 180-page PDF document where they go over all of the temperatures and the laser specifications and stuff like that. So quite a bit of effort's been put into this, and we can't find any curvature. So then we go so we do all of these tests, we can't find any curvature after thousands of different tests that have been done and observations. And then so we go hunting, like who throughout all of history went out and actually validated this so-called curvature that's meant to be there. And that's where you start running into a brick wall, right? You're not going to be able to find anything empirical. You're going to find ancient Greeks that made a bunch of assumptions and did some calculations based off those assumptions, or people like Pythagoras that like literally were batshit crazy cult leaders, and you're not going to find any empirical evidence for the globe when it comes to curvature. That's for sure.
Mm.
Yeah, lots of information, man. I didn't mean to waffle on for too long.
Yeah, it's because like like I can see hundreds of not hundreds. I don't know if I can see hundreds of kilometers out, but I could definitely see like 100 kilometers out. Like I could see like a beach shore from the beach shore. It's like why can I see that if there's supposed to be a lot of curvature?
Right. And you can calculate like how much curvature there should be and how far away the thing is that you can see. And that's what people started doing. Like back in this like kicked off really big in 2015 when Nikon released a camera called the Nikon P900, and it's like a crazy powerful zoom camera. And people were zooming in on islands and things like that were like way past where you should be able to see them. And they're like, hey, and they started like putting the videos online, and they're like, this does not work on a globe. And yeah, it's there's so many observations that have been done. And I've been looking for one that actually would match up with a globe for years, and I haven't seen one that not even close matches up with a globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put another one in the side chat quickly, because this is a crazy one as well. Another one where it's like crystal clear conditions, no wind, real like dry air, not much humidity because it's in Utah. So this is at the Great Salt Lake in Utah. And this is 21 miles, which is 34 kilometers. And this guy, he just sets his camera up 5 foot high on a tripod on one side of the lake. Okay, this is his camera setup. It's a Nikon P1000, one of the most powerful zoom cameras you can get. right? And then he's going to be zooming across to the other side of the lake and testing to see what should be there if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so that's the top view from Google Earth, just showing where he was standing. He was standing at the top of the yellow line, and he's zooming across to the other side of the lake, which is at the bottom of the picture. Okay, and then he had a buddy over on the other shoreline, 21 miles away, who took some footage, and this is what it looks like on the other side of the lake. So he's going to be standing behind that camera and zooming over to this shoreline that you can see here. And now we do some math, right? Some pretty simple math. And we just use an Earth curvature calculator to make it even easier. Okay, so based off the eye height, okay, so you put in the eye height, 5 foot, which is 1.5 meters. And then you put in the target distance, 21 miles, which is 34 kilometers. And then it calculates how far the horizon should be if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so the horizon distance should be 2.7 miles, which is, I think it's about 4 kilometers, something like that. And then the target hidden height, which is the shoreline on the other side of the lake, that should be hidden behind the horizon by 223 feet, which is it's just a bit over 80 meters or something like that, I think. Yeah, something like 80 meters. But yeah, a ton, right? Like a skyscraper worth of curvature.
Oh.
Okay, so now I'll just post the observation again quickly. Okay, and then I'll post a few screenshots from it because he did it during the day, and then he stayed there and he did it again during the night. So first thing you'll notice, the first thing we're looking for is that horizon. Okay, so the horizon is the maximum distance you should be able to see the water. That's the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. That's what the horizon is. And on a globe, it's due to the curvature of the Earth. So anything beyond the horizon should start to become hidden behind the horizon. So we don't see any horizon over the entire 21 miles. Okay, there's no horizon. It just looks like flat water all the way across the lake. And then when he zooms in, you can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake as well. Okay, and you can notice the big white tower that's in the background as well. Right, and none of that tower is obstructed. Right, so here's an even more of a close-up picture of the shoreline and the tower. Okay, so see the bottom of the tower, and then under the tower you can see the shoreline. And then this is what it looks like from 21 miles away.
Yeah, it's like you can't even see it. There's just none.
Yeah, so
Like you can see the whole
from
building.
Yeah, you can see the whole building, and you can even see there's like puddles all over the shoreline on the other side. And you can even, at nighttime, you can see the light reflecting off the lights there on those puddles that are on the lake there. So you can see the shoreline. That's the target's the shoreline.
Yeah.
So this is how much curvature there should be, right? If there was a skyscraper that was 30 stories high, sitting on the other side of the lake, then you would only just be able to see the top couple of stories of the skyscraper. The whole rest would be hidden behind the horizon if the Earth were a globe. So yeah, and then after this, they actually did like a laser test as well. So he set up the laser at 5 foot high and made it horizontal and shot it across the lake, and then his buddy on the other side could see the laser beam. They actually shot lasers across the lake towards each other. So here's the some pictures of that. I'll post the full video it's from if you want to check it out later as well. He goes through everything. So that's the laser beam that he's shooting out, and then this is his buddy seeing the beam from the other side.
That's a powerful laser. Holy.
Yeah. Super powerful, expensive laser beams.
Imagine 21 miles, and it's still a perfect laser.
Yeah, they do diverge out a bit as the laser goes out, right? But when you have really good quality lasers with like a collimator, it keeps the laser beam nice and like a beam rather than spreading out too much. But if the Earth were a globe, right? If you're setting up the laser horizontally, the person on the other side of the lake should see the laser beam like 220 feet up in the air. There's no way the laser can hit the target on the other side of the lake. If the So yeah, that's where we're coming from, man. Like empirical evidence, actually testing it, questioning the globe, looking for someone to come in and say, "Oh no, here's proof that it's a globe," but it never happens. We talk to professors and physicists and satellite engineers and all sorts of people come through here, and none of them have any empirical evidence of Earth curvature. Yeah, I'll show you what it looks like when the laser hits the target. Okay, so this is from a different observation done by the team of field engineers, and this is 40 kilometers, so it's even longer one. Yeah, so this one's from a 40 kilometer test, and they set up this big giant target on the other side.
Oh yeah.
So this is like a team of field engineers. This is one of the most technical ones that's ever been done. So I'll post there's a video, an hour-long video, where they go over everything and show you the whole test.
What do you mean? Like there's footage of ships, right, going out
Bro.
in the sea, sinking
Samba,
below the horizon.
Samba, things can get cut off from the bottom up on a flat surface, and there's also mainstream. Okay, so that there are different ways it can happen, right? Partially due to perspective, right? We can also have atmospheric effects such as sinking or inferior mirage. Okay, those are mainstream explanations and literally defined as things that would normally be visible, right, can appear to sink behind the horizon even though they're not physically obstructed. Okay, so that's something we can give you citations for. Then there can be ocean swells as well. Okay, then we can have atmospheric magnification as well. That can play a small role. And then there's a loss of perspective due to the angle of view, right? That can play a small role as well. There's turbulence. There's a whole bunch of reasons, dude. Right? None of them are curvature, by the way. And also, you're not seeing the amount cut off that should be cut off if the Earth were a globe. So it's kind of break the argument.
Yeah. How far
What
away
about
is?
what about any other example?
How
What
far
about
away is the needle from the spot you mentioned? What's the
like
distance?
if you take a telescope, the guy released
Samba, I
a.
gave you examples. You
Can you
didn't
not
watch them. You just
interrupt?
laughed at them.
Can you not interrupt, please? Like everybody interrupts here when somebody's talking. I don't know. Like I don't interrupt people when they talk.
Well, they get to ask you or make replies to you, and then I make my reply to you and ask you a question. But you waffle through me, and it's like, oh, well, why are we talking through each other? My question was, what's the distance to Chicago from the place that you mentioned?
Something like 40 miles.
Okay. From the observation point, what's the height above the lake?
What's the what?
Height, altitude, distance between the surface of the water and the observer.
Oh, Well, the observer is like 7 feet tall, 6 feet tall, something like that.
Okay, so then the observation is made from 6 feet off the water, 7 feet off the water.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the distance to the horizon in miles with a 6 or 7 foot observer height?
To the horizon? I don't know.
3 miles, bro. I'll just help you out quickly there to move the conversation forward. 3 miles from a 6 foot observer height. That's where the horizon should be, and you shouldn't be able to see any more water beyond that.
Like you can take a
How far
telescope
away is the thing again? You said it was 40, 50, 60 miles. What was it?
from Indiana Dunes State Park to Chicago is like 40 miles, I think, something like that.
Okay,
And
3
the
miles.
skylines
40
are
miles.
cut off on the bottom. Like there's tons of examples of this. Like if
Yeah.
the Earth was flat, you could take a
Right.
telescope and you could
No,
see
no, let me get
shit
to the
that you
conclusion
cannot
instead
see
of
normally
rambling
that are
on
in the
claim
distance.
stacking.
I just
So,
posted it
40
for him.
miles.
52. I just posted 52 miles away, Chicago. So he's wrong.
Okay, so 3 miles versus 50 miles.
1,800 feet of curvature.
Damn. And you're only seeing the bottom of this skyline cut off?
Yeah, even in the picture he sent, you can see the bottom of the skylines being cut off. Even though the picture is so low quality.
So it's just much bigger than what NASA tells us. So NASA are still lying then.
Yeah.
So it's just a bigger globe, is it? Is it a bigger globe than they tell us?
You're a really good flat earther, man. I'm glad you brought that up.
What do you mean? Even the time lapse that the guy sent, looking towards Chicago, you can see the city is being.
You shouldn't see it at all, bro.
What do you mean you shouldn't see it at all, man? Let's
go learn the claim geometry of the Earth. Go learn the claim geometry of the Earth, and then come back and tell us that we should still be seeing that skyline.
Yeah. Because the distance to the horizon with a radius value of 3,959 miles at 6 feet is 3 miles. You're seeing from 6 feet 50 something miles. You are not looking at the geometric horizon. You are looking beyond the geometric horizon. Your sphere needs a larger radius in order for that to function.
Now, what I'm saying, if the Earth was flat, right, you could see stuff in the distance, like about 50 miles.
We do. Why do you think we're here? Why do you think we're here?
So how do you explain boats being obstructed by the horizon?
DJ was trying to, and you wouldn't listen to him. Do you want to try again, DJ?
Yeah, we can show you observations where there should be hundreds of feet of curvature and there's zero curvature. Okay, what you're showing is a huge distance. Okay, and there's atmospheric effects and different things that can account for that. Okay, it happens sometimes and we can replicate it on a small scale. We can show things on a flat floor in someone's house disappearing bottom up when the weather conditions are manipulated in the room. Okay, it's called sinking. I can give you mainstream definitions for it if you need to. Okay, you haven't counted that out, right? That's literally fits the definition of what's happening there with sinking. And we can show you observations where we can see over like a 20-mile lake, right, with zero curvature over the 20 miles. Okay, and there should be 293 foot of curvature over that distance. Super clear conditions as well.
What's the math behind that?
Okay, so
wait.
No,
Samba, why do you keep reacting with laughing emojis to the videos I'm trying to show you?
Who the fuck cares?
To demonstrate some principles.
What do you care?
What's the laughing emoji? What are you laughing at about that video? What's funny about it?
I tried to show you this 20 minutes ago.
The guy's triggered about me putting a fucking emoji on his video. What the fuck?
No. If I would be triggered about anything, it'd be a low IQ moron wasting my friend's time in here, right? You don't want to look at anything we're showing you that would help you understand this conversation
I have
better.
seen the fucking RC battleship video.
Right, then explain it. Then fucking explain it. Explain what's taking place. Explain what's
funny about it.
Explain it.
You're the kind of
Yes,
dude
we're
that
getting
takes
derailed here.
that takes fucking water in a cup and then sets it on a table and
There's
looks
no
at
fucking
it
cup in that video,
like it
moron.
should have been
Explain the RC
round,
boat
man.
observation. Go on, Samba. Explain it to us.
Yeah, that's just stupid, man.
So you can't explain it. Basic observation.
I asked, what measurements do you use for the curvature?
There's no point telling
What
you
makes
about
you
measurements
think?
of observations when you don't understand how vision works and what
makes you
influences
think?
it, right?
What makes you?
There's no point.
What makes you think there's such a huge curvature? Like if you watch Chicago from the
Basic
Indiana dudes that are-
mathematics. Basic
Okay,
mathematics
what
based
mathematics?
off the globe model. Okay, so
What
right, so if you have a ball that has a radius of 3,959 miles, you can use basic formulas and calculate that over 20 miles there should be X amount of curvature just based off the size of the ball. It's not up for debate, right? Because they tell us the size of the globe. So over 20 miles, there should be 266.7 foot of curvature approximately. Okay,
How much? How much?
266.7 approximately.
266
Yeah, like it's 26-story building.
feet. 260 feet.
Yeah, that's like 120 meters.
Of curvature in height over what distance?
Of drop over distance, yeah.
Over what distance?
20 miles.
20 miles. That would be how much?
34 kilometers approximately.
Over 34 kilometers.
Yep.
You should have 120 meters of curvature.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And put it this way as well, like if you're on one side of a lake and it's 20 miles across the lake, and you had the Titanic where you're at, and then the Titanic, right, if it still existed, were to sail over to the other side of the lake, you shouldn't be able to see the Titanic anymore when it's on the other side of the lake. It would be hidden behind the horizon.
Over a distance of 34 kilometers, the
Yeah.
Earth curves approximately 7.5 meters.
No. It doesn't curve 7.5 meters. I'll show you the so go to Google, just type in Earth curvature calculator, pick any one you want, right? They're all based off the same math. Right? Or you can go to AI if you want to and just type in on a globe how much curvature would there be over 34 kilometers or 21 miles, right? But you can just go to an Earth curvature calculator, right? They're all over the internet, made by globe earthers. It's 266.7 feet, right? And then if you have a certain observer height, okay, then it changes a tiny little bit. Okay, it means the horizon will be a certain distance away. And I'll just show you actual real world observations to like go along with what I'm saying as well. Right, so this is 21 miles, a bit more than 20 miles. Great Salt Lake in Utah. Right, so he sets his camera up at 5 foot high. Here's the camera setup. Nikon P1000. You following along?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, here's a screenshot from two different Earth curvature calculators. They're all going to give you the same result. It's the same math. Okay, so 5 foot eye height, target distance 21 miles. Okay, the target's just the shoreline on the other side. Okay, the horizon distance 2.7 miles. So the horizon should be 2.7 miles away. So that's the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. You shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon. It would start to become hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. And then the shoreline on the other side, which is the target, okay, that should be obstructed by 223 feet. But when he zooms in across the lake, you can see the shoreline on the other side, right? You can also see a big giant white tower. Okay, there's zero curvature over the entire 21-mile distance, and there's no horizon at all over the 21-mile lake. Right. So you following along, Samba?
Yeah, I'm just curious. How do you explain stuff disappearing behind the horizon?
All right. So things can sometimes disappear behind the horizon due to different things like ocean swells, right? Because they're very common in the ocean, right? But when you're looking out over a vast distance in the ocean, they kind of blend in together, because if you're down low and you're looking out and you just see the tops of the ocean swells, you can't really see that there's ocean swells out there. So you can check the surf report, right? If there's ocean swells, things can disappear behind the curve, like behind the ocean swells. But sometimes we can also have atmospheric conditions, right? For example, sinking. Okay, so if you go to Google right now and you type in what is sinking refraction, right? The first response will be AI, Gemini AI, and it will say it's an atmospheric refraction effect in which something that would normally be visible completely appears to sink below the horizon.
Okay. But,
Okay.
Can I ask one question? So
Yeah.
if I have a, let's say, a telescope that's able to zoom like 400 kilometers in the distance,
Yeah.
if the Earth was flat, how come you cannot see? Like you could observe stuff on that distance with a telescope if the Earth was flat.
If the air was clear enough,
yeah,
you would
the
be
air
able
was clear
to.
enough, yeah.
But it's never clear enough to see that far. In fact, if you check the visibility report in any location anywhere on the Earth, usually it's about like 15, 20 miles or something like that. You know, it doesn't usually get much more than that either. But in ideal conditions, like just technical ideal conditions, the furthest distance you can see through the medium of air is 200 miles, 300 kilometers. That's the maximum distance, just because air has a certain
that's enough.
opacity. Yeah, but that's in ideal conditions. Like, try to find me a single weather report where the visibility is 300 miles. Okay, now we can go up in a plane where there's less atmosphere and we can see further. And now we've got a guy named Jay Tolan. He goes up with $8,000 worth of camera equipment using infrared cameras, sorry. And he's able to see things that are like 1,000 miles away that should be many kilometers hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, he's done tons and tons of different videos where he shows you, like, look, I'm looking over the Great Lakes in America and I can see this mountain range that the top of the mountain should be way, way, way below the curvature of the Earth. Right? So this is what we're talking about. We got tons and tons and tons of empirical evidence that doesn't match up with the globe, and there's zero observations to counter them. Zero
observations.
Yeah, bro.
I mean, I kind of feel bad.
I laughed at it at first too. Yeah,
I kind of feel bad for you guys.
You can cope with it all you like, bro.
Guys, is the Earth?
Yeah, Earth flat. Earth is flat.
But anyways,
yeah, Samba, look, bro, you can just ignore what I said, and I can keep showing you observation after observation where we can see not just a little bit further, we can see like orders of magnitude further than you should be able to see on a globe. And then I'm going to hit you up for something that counters it, right? Something that matches up with the globe. And you're going to think it exists, and then you're going to go looking for it, and then you're going to have to try to work out how to deal with the situation, right? Because you came in here yesterday and told us we're coping. Right, but you're the one that keeps coping, right? You're the one that yesterday said that the moon phases, right, is the shadow of the Earth on the moon, right? You say dumb shit like that, but you mock us when you're the one saying dumb shit.
I say dumb shit, but you guys have no map. You cannot explain.
You don't have a map.
I need one.
You don't have a map.
I need one. I need one.
You don't have a map.
We don't need one, Samba.
You cannot explain.
We don't need a map. We don't need explanations. We don't need them.
You cannot explain a bunch of shit, but when somebody
we don't need to.
a single one thing, then
we can explain
debunked,
what
right?
debunks all of your explanations, right? We can just show you empirical evidence, right? So look, let's use logic here. If we can measure the Earth flat consistently and there's no curvature detected, right, that debunks every single claim for the heliocentric model, because every single claim for the heliocentric model requires the Earth to be curving. If it's not curving, then it's just debunks everything. So there you go.
Yeah.
Exactly,
Okay.
Summer.
Yeah.
Lack of explanation for celestial phenomena, lack of a map, lack of a model, lack of all this other stuff does not falsify the measurements. Counter measurements would falsify the measurements.
Sure.
Yes, Samba.
Yeah,
So I mean, you don't have
exactly.
any
You've got
explanations
nothing.
for anything. I mean, you have even less explanations than us, because all yours are based on the premise of a globe that's rotating. And when we drill down on all that, we're going to find no evidence validating them claims. So you think you have explanations for things. All you have is drastic misunderstandings.
Right. And it's a projection because of the evidence of the Earth's surface being flat, like as what DJ's presented to you, that thereby nullifies all your explanations as incorrect. Right? So it's a projection on us. Oh yeah, but then you must explain. No, don't have to explain shit except for the measurements.
Falsification is independent of replacement. Hey, Samba, have you heard of the on my unicorn fallacy?
Bro, just chill, man. I don't even wanna debate this stuff.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to if I were you either right now.
Yeah, he's shell shocked, DJ.
So the on my unicorn fallacy occurs when someone builds an argument upon an unverified or an imaginary premise, treating it as established fact. It's a logical error of reasoning from within a framework that has not itself been demonstrated to exist. The fallacy highlights how reasoning can become circular or detached from reality when the core premise remains unproven. In debates about cosmology, for instance, it would apply to arguments that presume the existence of a globe Earth, aka the unicorn, and then use that unverified unicorn/assumption to explain observations before discussing what happens on the unicorn. One must first demonstrate that the unicorn itself exists.
He put his fingers in his ears just before you finished.
That's right.
What a clown. Such a shame you go through everything so meticulously, DJ, regarding optics, and they just don't get any of it, unfortunately. Or they refuse to get it. Too damning.
And that's basically self-preservation. You run cogniz through your brain for too long, it's going to actually, damage it. So he's probably better off with those deafening things.
So what happened is his mom got his shoe size and then purchased 2.5 foot long clown shoes and gave him clown shoes to go to school with. Now everyone is telling him, no, that's not your actual foot size. But what he ends up doing is saying, yeah, huh? Because when I stick my foot in my shoe, my toes touch the toe of the shoe. I feel it. I touch it. And they're like, nah, bro, your foot's not 2.5 foot long. Yes, it is. It fills the shoe. Except in this case, I see a flat Earth, but it's not a flat Earth. It's a globe. And then gives you all of the flat Earth proof and then says, see, look, it's a globe.
Wouldn't it be the same if the Earth was flat? We would still be in an Earth next to a vacuum, floating in a space.
No, bro. I don't know how you've been here for this long and you still think that you're still trying to put the flat Earth inside the globe model. right? You're trying to fit the flat Earth inside the heliocentric concept of the universe, which is a big giant space vacuum. The flat Earth does not reside within the fantasy heliocentric model of outer space.
No, I'm generally talking about the space. The space, the stars, the sun, whatever we see may not be whatever the scientists are trying to tell us, but they do exist, right? I mean,
Yeah, but why is it a vacuum? Why, we don't know what they are. We don't know if it's a big, giant, vast vacuum. In fact, it's not possible for it to be that, and there's no evidence of it as that. Okay, that's just a story that we were told growing up about what we're seeing in the sky. And it came from a whole bunch of assumptions made by ancient philosophers and cult leaders like Pythagoras and whatnot, based on crazy ideas, right? Based on just guesswork, right? Not actual empiricism. So yeah, if you want to claim that there's a big giant space vacuum in the sky and that the Earth is an object inside the space vacuum, that's a crazy claim, right? You're gonna have to back that claim up. Like the image that you posted yesterday of the disk in space, that's propaganda made up by the media.
the images I uploaded,
Yeah, like the disk. Yeah, you put it in the chat yesterday. You asked us if this was flat Earth, and it was like a disk floating in space with a dome over the top.
oh, it was not yesterday. It was, I think, 2 weeks or maybe.
No, it was just a day or two ago.
Either way, you know the meme that he's referring to, or the image that you posted. You do recall that, right?
I mean, yeah, in that time, I thought that was the model all of the flat earthers were agreeing on. But later,
he's explaining to you that that's propaganda. That comes from the Flat Earth Society, which is a group that tries to propose that the Earth is accelerating upward at a certain speed, and that's what causes things to fall. Okay? That's not what we propose here or promote or think. And if I may add, because I have been listening for a quick minute, as far as all your space stuff there, the theory that's proposed is a big bang, a little tiny dot of pure energy that exploded and started expanding outward, and everything started becoming into existence, whether it's Mars or Earth or anything that they tell you. Backup theory to that is the big crunch, that eventually one day it's going to stop expanding and it's going to start falling back in on itself and crush back into that small little dot of pure energy. Seriously? Like, these are people telling you stuff. They have nothing to back it up with. They pull it out of thin air. In fact, the Big Bang Theory itself was proposed by a priest. Like, the guy just thought it up, spewed it out, and everybody went with it. Yep, that's what happened. Nothing, bang, everything. So I just want you to chew on that for a little while. Big bang, big crunch. It's moving outward. One day it's going to move inward. I don't know who came up with that, how they came up with it, what evidence or any research they have to back any of those statements up, but that's where we're at with the mainstream NASA, astronomy, Neil deGrasse Tyson stuff. We're going into space, people. Sure we are. Screw the homeless. Screw the problems here. The sky, the stars, the moon, the sun, what we're observing up there is just what we're observing. To claim that it's raining diamonds on one of those lights in the sky, I have no right to say that. Nobody has the right to say that.
No, actually, that was not my problem. Actually, a few days ago, one of these flat earthers actually explained to me that there is no certain model that every flat earther agrees on, and I accept that. Okay, it's okay. I was just saying that regardless of the shape and the situation of the Earth, okay, we are living in some kind of condition with a huge amount of oxygen and gas around us, and whether the Earth is flat or ground, you know, I mean, it is going to be like beside a vacuum or space. I know you want to say that the space is fake, yeah, but I mean, what the shape of the Earth has to do with it? See what I mean?
Okay, no. The shape of the Earth, what the topic is that it is observably flat and stationary. We are told it's curving and spinning. We do not observe that. The only time we observe it is when we're given an image from NASA or when we look through a fisheye lens, we might see the horizon bending left to right. But we don't see it moving. Any experiment done to prove that it's spinning or moving has failed. We don't see it bending left to right, front to back, no matter the height we go to. We see too far. There's no drop over distance. Whether it's the Bonneville Salt Flats or a large body of water. Water doesn't bend or curve. You want to go to waves? Okay, yeah, waves bend and curve, but long distances, large bodies of water. It doesn't drop. Okay?
Yeah.
We're being told the Earth curves, it spins. We went to the moon, we're going to Mars. We're being told things about space that we can't verify. Right? The topic was space, wasn't it?
Yeah, I see where are you coming from, but the thing is, I am beyond this, okay? It's been about 1 or 2 weeks that I'm in this channel, and I have been explained all of the things that you
So where are you at?
trying to explain. No, just DJ was, saying to the guy that just left the channel that about the vacuum and the non-existence of the container and how the gas is not being spread into the space, so the space is fake and stuff like that. And I was just wondering and asking him that even if the Earth was flat or even if it is globe, like this atmosphere, this gas must go somewhere, right? So I just am struggling hard to understand what it has to do with. Because if debunks the globe Earth, it must debunk the flat Earth too. See what I mean?
Well, no, I'm not following you there. I don't know why you're saying it has to go somewhere. And if the Earth is visually flat, I don't know how it can debunk that it's visually flat. It's observably flat. You don't see it curving. You don't feel it's moving. You don't see it spinning. Any experiment done to prove it's moving has failed. So it's stationary. In other words, the airplane can take off and land on a solid surface that's not moving. If it was moving left to right, up or down, it'd have a bit of an issue getting off the ground or landing back on the ground. It would either have to land in the direction it's take off in the direction it's spinning, or failure. You'd always have to be landing and taking off in that one direction. You couldn't land north to south, whatever. You couldn't have runways running in different compass directions: northeast, southeast, north, west, east. You couldn't have runways running like that. They'd all have to run the same direction. So it's not moving. It doesn't curve left to right. That supposed boat you saw disappear while you were standing at the edge of the ocean, it disappeared pretty quickly. It should come up behind you pretty fast. That's a pretty small ball you're living on. And if you take out something such as a telescope or a camera that can zoom in beyond where our naked eye saw it disappear, lo and behold, we can see the whole thing further out. So it didn't go behind any hump. It's not gone behind a curve. So it's visibly flat. Space, as far as up in the sky, Mars, Jupiter, Pluto, all that stuff, it's all what we're told and shown. Either from the European Space Agency, NASA, Elon Musk and his SpaceX stuff. It's all visually shown to us on screens. You know, Hollywood fakes it better than NASA does. I believe Hollywood movies and films that I watch about space more than I believe NASA's footage. And Hollywood admits that's all, smoke and mirrors. It's all special effects. None of it's real. We did it all down here on the ground, but we made it look like we were floating out in space. Yet for some reason, the average taxpayer and hardworking man or woman seems to accept all of this stuff. Yeah, we're growing lettuce on the ISS. We're really going into space. And, gas went up another $1 a liter? That's okay. I don't know.
Yeah, I have.
I'm not sure where you are with all of this, but space, what we're told is just that, what we're told. We can't go and confirm it ourselves. Earth is visually flat, not bending, not spinning. It's not a disk in space accelerating upward. When you are thinking on the flat Earth topic, you have to remove your heliocentric paradigm altogether. You can't think of the Earth the way you did when you're thinking of your globe spinning water ball. You have to have a new perspective. Open your eyes, open your mind. Mind's like a parachute. It won't open if it's closed.
Actually, no. I have seen the videos too about the NASA, like the famous astronaut guy who is brushing his teeth in a satellite or something, and the video goes in fast mode, but the background, the second layer, the objects were not in fast mode. So I have seen those videos too, and I'm here to just increase my vision, increase my.
Yeah, Mohammed's very good faith flat man. He's been here for quite a while, and he's just going through the different thought processes that are required to come to a conclusion. He's doing the right thing. I think at the moment he's a little bit confused on the gas pressure argument, right? And the outer space, right? And how Earth, like how the atmosphere would work and that kind of thing. Right, Mohammed? Or wrong?
I mean, I know that asking you about a model or anything would not be right because that's not even the subject. But could you please give me your perspective about what is keeping this amount of gas toward the Earth and avoiding it from like spreading into the outer space or something?
Yeah. So there is no outer space, right? That's why it's not spreading into the outer space, right? There's no outer space as you're taught in the globe model. Okay, so outer space in the globe is a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, right? That's it's about 100,000 times more powerful than any vacuum chamber that we can create on the Earth here, right? So to have an ecosystem, to have gas pressure in itself, you need to have a container. Do you know what a terrarium is or a vivarium?
It must be some kind of container or something, right?
Yeah, it's like when you have like a big glass tank or something like that, right? And it's got like an ecosystem on the inside where you have like plants and animals and a little pond and fish, and it's completely enclosed. But it's a self-contained ecosystem. It looks after itself. Essentially, you could just keep the container closed, and you don't ever have to open it. Okay, and it has all its own systems inside of it, condensation and gas cycles and things like that. Let me show you an example. This is an example of a very small one in the side chat that I'm going to post. Just give me a second. I was just looking for this to show you.
Meanwhile, you are searching.
I've got it. All right.
Yeah. I just want to ask that, so the air is, getting thinner and thinner the more we get high. So
Yes.
it is like it must get stopped at somewhere or something.
Well, there's only a certain height that we can measure the pressure up until, and it's not that high. I think it's about 40 kilometers high. Okay, because you can't use a barometer above that height. Okay, and we can't really get up higher than that as well. Okay, so once you get to what they call the mesosphere, nobody has any pressure readings, right? It's just done on a computer model based off the globe model. So they're going to tell you that it's a certain pressure once you get up higher, except we can't validate that. Okay, even the meteorologists admit that you can't use a barometer above about 20 kilometers. Okay, you can get a special type that can go up to about 35 kilometers, but above that, you can't use a barometer. Okay, they're not calibrated for that, and they're just not able to. They don't work above that height. You can look that up. But this is the thing. You look up the definition of gas pressure in the first place, okay? Gas pressure, the definition is the force that the gas particles exert on the walls of their container, okay? As kinetic energy makes the gas particles move, right? And the gas particles move in all directions, okay? And the gas pressure that you're reading is when the gas particles are bouncing off each other and off the walls of their container. You need to have the container or the area to be able to have the gas pressure in the first place. I'll get you the definition. Yeah, do you need the definition? I can pull up the definition for you.
No, I have searched that before, like yesterday. I just understood about this concept.
It's an antecedent. It's a requirement to be able to have gas pressure. For example, if you have a car tire, okay, or if you want to have any gas pressure higher than the atmospheric gas pressure, you need to have a container. So if you want to have like a balloon or a car tire or a soda can or something like that, obviously you need a physical container to contain the pressure. You can't have it without having a container. Now, what happens when you put a hole in a car tire? The air is going to rush out of the high pressure system every single time, right? Because that is a gas, that's a natural law. That's what happens. The high pressure will go to the low pressure and the gas particles will try to fill the available space. So very quickly, it will equalize with the outside pressure. Like that's why stop me because I want you to understand it. So if I say something that you're not sure about, just stop me and
The
clarify.
thing is, I had been watching some debates on the YouTube. Like right now, I am watching this guy, Whitlist. I'm sorry.
Whitsitt, Austin Whitsitt.
Yeah, versus William Harris, and a term that I am hearing so often is collapse of the gas. Is it the same as like what you are trying to say, like filling the empty space, empty?
Yeah. So the reason gas particles move is because of heat, right? So as soon as they have any heat, they have kinetic energy, and that's what makes them move, right? And then they will move in straight lines. Okay, they'll move in a straight path, and they will only change that straight path if they bounce off of each other or off the walls of their container. Now, they don't have a directional bias. Okay, they don't have like a downward bias or anything like that. They'll just move in random motion. Okay, and as long as you have heat, then the gas particles will continue to move very, very quickly in random motion, and they will try to fill any available space. Okay, so have a look at what I posted in the side chat. Okay, and don't hit play yet. Can you see what I posted?
I have seen this like multiple times in this channel.
All right, well, just let me explain it one more time, okay? Or can you explain it? Do you want to try to explain the argument here to me?
Well, I think the point you were trying to make and what is actually obvious is that when we uh, give the gas some freedom and it is in a container, it will automatically fill any available space that it has any access to, right?
Yeah. So what would the top container here in the demonstration? What does that represent? It's a vacuum. What is a vacuum? Okay, if we're gonna associate this with the thing in question, which is outer space and the Earth and the gas pressure that we have here. So the top chamber will represent outer space, right? Which is a vacuum. Okay, so above us is supposed to be a big space vacuum. Okay, and then the chamber in the bottom, that would be represent what we're breathing right now, which would be the gas pressure here on the Earth. So we have a high pressure system, and then we have a vacuum, okay, above our heads. Okay, and now the only reason that the gas pressure is staying in the chamber at the bottom is because there's a physical barrier stopping the high pressure from doing what gas does and filling available space. So you'll notice that when you hit play, as soon as he releases the valve, the high pressure is instantly going to equalize with the low pressure system. Now that's a big problem for the globe because they're telling us that we are a very, 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 on a universal scale, we're just a tiny little ball covered in gas inside a giant vacuum chamber, right? And they're saying it's with no barrier, no physical barrier. When we put this to the test in a lab, it doesn't work, right? Gas laws apply, and obviously the gas will fill the available space. Now,
sorry for cutting you right there. I asked this from artificial intelligence, like 2 days ago, and he answered me that for keeping the gas in a space, you must have one of these two conditions: one, a physical container, or some kind of two, like a force that keeps the thing downwards. Like as you said, I'm just trying to say what you said, that we have to give a term to justify this behavior. See what I mean?
Right. So this is the globe's explanation, right? They say gravity acts like the container, and gravity is stopping the high pressure from equalizing with the low pressure. That's the claim on the table. Notice that magical gravity comes into play once again, right? It's the same thing that's going to be why we can have water sticking to the outside of a globe and all of these things, right? It's say the word gravity and that's just the explanation, right? So it's an explanation that doesn't have any scientific backing through experimentation. Okay, it's a theoretical mathematical concept. It's something that's required to be able to have the globe Earth work in the first place. It's not something that's been validated. Now, this is the problem. If it's also contradicting the definition of gas particle movement. Do you know the definition of gas particle movement?
No, I don't.
Just look up the official definition, but it's basically gas particles. Okay, so gas particle movement is defined as constant, random, high-speed motion in straight lines until collision occurs. Okay, so gas particles don't have a directional bias. Gas particles move in all directions. Okay, they're not being pulled down to the Earth by gravity. Okay, and that's when we ask people right now, show us a test anywhere on the Earth, right, or anywhere in a lab where you can show us gas particles being pulled down to the Earth by gravity. It doesn't exist. It goes against, like, why would they say that gas particles move in straight lines until a collision occurs? Okay, so if a gas particle is going upward at 45 degrees, for example, or any degree up, it's going to continue. It's going to continue going in a straight line.
Yeah, and not even
until
gravity, any kind of force to keep the gas not filling the empty available space. I don't think that any kind of experiment exists in that subject.
It doesn't exist, exactly. It's one of those things where you just have to have faith in the explanation. Okay, you can't ever test it. This is what they'll tell you. It's impossible to test because you'd have to have a test that's as big as the Earth, right, and replicate the whole system, which is impossible to do. So they said that basically there's no way to test it. You just have to believe it, right? Because you can never empirically verify it. Any time that we try to do it on a smaller scale, obviously it completely destroys the explanation, right? It doesn't work. There's not a single experiment where we can show gravity pulling gas pressure downward. Okay, you can have, just say you have a container, right? Let's say we have a tank, a glass tank that's enclosed, and it has a lid on the top. Okay, and it has a higher pressure inside the container. Okay, and then we take the lid off the container. Gravity doesn't hold any of the higher pressure down in that container. It all will just equalize. It will just fill the available space, and within no time at all, it'll just be the same pressure as the surrounding air, right? Gravity's not holding any of that gas down. Even if you take a heavy gas like sulfur hexafluoride, SF6 gas, it's a very, very dense, heavy gas, right? And you put it in a fish tank, within about 20 minutes or something like that, it's all going to be gone. Gravity's not going to hold any of that SF6 in the tank because all of the gas particles are going to be doing what gas particles do. They're going to be bouncing around and they're going to mix with the surrounding air, and everything's going to blend in together, and it's just going to become all as one big medium in the room, right? There's not going to be anything left in the tank except for the same air that's surrounding the tank. So I think you were saying something earlier about why is there a gradient? Well, just before we get to the gradient, are you still there?
Yeah, of course. Just listen.
Okay, just look at the image that I put underneath that example there. I'll just read it out quickly, right? So it's the guy, he's got like a big glass bottle. Okay, thriving since 1960, my garden in a bottle, seedling sealed in its own ecosystem, watered just once in 53 years. Okay, so 53 years ago, he put some water in there and shut it, and he's never opened it. Okay, that system has continued to thrive by itself, right? It's a self-contained ecosystem. What do you think would happen if you got a big vacuum chamber and you put that inside the vacuum chamber and then you removed the container, you removed the glass? Everything would die, right? The water would boil, everything would die very quickly, right? Obviously. Okay, because if you put water in a vacuum chamber, it boils. Okay, so you can't have an ecosystem inside a vacuum chamber. Obviously, you need containment to be able to have the gas pressure system, to be able to have the dynamic system that he has here, where it has all of these cycles and whatnot. Now, there's bigger versions of this as well, and they're freaking amazing. Like if you look up vivariums, like the world's biggest vivarium, I'll post a video in the side chat because it's really cool. Giant vivarium.
I'm sorry.
Right.
Meanwhile,
Hold on. I am getting to a point.
Yeah, I just had a question about the picture.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So, like, he poured some water in the bottle, and how that water is not being consumed by the plant species. See what I mean?
Well, it's everything's being cycled. Everything's being cycled inside of the container. Okay, it's being consumed, but it's cycling just like what happens here on the Earth, right? You have evaporation and all of that kind of thing, which is going to make
interesting. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, you can just like that's what you can do in your house as well. Like, just say you have a completely sealed room, you can have put plants inside a room in your house and keep it completely sealed. and the plants will be able to feed themselves, right? Because they're using the oxygen, and everything's being cycled. Okay, so have a look at these two other examples, right? This guy puts like little crocodiles, and he puts like fish and animals, and it's just kind of like a little world inside these big giant vivariums that these people make. And you don't have to open them, right? It's a self-contained ecosystem. The earth behaves just like this, right? Obviously it doesn't work if it's in a vacuum, but it works in a sealed container. Now, these ecosystems have a gas pressure gradient as well, because guess where the gas is being produced, right? And we can use the earth as an example here as well. Where is the gas produced, right? Most of the gas is produced at ground level, or in the ocean, or under the ground, right? Like 80% of the oxygen in the air is created by ocean plankton, sea plankton. And then we have all of these other complex cycles in nature where we have nitrogen cycles and all of that kind of thing. It's called a dynamic system, right? It's a big giant ecosystem that has all of these different cycles going on, which works in perfect harmony to keep the system going. That requires containment, right? To have the gas pressure in the first place requires containment, right? To have a gas pressure gradient in the first place requires containment as well. And there's no evidence otherwise that you can have anything other than that, other than a container to have gas pressure. Now, we don't know exactly how the sky works. We don't know exactly how this place is contained. All we know is that there are gas laws, there are natural laws, we have thermodynamics, and we can test all of these things over and over and over again, and we get consistent results. Right? None of them match with what they're telling us is happening in relationship to the heliocentric model and the vacuum of outer space.
So, just curious, okay? If such a thing as a a vacuum, and the space we are being told doesn't even exist at the first place, so would you say that like our atmosphere is like going on and on, like without any limit or something? I'm just trying to understand.
I don't think so. I think that we can only speculate about what's too high for us to test. Okay, so what we don't need to speculate about is that we have gas pressure, right? That the gas is created at ground level, where we have more gas, right? Approximately 14.7 psi at sea level. And then we have a gas pressure gradient, right? It also gets much colder as you go up as well, which is going to affect the movement of the gas particles as well. Okay, we also have these terrariums and vivariums, like I'm showing you now. They also have gas pressure gradients inside of them. Not as large of a gradient change as we have on the Earth, because they're very small, right? The bigger you make them, the more of a gradient that they have. But yeah, what do we know? We know that there's gas laws. Gas pressure needs a container. Okay, all of the ancient cultures all depicted a contained system. Okay, so that's not proof, right? But that's interesting information to take into consideration. All of the ancient cultures all thought the same thing, right? A flat Earth within a contained system. And we don't know exactly how the sky works. We don't know exactly what medium is up in the sky. We don't know how the containment works. We know how we can, you need a physical container to be able to have gas pressure. We know that on a smaller scale. That's how it works. Okay, but above a certain height, we can't keep measuring the pressure. It's not being done. There's no gas pressure readings when you go up 50 kilometers high. Right, where they say the mesosphere is. If you look into how they know what the pressure is up there, they just use computer models.
So, like, all the answers that is going to be said from globers or scientists would be gravity, refraction,
Yeah, gravity and refraction. That's right.
I just want to like analyze one kind of logic with you. Okay, I have been watching some YouTube video, and the guy I forgot his name said that, like as you said, nobody is explaining gravity. Nobody is explaining what gravity is actually is at the first place. They say that yeah, it just exists. Okay, but the thing is, he said that when we see the effect of one phenomenon like gravity itself, if it exists, okay, that's their claim, on different objects, and we see the results over and over again, we can confirm that such a thing exists. Okay, so
Yeah.
do you kind of agree that's logic, or it kind of not?
This is well, okay. So this is the case when we put things in a vacuum. They're going to fall at roughly the same rate. Okay, not exactly. They're going to fall at roughly the same rate. But then,
would you repeat
gas
particles?
Yeah. So when we put things in a vacuum, they fall at roughly 9.8 meters per second squared, 9.81 meters per second squared. That's roughly the speed at which things fall if you put them into a vacuum chamber. And that's where that comes from. It's an agreed upon average that things fall at roughly the same rate if you lift them up and then drop them in a vacuum chamber. Okay, that's an effect. Okay, that's something that we can all observe. And that's what a lot of people refer to when they say gravity. They think that that's what gravity is, right? Just the effect. But on the globe Earth, they're claiming the cause of the effect. Okay, that's where you're running into the pseudoscience. That's where you're running into the make-believe, or the mathematical concept of gravity. When you start trying to claim the cause of the effect, we all agree on the effect that things fall at roughly the same rate in a vacuum, unless we have gas, right? They say gas has mass as well. That's what the mainstream says. But gas particles don't fall at 9.8 meters per second squared. They should if gravity existed, but they don't. Okay, gas particles don't have a downward bias. So it seems gravity's forgotten about gas particles, but you'd need gravity to be affecting gas particles to be able to have this ecosystem that we have here on the Earth in the heliocentric model. So there's big contradictions. Huge contradictions. But yeah, the effect of gravity, if you're referring to gravity as just things falling at a certain speed, sure. But when you're starting to claim the cause of the effect is mass attracting mass, or the bending and warping of space-time, right? That's when you start getting into the weeds. That's when you start getting into textbook definition pseudoscience. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, when you try to explain such a thing, such a phenomenon, you have nothing except giving an assumption. See what I mean? Like gravity, and that's it.
That's it. Yeah.
So,
yeah, they'll say like the Earth somehow, like an object somehow generates gravity. How does it generate gravity? Where does the gravity come from? What is the gravity? They have no freaking idea. It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous when you really ask them questions. It's like, what is the gravity, and how does the mass, the massive object, how does it generate gravity? What is the gravity? They don't have an answer for any of that at all. They'll just say, oh, we have no idea. It just has to be there to have this globe model.
Just trying to be fair, okay? Can't we like resemble this to your situation? Like there are things that you flat earthers cannot explain neither, right? So there might be that some explanations that they cannot explain either. Am I right?
Like what? Yeah, like what? We don't claim to be able to explain everything. We're not claiming a be-all and end-all model of the entire system that we live in. We're not claiming to know everything. Okay, we're claiming that the things that we can test empirically debunk the globe, and that there's no empirical evidence of the requirements to have a globe in the first place. But we don't. Falsification is independent of replacement. We don't have to have a replacement answer to some bullshit, if you know what I mean, right? If they say that they claim to know how something works, okay, and then we say, oh, well, you can't validate that at all empirically. That they can't turn around and say, oh, well, now you have to explain it. You have to explain how it works. It's like a burden of proof reversal. We're not making the claim. Okay, we can explain why things rise or sink very easily. Okay, we don't have a crazy claim here. Okay, we're not claiming a ball covered in water inside a vacuum, a giant space vacuum. We don't need to make crazy claims like, to have that, you need to have gravity. You can't have the globe without gravity. You can't have gravity without the globe. They go hand in hand. It's kind of like the Band-Aid for all of the logical holes in the heliocentric model. Okay, you just say gravity. Oh, gravity takes care of that. Gravity takes care of this. Oh, refraction takes care of this. Refraction takes care of that. It's nonsense. But we don't have that claim, right? We can say, well, why does a helium balloon go up? Because it's less dense than the air. Okay, why does something more dense than a helium balloon go down? Because it's more dense than the air. Okay, why does it go down in the first place? Because it got lifted up, it got displaced. Okay, a rock sitting on the ground isn't ever going to move unless some outside source of energy displaces it. Okay, it's already on the ground. It's never going to go anywhere else if nothing else moves it. Okay, if I come along and I exchange some of my energy to displace the rock, it's just going to re-seek its natural place of rest in the medium. Okay, because it's more dense than the air, it's just going to sink back down to where it was. Or if I push a tennis ball down in the water, it's going to go back up to its place of rest, right, which will be at the top of the tank of water because it's less dense than the water. It's very easy to explain this. It's something that we can test and repeat anywhere, anytime, and we get the same results every single time. And it explains why every single thing in nature goes up or goes down.
I mean, I would like to give this to them, to the scientists, that yeah, okay, we should not expect them to like demonstrate what actually gravity is, because they don't have the literal experiments and tools and technology to like experience the center of the earth. It kind of is impossible. But the thing is, when you are trying to justify a thing, by you I mean globers, okay, I mean scientists.
Yeah.
When you are trying to justify a thing, you cannot just like justify it with an assumption. See what I mean? That is what is kind of annoying. But because just to make my point, as I have been in here like for 2 weeks or less, maybe all the conclusions and the lines that cross each other between you guys, you flat earthers, and globers is like just refraction and gravity. Okay, that's it. These two things, and sometimes religion. Okay, just these two things. It is not much more. So yeah, as long as we do not like demonstrate gravity, we cannot like go further in the discussion.
Well, yeah. So until then, it's just a concept that they come up with. It's pseudoscience, right? Because they're claiming it as a scientific, something that's been proven scientifically, but it hasn't been put through the scientific method, and that's the definition of pseudoscience: a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly being regarded as based on the scientific method. That's the definition of pseudoscience. So yeah, space science, a lot of the heliocentric model is based on pseudoscience. Okay, we can back up everything that we claim. Okay, we can back up that everyone's experience, even the globe earthers' experience, is just a flat Earth, right? A flat stationary Earth. That's what we experience. Then we can back up that there's no curvature over distances where there would have to be curvature. Now that debunks gravity at the same time, because if gravity's real, then the water has to be curving at a certain rate. Has to be. Have to have 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles on a globe. It has to be there. And if it's not there, you can't have gravity and flat water at the same time. Impossible. So that debunks gravity. It debunks the globe. Flat water debunks the entire heliocentric model from the start. Okay, because that's the requirement for any of the heliocentric model to be accurate. Now, we can back up what we're saying about gas as well. Okay, so any test that we do backs up what we're saying about gas. All of the mainstream science regarding gas, right? That also aligns with what we're saying. So, then what is their motion? Even Einstein said there's no way to prove if the Earth's moving, orbiting around the sun. There's no way to prove that. He said there's no optical experiment to prove that. It's impossible. So there's no proof that the Earth orbits around the sun. It doesn't exist. It's just a model, theory, a concept, whatever you want to call it. It's not really a model, especially not a scientific model.
In reality, Einstein did talk about the orbit of the Earth around the sun. That was explicitly said, but in reality, he's talking about any type of motion, because for him, all motions are relative. So not just the orbit, it will be the spin of the Earth around itself too. So for him, you can't distinguish between stationary, a real stationary Earth, not orbiting, but it's still spinning around itself. No, a complete stationary Earth and the one that is moving. So you can't tell which one you are in using relativity. So he explicitly talks about the orbit of the Earth around the sun, but implicitly he talks about every type of motion that the Earth can do.
And even worse than the gravity, the lack of scientific validation for their gravity claim is the refraction claim. The refraction is the worst nightmare for the globe earthers, right? Even though it's one of their copes, right? It's the only thing they can say. It's the only way that they can try to resolve these observations where we can see orders of magnitude further than you would be able to see on a globe. They're forced to have to use mental gymnastics and spit out a word like refraction when most of the time, they have no idea what they're talking about when it comes to refraction. Absolutely no idea what they're talking about whatsoever. They learn how to say that word with their mouth, right? Most of them don't know anything about it for beyond that, right? And then you ask them to define it, they'll just say, oh, the light bends. And then that explains, right? That explains the observation. It's debunked. We debunked it by saying refraction. They have no idea what they're talking about. As soon as you start questioning them, it's like, what's the mechanism behind it? What's the formula? Who accounted for it in a single observation throughout all of history? And then that observation matched up with the globe. Not one. There isn't one. It's not even possible to account for in totality to say that we've accounted for this particular observation's weather conditions and it matches up with the globe. Now, if we just assume the Earth is a globe, right, and use refraction as a hostile witness based on what the mainstream globe earthers claim about refraction, it still debunks the globe. Okay, because standard refraction is 7/6R. Right, so they're presupposing that the Earth's a globe in their calculation, in their formula. Right, it's also calculated by the refraction coefficient, whereas 0 would be making an observation and it matches up perfectly with the globe geometry, right? As if you're looking through a medium that doesn't have any refraction at all, like a vacuum. Okay, so if you're 1 foot high, the horizon would be at 1.225 miles every single time. Now then they say that we apply standard refraction, okay, and that increases the size of the globe, right? That's how they it's kind of like a fallacious way of talking about refraction, because they're pre-assuming a globe, and then they say, okay, standard refraction is 7/6r, so it makes the size of the radius a bit bigger. Okay, and with the K factor, right, I was just talking about the K factor of 0, it's the same thing. Now all of a sudden standard refraction would be a K factor of 0.17, and it would mean that you would be able to see like 15% further. So instead of the horizon being at 1.225 miles from a 1-foot observer height, it would be at like 1.3 or 1.4 miles or something like that, because of standard refraction. They're just inflating the size of the globe by a little bit. Now, there's also not one observation that matches up even with standard refraction. Okay, so you can account for standard refraction, and they say it's standard, right? This is like the average. This is like what it's like most of the time. Okay, so you make an observation, and then you can apply for standard refraction. Okay, account for standard refraction. So, now the horizon should be at 1.225 miles. We'll account for refraction. Now it should be at like, say, 1.4 miles or whatever. I don't know the exact amount, but it's just a little bit further. But that doesn't exist. There's not one observation where the horizon is at that distance, accounting for standard refraction. Okay, so where's the standard refraction? That's another thing that doesn't exist either. Okay, we're seeing consistently orders of magnitude further than you would be able to see on a globe. We're seeing the horizon 500% further away. Not 15% further away. Not 20% further away. But usually a minimum of 500%. Usually thousands and thousands of percent further than it should be on a globe. There's not one observation that matches up with the globe to prove that the geometric horizon exists at all in the first place. So refraction is the globe earther's worst nightmare. They butcher it, and they don't even realize that they're shooting themselves in the foot when they say the word refraction.
May I ask you a question, DJ?
Mm-hmm.
So, are you sure about what you said? Because I don't know. I never researched that. So, about refraction, standard refraction. So, when you use standard refraction, instead of like for 6-foot observer, 3 mile point 4 or 6, it will be like 3.8 or 0.9. So that will be the difference if you just take account of refraction?
Standard refraction, yep. It's 7/6r, or it's like it's usually like 8 to 15%.
Okay, and have you ever tried to verify about extreme refraction? What would be the difference?
Yeah, so with extreme refraction, once you start getting more extreme conditions, you start going into miraging territory. Okay, you start getting obvious inferior and superior mirages. Okay, because what's right, so let's go over atmospheric refraction. Okay, we don't even need to talk about flat Earth. This is just using it as a hostile witness, right? This is the mainstream definition of atmospheric refraction in the side chat here. So essentially, the light will deviate towards the denser medium, the denser portion of a medium. So it's similar to Snell's law, okay, that the light will deviate towards the denser medium, except we have a different situation where we just have a gradient inside a single medium. Okay, so instead of instead of it just deviating at that sharp boundary layer between the two mediums, it slowly
Hey.
Ready yet. Rip and tear. Horns activated. Spike planted. My ultimate.
Hello, DJ. Mhm.
What up? Can't talk much, but can hang out at least.
Hello.
It's crazy. You really do have like 2 or 3 seconds to respond when they come in. Otherwise, their TikTok brains get bored and leave.
Hi.
Oh, and talk more flat Earth. This is the thing I want to ask the round Earth people to explain to me. If the Earth is spinning at 700 miles an hour, 1100 miles an hour, whatever, why isn't the air spinning? And before you answer real fast and say, oh, it's all relative, it's all the same shit, the higher you go in the air, the less atmosphere there is until there's almost no atmosphere. Like 40,000 feet up, there's almost no atmosphere. So where is the break where you get away from the atmosphere in which it's no longer relative? This is a lot harder than I expected, proving that the Earth is round. It's fucking weird. It is way, way, way harder. The jet stream's 100 miles an hour. You ever see 100 mile per hour winds? Oh yeah, 1,000 miles per hour ain't happening. Dude, I'm telling you, it's fucked up. So, if the Earth is spinning 1,100 miles an hour, and the atmosphere somehow miraculously is attached to the Earth, is that what kind of friction is that? Sliding friction is when the molecules are touching, so sliding friction is moving it along, right? Fine. When you go up enough, there's no more atmosphere. So you are now just, like if you're in a hot air balloon that goes up 30,000 miles, there's no atmosphere. So why isn't the Earth flying by? Stop talking about this? Now you're banned. Why don't you join Coddington Bear? The fuck out of here. No one needs your shit. There's no wind because we are in a vacuum. We both know that doesn't make any sense. And I'm not a flat Earth person. I want someone to fucking explain that to me. Atomic density? Saying words don't explain anything. Just saying atomic density. Friction. I just said that. There's several types of friction. That friction would be the sliding friction, where it's two objects touching each other, kind of like two boards. You have to go at a certain speed. If you go too fast, you slip, right? So if you go at the right speed, you carry the other board with you. We have molecules of the atmosphere, and if it's attached to our spinning shit, fine. You go up 40,000 feet, there's no atmosphere, none. It's basically a vacuum. So where do you pop out of that situation? The jet stream, that's 100 miles an hour, not 1,100. And when you're out of the atmosphere, when you're going west to east or east to west, I can't remember which way, why is the Earth not flying by underneath you? You're not in that anymore. So far, no one's been able to explain that to me, which is fucking weird. Please comment on it. I would love to stay a globe Earth person, because being a flat Earth person is another level of ostracism that I really don't want at all. So please, for the love of God, someone fucking explain to me why, when you leave the Earth's atmosphere, does the Earth not at that point appear to be going 1,100 miles an hour underneath you? Here's another one. Why do flights not go around the poles? Please explain this to me, because I do not like where the logic is taking any of this. It's not fun. It's actually incredibly isolating, and I don't want it at all. The last thing I need in my life is to be given another label that makes me look insane. That sounds awful. Someone said not flat. Well, please fucking tell me how you can go up into near-Earth orbit and stay still, and the Earth is not flying by if it's spinning on a goddamn axis. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't explain it, can you? The fuck? Inertia. That doesn't mean a goddamn thing, and we both know it. Inertia. It just says inertia. You don't think I know about inertia? Owen is dumber than I thought, says Martin. Okay, Martin, you're no longer allowed to talk to the grown-ups. I'm obviously not dumb. If I was dumb, 3,552 people wouldn't be watching me after 2 hours and 11 minutes of me just talking. Dumb people don't retain that amount of people. You're just a stupid person. The worst is, like, I obviously understand physics. I got 790 out of 800 on my physics PSATs, right? That's like one question I got wrong. I understand physics very, very well. Not on a level of like MIT or anything like that, but on a basic, way above average level, I understand the principles of physics. The Earth isn't flat. That's fucking insane. Why can no one explain to me how the globe is spinning at 1,100 miles an hour? And if you break the fucking atmosphere, even out of relative, whatever relative is, and you're flying in a direction opposed to the spinning, why don't you double your speed? Like if you're going 1,100 miles an hour, why is it not 2,200 miles an hour if the Earth is going the opposite direction? What the fuck is that? So far, I've got nothing on it. No one can explain it. Okay, guys, all the people saying that the Earth is round, there's no way they understand the particle density and radio theory. So when they say everyone's retarded who thinks the Earth is flat, they don't understand why they think the Earth is round, is my bottom line. They don't. So when people just go, oh, well, it's clearly just radio theory and fucking frequency and fucking particle. No, you don't know. You don't know. And you're trying to fucking hold on to something that you don't understand. And that's the problem I have. Is people with this condescending, shitty attitude, but they don't actually know anything. But they go, oh, I mean, you're such a fucking idiot. Like, why would... Then explain to me how you can go above the atmosphere and you do not see a spinning Earth. Explain to me how NASA shows us images of the Earth that are photoshopped. The clouds are fucking duplicates of the other clouds in the fucking thing. Does that not ring any bells? And I'm incapable of going with lies. I'm fucking capable of it. The Earth isn't flat. There's no fucking way the Earth is flat. That would probably cause me some type of nervous breakdown if that were the case. So can someone, for the love of everything good, explain to me without nonsense talk like, oh, inertia. Oh, inertia. Do you know what inertia means? Do you understand the calculations of inertia? No, you fucking don't. It doesn't answer a goddamn thing just to say inertia. Why the fuck a spinning globe, when you're going against it, it doesn't fly underneath you? Coriolis effect proves the Earth isn't flat. I believe that as well. I really hope we have more than the Coriolis effect. Really hope we have more than that, guys. Really hope we have more than the Coriolis effect. If the Earth is flat, why lie about it being round? What is the point? I can tell you a lot of reasons. If the Earth is flat, I may tap out of YouTube for a while. Like, that would fuck me up. But I am not enjoying the path that this is taking me on because the arguments for the Earth being round are not very strong at all. Like, at all. And this is something I would never, ever, ever, ever question. Ever. And another thing is when I question that the moon landing didn't happen, like everybody was like, oh, in a month he'll think the Earth is flat. Oh, this retard's gonna think the Earth is flat. By the way, I'm not arguing that the fucking Earth is flat. I just want people to fucking explain to me how it's round. I'm watching you go through what I went through before I believed the Earth was flat. It's hysterical and amazing. Can't get enough of your show. I'm not comfortable with any of this. And I'm not on board with the flat Earth thing at all. I'm just finding the arguments for round Earth to be, because I'm preparing to debate this Eric Dubay. And so I want my fucking arguments concrete. The arguments for round Earth are horrible. How about until the flat Earthers can build their own rockets and take pictures, we don't stress over it? Well, NASA has been proven to be the biggest liars on the fucking planet. So, and they have, like a bunch of flat Earth people have gotten balloons to go up 120,000 feet, and they take pictures of a world with no curve. I'm not comfortable with any of it, neither are you, but I'm just reporting the fucking facts. And don't get mad at me, man. Don't fucking blame the messenger, dude. I'm like in this thing to win it, and I'm not gonna fucking go in there half-cocked and be like, dude, the Earth is round. Just look at the fucking shit. It's not easy to prove, guys, because I don't do sophistry or wizardry in debates. I'm not going to go in and shame someone or use tricks, rhetoric tricks. I want hard motherfucking evidence that the Earth is round, and I've never been up there. Just someone give me a concrete, obvious fucking thing to let me win this fucking debate. Do your research then, Owen. Okay, now you're banned. You don't think I do research? You don't think I do this for what, 10, 12 hours a fucking day? I listen to shit while I'm doing fence work all day, and then I look it up in books. Here's how I would try to explain it. Since the Earth is spinning, so is air attached to the surface of the planet. When you fly in the direction of the opposite of the spin, you are fighting at speed. Right. So if you're not in the air, right? And don't fucking get mad at me if this makes your head hurt. Just know that I'm not trying to fuck with you, okay? If the air is part of the spin and you get above the air, which is what flights do, why are you still subject to the subjective relative air movement of the spin of the Earth? Let's say the air is cemented to the Earth, which already is weird because if you spin a ball in water, the water doesn't stay with the ball, maybe a little bit, but not really. Let's say the air is completely with the spin of the Earth. You are now above the air. Why the fuck are you still subject to the relative spin of the Earth? If you're going against the spin, why are you not going twice as fast? And don't just say you're a retard, you're a conspiracy. What the fuck? Do you guys seriously think that Ardian motion inertia means anything in this? Like, please look up the words you fucking use. That doesn't mean anything. Ardian motion inertia. What does that mean? If I had a gun to your fucking head and say, define what you just said, what does that mean? You would say, oh, I mean, it's... Oh, and telescope. So all the planets and moons we see through a telescope are round, so Earth is the only planet in our solar system that's flat. Really? Okay, retard. Imagine they're all flat discs, right? Do we see spheres in the sky? Dude, I'm getting angry because everybody that's acting like I'm retarded has not thought through any of their arguments. So if we see a bunch of circles in the sky, does that mean they're spheres or fucking dinner plates? You can't prove it. You can't prove it. That isn't a fucking argument. And if you're just going to hang me out to dry, like I'm going to go argue somebody, and your whole argument is you look in the sky and you see circles, and that means something is a fucking sphere, I'm getting angry at the concept that I can't win this debate. Dude, take a pill, way too much drama, bro. Well, you're now banned for life.
Oh,
I've had 4 drinks. I just hung out with my wife. I'm having a great time. Also, how can you see trillions of miles away? It's all nonsense. It's all nonsense. Someone please explain it to me that isn't retarded. Some people are thinking centrifugal force. That doesn't mean anything, and we both know that doesn't mean anything. How come when you look at a boat going out to sea and it vanishes at the viewer's convergence point, look through a pair of binoculars, you can see the boat again? The Earth it can't be flat. I mean, that would just be insane. I don't... Oh, Eric, I won't destroy you too bad. I'm going to win, you little cunt. Ha! That's why I'm fucking... Oh, Eric is actually here taking notes. I'm gonna win, Eric. That's why I'm taking this seriously. I need my people to fucking give me some intel. It's all science fiction, not an argument. Space is a vacuum, not an argument. Do you guys know what arguments are? Does anyone know what a fucking argument is? You are getting there, my friend. You're on the right track. I'm not getting in the flat Earth cult. No, sorry, I'm not going to be disrespectful. That's sophistry. It's wizardry if I start mocking them for thinking something that I find ridiculous. Space is water. I don't know what that means. That's fucking insane. If you can take a variety of snapshots through a telescope of another planet and see if it's rotating, that's one of the worst arguments I could possibly imagine. So it's like saying, does my dog have rabies? Well, I can see that dog that doesn't have rabies. This is a fucking nightmare. This is literally a nightmare trying to fucking disprove this thing. Well, if you look through your binoculars and see another dog without rabies, that means your dog doesn't have rabies. What in the fuck does that mean? Your in motion keeps moving. Okay, Jason, if you are not in a medium that is moving, how does that apply? Let's say you see a river flying by you and you are in the air looking at the river because you're standing on the riverbank. Are you in motion because you can see a river in motion? Of course not. That's an insanely stupid argument. If the atmosphere is all moving with the Earth flying around at 1,100 miles an hour, and you are out of the atmosphere, which happens in low Earth orbit or the average Delta flight, how in the fuck are you still subject to being in that medium? That doesn't make any sense. Because you are moving when still first. That means absolutely nothing, and we both know it. Drag means nothing. Science can't prove the Earth moves. It literally can't, and this is fucking awful. If we hover over Earth, can we get to Australia faster? Guys, this is a nightmare. It's so fucking hard to prove. 1,100 miles per hour, but it still takes 24 hours to make one rotation. Well, I don't know. I haven't done the math on that. I really hope Owen can prove the Earth is round. Me too, Penny. Take an astronomy course at your local university. Now you're banned. I've obviously taken astronomy courses, and that's not an argument. Okay, another weird thing is that the sun is 400 times larger than the moon, but it's 400 times farther away, making it an exact eclipse, and they're both circles. Circle is not sphere. As it waxes and wanes, doesn't the moon's shadow at least point to it being spherical? No, it does not. There's no way to do that. That's a two-dimensional image. There's going to be a lot of people just attacking me personally now. I don't give a fuck. I'm not a flat Earth person. The Earth is not flat. That's fucking psychotic. Is anyone else feeling a little nervous about this? Globe Earth, biggest line in history. Good luck with your search, Owen. Is that really your argument? That if you don't understand cancer, that proves the fucking Earth is round? Come on, man! There's 3,556 people here, and no one has a fucking argument that the Earth is round. Geologists and physicists are full of crap. Okay, you're now banned. Dupay will use some wizardry on you and gatekeep. Right, that's why I need truth. Truth beats all wizardry. Someone please give me some fucking science that proves the Earth is round. And this is not a flat Earth channel. 95% of the people here believe the Earth is round. Please, God, someone give me an argument. Who looks for truth in a YouTube chat? Well, not you anymore, Larry. By the way, the only people named Larry are pedophiles and mailmen. I can't argue for moon phases without the moon being a sphere. You gotta be kidding me. Is this public education? You can't land a plane on a spinning globe. Oh, God. This is a fucking nightmare. I can't be a flat Earth person. I can't be a flat Earth person. There's zero proof that the Earth is spinning. Dude, literally there's none. All right, I'm gonna wrap this up here because this is so fucking depressing. It's mind-blowing. Open up Google Earth. This conversation will be a lot more simple when everyone can see the current model and scale. Earth, it's 3D globe. You can move around. So your answer is Google Earth. That's the proof. And you guys are fine with that proof. You're like, oh, that's cool. That's all I need. If I do Google Earth, everything makes sense? Is there no math? Is there no fucking math? You gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh, and you were a flat earth person and just figuring out. No, I'm not a flat earth person. That's insane. Google Earth. That's the answer. Google. You fucking children. The thing that's bothering me the most is how many people believe something that they've never thought about. That they don't, their arguments are literally like, well, look on Yahoo, idiot. I gotta go. This is fucking horrifying. Southern hemisphere constellations are different than northern. How can it be flat if what we see in the sky and the direction they move are different? Love ya. I still believe the earth is round, so I'm sure that's a great argument. Can we please have something that won't have an answer? Like with the moon landing, there's so many mic drop arguments. How is that the only time in history that a country's went somewhere that other countries haven't followed? Why did technology go in reverse? How did they live feed from the moon with a 4-second delay when it's more than a 4-second delay right now on CNN across the country? There's a million examples. There's none of that here. And I don't feel comfortable getting my ass beaten in a fucking debate. Guys, I said I would debate this guy because I thought it was a no fucking brainer. When you're above the atmosphere, you're in orbit. You already had inertia from the rotation, and there's no longer air friction to slow you down, so you're orbiting around just like the moon is. That makes no sense, Dan. If you're going from west to east, let's say you're fighting the rotation, your inertia based on the your jets. So if you're going east to west, you have different inertia than west to east. Is that your argument? Is that your physics argument? You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. So if you're going west to east and you go same amount of gasoline and you have the same fucking inertia. So your argument is either that combustion rockets don't work in a vacuum because that's a problem, or you're wrong. Fuck! The earth isn't flat. The earth is not flat. This is fucking madness. A skyscraper on the coast, the sun will set on the base before the top. This would happen with the sun hovering over a flat earth. Move a light bulb around a room and watch the shadows. Once you leave the surface of the earth, you still maintain the velocity you had while on the surface because of inertia. You don't fly off because of gravity. Okay, so let's say you're flying to the moon or Mars. You can't increase velocity after you leave Earth's gravitational field, orbit. So the 17,000 miles an hour is the inertia they got from liftoff. You can't be fucking serious. These arguments work in your minds. So the 17,000 miles an hour that the NASA fucking dumb lie thing up there is going, do you think that they got that inertia from liftoff and that's all they could ever have? They couldn't get any more inertia for more rockets and more partying up there? Come on, dude. This is so fucking depressing. I can't be a flat earth person. This is... It's Earth's magnetic field. Is that your new proof that the earth is round? Guys, no one knows why the earth is round. I'm in a theater of people right now. This is a massive theater. A massive theater. And no one knows why the earth is round? No one knows? People say just inertia, the difference between speed and velocity. You guys really think that proves that the earth is fucking round? Hang on, Owen, compass works flat. Owen, nobody can explain it if it's not true. Good night, bro. This can't be reality. I need an argument why the fucking earth is round. I gotta go. Please comment why the earth is round. Please. physicists, mathematicians. I really, really don't want to believe the earth is flat, guys. You think I'm ostracized now? I've crossed every goddamn line there is. Can we please not do that to me? Can someone just please give me some ammo here that isn't inertia? Inertia? Subscribe. HugePianist.com for my specials. PayPal.me/feedthebear if you want to feed that bear. Patreon.com/WDTL. But if the earth is flat, money won't matter because I will be alone in a little room, wondering what the point of any of it is. Why did we learn anything? Someone please help me disprove this bullshit. Fuck! This is so fucking depressing. I can't be a flat earth person. This is... I mean, I can't be a flat earth person.
So is everyone planning on picking it all back up after the new year? Vacation time everywhere?
Hello, 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 hello.
Oh, hello? Are people talking or? Hello? What the?
What's up? Rice and peas.
Hi.
How's it going? What brings you to the flat Earth chat?
I just want to see what you guys were saying in terms of flat Earth.
What, just in general, you mean?
Yeah, I just want to hear what you guys were talking about.
Why we say the Earth is flat and not a globe?
I mean, I kind of know. You guys think that there's no real proof that the Earth is round and that all the evidence is circumstantial. So therefore, because it's not measured evidence, it's always calculated evidence, and you always make a lot of assumptions. So therefore, the Earth cannot be round. Is your argument? But I just find
Well,
it kind of weak.
kind of. I mean, there is no direct verifiable evidence of a
Yeah, but
ball.
it's a weak argument, isn't it?
No, not at all. Because in order
Incredibly.
for it to be a ball of the size that they claim, there would have to
Yeah, but
be.
like that's like saying, well, there's no evidence. Well, you guys are mostly religious. That's like saying, well, there's no direct
Oh,
evidence that God
not at
exists.
all.
So
Not at all.
therefore,
Not at all. It has nothing to do with religion. It has to do with geometry.
no. But you want to use one logic for flat Earth and then another
Not one logic
logic
and then
for
another
religion.
logic. No, it's not about logic either. It's about measurement. It's about
What are you on
geometry.
about? Is measurement
Right.
not logic?
No,
No,
they're
it's not.
not the
Okay.
same. Well, when you measure a table, that's not a logic thing.
That's because there's
Logic's
no
like
direct
philosophy.
indirect measurement isn't a
There is
lie.
no indirect measurement of a curved surface. This is where you're getting. I
It
mean,
is
it
indirect
sounds
if you
like
use numbers, isn't it? Think about it. That's indirect
no.
measurement.
No,
Okay.
there's no
Sure.
measurement of the surface, right? Because a spherical
Well, we
object
use
has to have a curved
numbers and we
surface.
use relativity to figure it out, don't we? Think about
No,
it.
you don't. No, that's
You
just
don't.
nonsense what you just said. What do you mean
Okay.
you use relativity to figure it out? What is relativity, and how would you use that to figure out the Earth being a ball?
We use numbers, right? So, for example, we measure the distance from one place to another, and we look at the parallax error, and we look at the distance from the
No.
top of one place to another. We look at we use Pythagoras theorem. We use the distance on the surface of a water, a body of water. We use
Yeah, and
lasers, and
that's
we use
flat. That's
numbers.
our whole
Yeah,
point. Yeah,
okay,
that's
but
what
let me
we're
finish.
doing.
We use numbers from those measurements
Yeah, that's how we
indirectly to
debunk
measure
the globe
the
curve.
curve.
No,
It's
but that's the
indirect
thing.
measurements.
There's no laser test that measures the curve. What are you talking about? All the laser tests debunk the curve. That's why we're here. What laser test have you seen that's measuring curve? You just made that up in your head.
No, you did. I'm not the crazy one
Talking
here.
about. Listen, I'll post you a laser test. Here you go.
But like, what?
I'll show
I
you.
think
No,
the
you
point.
got it. You got it. A laser
Have you
pointing
gone out and done it yourself?
surface.
Have you gone out and measured the test yourself?
I've
Have
done
you
long
done this
distance
yourself? Or are you just
observations.
believing
I've
a
done long
random man
distance
on the internet?
observations. Yeah.
No. Have you done the test yourself? Or are you just believing a random man on the internet?
Yeah. We can do long distance observations,
No,
Bernie.
I've not. I'm not
You live
asking
in
if you
the UK.
can. I've
You
asked
live
you
in
if
the
you have
UK.
done it. I'm
Yeah,
not
I've
asking
done
about
it. I
the
live in
UK,
Scotland.
and I'm asking
I've
about
done it in
you.
Scotland. Yeah.
I'm not asking about Scotland. I'm asking about you, mate.
I'm saying yes, in Scotland. That's where I've done it.
Where did you do it? Show me your measurements. Show me how you made it a fair test.
I'm
Show me
not
how you
giving
made
you.
it. Show me the
Listen, I've just
maths.
posted it.
Where's your
No, I've just
study?
posted it in the test. Look, just posted it in the chat. 28.6
This is
mile
not
laser
your
test.
test. Where's
Doesn't
your
have to
test?
be. Doesn't have to be.
No,
But okay,
because you're
mine
chatting from your own arse.
specifically.
You're just believing a guy on the internet
Oh
on a
no! See, now
YouTube
you're getting
bit.
triggered because you're seeing that I'm going to post laser tests, and you don't have a single
No,
laser test for you.
I
Listen,
just
I don't need
delusional.
you to have done it. Just
I think
show
you're
me
very
which
delusional.
glober has done it. Show me which one.
It's very delusional. The point is, you can't just believe the
Delusional. So
internet. Go
you're
do
not
it
going to
yourself,
provide
and then you'll
any.
figure
You're not
out
going to
this
provide
bullshit.
any laser test at all showing the globe, even though you just claimed that you use lasers to measure curvature. I've
I
just
never said.
posted you 3. Could you
Oh, right.
address one
Okay.
of them?
Yeah. People have done that for many years and repeated it many times.
Yeah, and
Post
there's no
them.
curve. There's no curve.
Post them.
I think the point I'm trying to make is you guys have no evidence for
No, I've
flat.
just posted it. I've just posted it.
There's no
The
evidence to
chat.
distribute around
Okay,
Earth
so look,
either.
28.6 mile laser test. Could you quickly watch that one, and then we can discuss it? The 21-mile laser test. You want to watch
I'm
that
not
one?
going to believe a random guy on YouTube.
Believe a random guy on YouTube. Just watch the video.
I'm not going to
And then
believe a
tell me
random
what you
video on
believe. It's
YouTube.
not about
Who is this
belief.
man?
Watch the
Where's the
video.
source? What source is this? Who is this person?
Watch the video. You see the guy filming it.
No, but who is he? Like, is that your mate?
Hi.
Who the fuck
Hold
is
on
this
a
man?
second.
Okay, Rice and Peas. Okay, tell me this, since you have to have a name. Who was it that proved the globe to you? What was his name?
Well, it started off with Galileo, then it moved to Aristotle, and it went to
Globe.
the most
Aristotle
recent
didn't
people.
prove the
But
globe.
what I
And
do know is that
Aristotle
it's not just one man that's
before.
done it; it's repeatable.
Yeah,
So
none of
lots
them.
and lots of people have done it
None of them
since then.
proved the globe. So there you
I
go.
can't
You
remember
don't
his
have
name, but there was that German guy
There's no
who
German
did
guy
the.
who proved the globe. So you don't know a name either, Rice and
It's not
Peas. So it
about
doesn't
knowing the
matter
name;
if
it's
you
that I
know.
know they are trusted,
Exactly. So it doesn't
reputed
matter if this
scientists.
guy. It doesn't matter if you know this guy's name. Just look at the
No,
test.
but I
Look at
just
the
need to know who he
observation. Look
is.
at the setup.
What? Who is he? What has he done? Why should I believe this random man on the
He's a
internet?
guy who performed a laser test over 28 miles. So go and look at it.
So just one man's done it, and is that it? Is there anything
No,
else?
look, I just posted you 3.
But who are these people? What it sounds like to me is it's just these random vigilantes that have done these random tests that do not
Peas.
have
Right.
accuracy.
You are
That's what
coping.
it
Why are
sounds
you
like to me.
coping so hard already? Why are you coping like this? Why
Why
can't
am I
you just
what?
honestly address the evidence?
I am.
No, you're
This is
not.
the
You're not
first
even
part. Before
looking
you
at
look
it.
at evidence,
You're
you
not
have
even
to
looking
see
at
where
it.
it's coming from.
No,
Duh.
you have to just look at the evidence. Right.
No, you
Watch the
don't.
evidence.
That's so stupid. What are
Oh,
you
yeah, you don't have to
talking
look at the
about?
evidence.
You can't
Yeah,
just
well,
look at
yours called the
evidence.
genetic fallacy. You're wanting to say
It could be a
if it's
monkey on
from
a
this
typewriter.
person, then
Like,
it's
how do I
wrong.
know? Why would I just look at the evidence? What are
See,
you talking about?
you're triggered. You're too emotional. See, you don't even want to
No,
know. You don't even
I'm
want to
just
know if it's
like,
flat or
I'm
not.
just confused.
You're
Like, why
emotional.
would
Of
you
course
not
you're
care about
confused.
where this comes from?
You won't even look at it. Well, what you just said, it doesn't matter what the guy's name is. So
Yes,
what
but
you
what
talking
matters is
about?
what gives him
Him.
why
So
should I
right,
trust this man? Is my
you
question to you. You
shouldn't.
can't
You
answer
shouldn't.
it.
You should just review what's been done, and then you can make your mind up if that looks like he's CGI'd some shit or if he's
I'm not talking about
making.
CGI. I'm talking about error
Oh,
and
okay. Error of
human
what?
error,
Error. What error?
human error,
How would you
random
even be able
error,
to evaluate that
systematic error.
when you're too fragile
Has he
to
taken in all the
view it?
variables?
Well, how are you going to know when you're too fragile to even look at it?
What about all the variables that are
Why
there?
don't you be
Yeah.
brave, click on the link, and look at it, and then you can ask questions.
Mate, I'm not being funny. I've been here before. I've seen this.
I know, I
This
can tell you've been here before
yeah,
because
it's
you're
very
acting
stupid.
like a
Everything you're
triggered
showing
child.
me,
I can tell you're triggered, which is why I know you've been here
I'm
before.
not triggered. It's just like
You are
very.
triggered.
Oh yeah.
You
Well, you
won't
keep
even
shouting. You're
address
the one
the
shouting and
evidence.
talking over me. So
You're
he's
not
triggered.
addressing the evidence. You're trying to non sequitur into bullshit.
Non what?
You're trying to non
Non
sequitur
sequitur.
to bullshit. You don't want to address that there's no curvature being detected over 28 miles of a lake using a laser. Why wouldn't you be able to address that unless you're just triggered?
I told you 10 times and you just ignored me.
Okay, so you're just too triggered to discuss it. Fine.
That's not what I said. You just don't want
Well,
to
it is.
listen to what I
No,
have.
you don't have to say it. It's just in your actions. You're too triggered. You can't look at it. You
I
can't
think you're
discuss
too triggered to acknowledge what I've said.
to acknowledge what
You
you
No,
said.
we've
Well, who is he? I don't know who he is, so I'm not going to watch the video. That's childish. What am I going to say to that?
I've seen the video before, but
Okay,
I'll
so
say to
why?
you
Okay,
now.
then. So tell me then. How does
I
the
said
laser?
he is not a credible
Okay. Well,
source.
forget who the guy is. Just tell me
I
why the
can't forget
laser
who the guy is
hits
because
the
that's how you begin.
target.
It's like if a
That's
man
fine.
comes
I don't
down
care
from a
about the
mountain and
person.
calls himself
It's
Jesus,
not to do with the
right? Are we just gonna
person.
follow
Yes,
him?
that's not this guy. The guy isn't calling himself Jesus. See, Jesus Christ.
It doesn't
You're
matter.
so
It was an
illogical
analogy.
and emotional. Just
Do you
tell me,
understand
why does a
analogies?
laser hit a target
I'm not the
28
emotional one that keeps
miles?
repeating and not listening to the other one.
Why does a laser hit a
You're more
target
emotional than me
28
right now.
miles? Look, you can't answer it. Why is the laser hitting the target 28 miles across the lake?
It's because he hasn't done it properly.
What do you mean he hasn't done it properly?
He didn't take into lots of areas. He didn't take into the weather, account the
Okay,
weather. He
so
didn't
he
take
hasn't
into
hit the
account
target at
the
28 miles because he didn't take into account the weather. That doesn't even make sense, Rice and Peas.
This is
That doesn't
embarrassing,
make
Rice and
sense.
Peas. You got to stop.
This is embarrassing for who? You guys
For
think the
For
Earth is
you,
you.
flat?
we
That's
just
so
asked,
stupid.
why does the laser hit the target 28 miles away? And you said because he didn't take into account the weather.
Yeah, there were errors there. There were errors in the experiment. There was
Where
heat
was the
error.
curvature? Where was the curvature that was supposed to obstruct the laser?
Which you're talking about the first video, right?
28 miles. 28 miles. Yeah? And the laser hits the target. Where is the curvature? Do you know how much curvature there's supposed to be there?
How much was it? I can't remember. It was a while ago.
Hundreds of feet.
hmm
Yeah, so where is it? Why is the laser hitting the target? See how that doesn't require to know this guy's name or his background? So what you were saying was totally irrelevant. Just we only want to know why the laser's hitting the target and where the
Because
hell
it's
the
not.
curvature is.
It's because gravity, isn't it?
Because gravity. Really. So the laser's hitting the target because
Do
gravity.
you guys not believe in
Explain
gravity
that
either?
to me. Well, what does that have to do with a laser hitting a target?
So essentially, the curvature is 8 inches drop for every mile, right?
No, incorrect. 8 inches per
Okay.
mile
On a
squared.
normal ground,
I got that wrong. So we're talking hundreds of feet of curvature that isn't there. Over
no,
28
it's not. It
miles.
doesn't curve like that. The Earth isn't like just a tiny round ball. It's a massive, huge
Sorry,
circle.
you get us
right?
the correct
So
measurements then.
It's not supposed to be
Get
over
us,
that distance.
How much
get us
curvature
the
according
correct
to you
measurements.
then? Yeah, so how much, so according to you, your globe then,
The
how
Earth's
much
is about
curvature should there be over
6,000
28?
kilometers long. So you're not going to see a drop like that, right?
28 miles, how much curvature is that?
What?
Over 28 miles, how much curvature is there supposed to be according to your globe religion?
It will be 28 miles because that's what the
Oh
curvature
my
is.
gosh.
It
What's
matches
the
up
over distance, the
because
curve?
gravity is pulling it, right?
Yeah, so what's that? What's
Oh
that?
my gosh.
What's that amount? So 28 miles, over 20 miles, that's like 200 plus feet of curvature. What is it over 28 miles according to you?
What is it over 28 miles? I
Yeah,
don't.
the
Well, I'll
curvature.
have to do the calculations.
Yeah, do
You've
the
done that
calculation.
already, and I haven't. You're
Everyone's
clearly more
saying it's not
prepared.
correct. Okay, so you don't know. Okay, so then why are you trying to argue?
Because you don't know, and
Hundreds of
you're
feet.
trying to. Your maths is incorrect, and you're not taking into account all the
Maths
other
is incorrect.
variables.
Right,
Earth
so if
is
you're,
a
that's why I'm
complex
saying,
thing.
if you're going
It's
to
not
say the
just
maths
like,
is
oh, look, it's a
incorrect,
shiny
then tell
ball.
me.
Let's shine a
Right, this
light.
is why I'm
You've got
saying
to
for you
take
to tell
in.
me, because you're saying our maths
You're
is
not listening to
incorrect.
me at
So
all.
go and tell me.
You've got to take in lots of different variables, and you've just ignored it. That's my point.
It's over
You haven't
500
even, dude, you haven't mentioned how the variables would even matter. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't
So
know the rate of
obviously the
change of
weather,
slope.
right?
You
Listen
don't know the
to
drop from from
when I
horizontal that
talked
you're
about the
supposed to
weather.
measure in
Hello.
28 miles. So
Okay.
until we
Okay.
actually get the correct measurements from you, we can't continue.
It's okay.
Otherwise, you
500 feet
telling us
according
that
to the
we're
globe.
wrong.
According to the globe, it's over 500 feet. If you don't agree with that, then you don't agree with the globe. So welcome to flat Earth anyway. If you do agree with that, and it's still
About
welcome to
20
flat
miles, it
Earth
should be
because that's
300
not
feet.
experience.
20
28
miles,
miles.
it should be 300 feet, right? I just did
Right.
the maths. Okay.
He said 28
28,
miles.
28 miles is
28
more
miles,
than that.
about
Yeah.
600 feet. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So why
Okay.
is it then that the laser is not detecting 600 feet of drop between it and the target?
Because you have to take into account that there's gravity, which affects
Okay. But no
light.
curve though, right? But no
Let
curve,
me
yeah?
finish my point, please. Hello. You also have to take into account the weather. And I know you're like, oh, the weather. Light refracts. There's refraction that happens, right? When you have
Right.
certain things in the air, certain gaps within air molecules and different
Okay.
gases and
So
different
what? So what? What are
densities.
you saying?
And the weather, let me finish what I'm saying. The weather affects the refraction distance of those particles, of the light particles.
Very
Do you
cool.
not
Okay.
believe in refraction? Are you
What do you
stupid?
mean? What do you mean
Okay,
is
so
occurring?
for example, if in a hotter climate or more humid climate, air particles are going to be closer together. No, sorry, further apart because they move more. When you have a more colder
Okay.
climate or like it's raining or something like that, the air
There's
particles are
supposed to
further
be
apart.
600
So it's
feet of
going to, let
physical
me
obstruction
finish.
though.
The light particles, as they move through the air, they will speed up or they will slow down. This will affect not the whether it will hit the target, but it will affect whether it hits the target and it will affect the direction
Wow,
the light is traveling
Dunning-Kruger.
in. So that's
Yeah,
why you can't just
so how is
use
the
that.
laser
This is why
hitting
it's
a
the only
target?
test you guys can talk about. There's no other
How,
test
so
that
where's
you
the
guys
600 feet
can
of curvature
confidently
though?
talk about. because there are so many human rooms for error in that test. There's no other test that
Okay,
you
that's
guys can
cool. That's
confidently talk
cool.
about.
That's cool. That's cool. But where is the 600 feet of curvature?
And you just ignored everything I said and moving on, is that right?
You didn't mention curvature. You didn't mention curvature.
No, but this is also to do with curvature. What do you think refraction is?
You didn't.
Oh my
I
gosh.
thought you
So
got
let's
it wrong.
Not curvature. Refraction is
Do you
not
understand what
curvature. What do you
refraction
think it is?
is?
Do you understand
Refraction
what it
is
is?
curvature, you dum-dums. That
What?
is curvature. If
Okay,
if light didn't refract, you wouldn't
So
see, it wouldn't
refraction
hit
is
the target.
curvature?
Definition. Hold on.
Wow.
Give me a citation for your definition of refraction.
It's
Uh-oh.
it's when light enters a more dense medium.
No, I don't want your
citation,
bullshit
please.
pulled out of your ass. I want an actual.
Why don't you get it
citation.
yourself if you're so
Okay,
bigoted and like
because you're using it as
pompous
your
about it? Why don't you
you're
get it yourself?
argument. You're
Don't
using
condescend me. If you know it, then say it. Why would I have a dictionary in front of me, you idiot?
and I won't have
You
to
know I don't
call
have a
you out for
dictionary. Don't like
bullshitting.
do that.
No
That's very
bullshit, and
arsehole
I won't
behavior.
have to call you out for bullshitting.
No, you're not calling me out. You're condescending me. If you have a definition, then
I'm
say
asking
it.
you to
What
define
are you
your
doing?
term.
Go find the
I'm telling you to
definition. I
define your
don't want
term.
yours. Then just
Define
tell
your
me
term.
then. What
Define
is
your
your
term.
definition from the
Why are you
dictionary? Go
asking
ahead.
me? You used it. It's your argument, dude. What are you
The
talking
point
about?
is, light refracts,
Which
right?
means what? Which means what? Because that's a very vague term nowadays.
I've
A
just
lot of
told
Globers
you. If
use
you
it in
want,
a
you
lot of
know
different
what it
ways.
is. You
Yeah,
know
but
what it
you
is, and
said
I'm
it was
telling you what it is.
curvature, and
It's
that's
when
not
light
correct.
moves as it goes through a different medium. It's
Different
whether
medium.
it's a
What do you mean
change
by
of
that?
direction of light.
What do you mean by a different
Yes.
medium? What do you mean by a different medium?
So, for example, if you go from air to glass, it will bend.
Oh, okay. So that doesn't
Okay.
apply here then, since we're just in air.
Yes. If you go from a hotter water to colder water, it will refract.
It's not a change in
If
medium.
it goes from hotter air to colder air, it
Not
will
what you
change
said.
direction.
You said a change in medium, i.e., glass and air.
It's not necessarily a medium. It's a more dense, less dense thing, isn't it? Duh.
Well,
Light
that's your
refracts in a
claim.
hotter or colder thing. Are you saying that this doesn't happen? Is that what you're saying? Light doesn't refract
Well,
in
I don't know
colder
what the
things.
hell you're saying. You're all
You don't know
over
what
the place.
refraction is. Okay, cool. That's fine.
Sorry,
Moving
you
on.
didn't
You
define your
listen, you can't
terms.
even define it.
Peas and rice, you didn't
Well, why
define
do I
your
have,
terms.
we
You
all
have
know
to
what
get a
refraction
citation
is. What are you doing?
because this
You're
is
you're
your
trying
claim.
to what's that?
Yeah, we
It's
need to
your
have
thing?
claim.
definition.
You're being slimy now because we all know what refraction is. So you're gonna
No,
pretend like we don't.
You
I
don't know
don't
what
know what
refraction
refraction is.
dude. You don't know what the fuck it is.
It's the
Clearly,
bending of light. What are you
the
talking about?
bending of light.
Citation,
What kind
please.
of refraction? What kind of refraction are you talking about?
Hello, guys.
You talking
Rather
about
than like
Snell's law?
bullshitting,
You
why
talking
don't you
about
just say it?
scooping,
You're
looming?
wasting
What kind of
time.
refraction?
Hello?
There's a bunch of
You're
kinds
honestly
of
wasting time. You should just say what it is, and then we can move on, rather than like
moved
bullshitting
on.
and trying to
You
make me
still
look
haven't.
stupid.
Listen, there's nowhere. You've not moved on from the laser is hitting a target. There's supposed to be 600 feet of obstruction between them. It's not. So you're making up a story about light bending around a curve that is the thing
No,
you're trying to
light does
prove.
bend. That is not a myth.
So
Light
you're saying
bends.
the laser is bending around the curve. Is that what you're claiming?
No, I said it bends when
So how
it
does it hit the
goes
target?
from. You're
How
not
does it hit the
listening.
target?
You're not listening.
I am.
I
You
said
just said no. You're not saying
no. You're not
correct there.
listening. You're not
How does it
listening.
hit
I
the
said
target?
it bends. It
But not around
bends
the
as
curve.
it's going through from something that is less dense to something that is more dense, or vice versa. It
Okay,
will
so it's not
bend.
necessarily bending around the curve.
What are you talking about? It's bending around the curve.
Oh, but so you are saying it's bending around the curve after just saying no, that's not what I'm saying.
It's just bent. The
You
point
are.
you're
So
asking why does it
you're saying
not?
it
Why
is
does it
bending
appear to
around
look
the
like it's in a
curve.
straight
So you
line? I'm
understand,
saying because it refracts.
right, that the curve is
I
not
yes, it
in
doesn't. No,
dimensions.
no, no, no.
You
Don't
can't
throw
just
me off.
assume it.
The
You
question
can't
you
just
asked
assume the
me,
curve.
the
Peas and rice.
question that no, the question that you asked me was
curve.
why did it hit the target? And I
Yes.
told you it's about refraction. You didn't ask me about the curve. If you
Yes,
want
I
me to explain the curve, I
The
can
whole
talk to
thing is
something
about the
different with
curve.
you.
The whole thing is about the curve and the lack of curve. Because if there was curve, it wouldn't hit the target.
No, it's because of refraction. Now that experiment has been done where they have taken into account those factors, right? So they've taken into account
Bullshit.
the density
Who told you
of
that?
what are you
Right,
talking about?
Who
I
told you
know
this? Where did you
experiment. I
get
could
this
get them
from?
up for you, but
You
the
get
point
them
is
up.
there have been experiments
Get
where
me
the
a
curve.
citation. Yeah, get me a citation with evidence of what you're claiming here. Because because I believe you're just making this up.
Why would I make it up? Why would you not know
Your
that? You
network
know it
tells you
already.
the
Don't
globe, of
act like you've
course.
not seen these articles before.
Your
That's
net.
some
Oh
bullshit.
yeah. But when I ask where does it come from, none of them can tell me. It's just, oh, I heard some other dickhead on the internet say it, who has no
What are you
evidence to begin
talking
with either.
about? Do you want me to tell
Okay,
you the scientist that discovered
Yeah. Show
the
me
curvature
how.
of the Earth?
Show me how. What evidence you're using to say that a laser
Why do
is
you sound like
bending
Andrew Tate?
600 feet over a curve to hit a target on the other side of a curve? What is your citation, evidence, backup for that claim? What is it? Who told you it? Where did this come from? Who told you lasers do this?
Who told you lasers do what? Refract.
Bend around 600 feet of Earth curvature to hit a target as if it's not there at all.
I just told
Curvature,
you.
that is.
You're not
No,
listening.
you just said it. You just claimed it. I said, who told you this?
Who told you? You want the evidence of it?
Who told you this? Who told you that?
Okay, I'll look it up. Don't worry. I'll look this up for you. You know what? I don't even need to. I was just here
Oh
to
yeah,
hear
no,
what
you
you
do.
had
No,
to
you
say.
do. Stick to your original thought. Yeah, look it up.
No, because
Now
I
listen
have
to your
nothing to
claim.
prove to you. You're very set in your ways. There's no point. This
Okay. So you
conversation's not
can't.
going
So
anywhere.
you don't. So
But
you
I
just
just
made
wanted
it
to hear
up.
what you guys
You just
had
made
to
it up.
say.
Yeah, you just made it up. Well, this is what we have
Okay,
to say.
whatever makes you feel good.
Lasers hit the
I'm not
target
really.
at
I'm not here to
distances that
convince you.
are impossible. Yeah, you're not here to debate. That's fine. Lasers
No,
hit targets at
because I
distances
just
that
wanted to
are
hear
not
what you
possible
guys
on
had
the
to
globe.
say.
Well, if
To
you'd
be
shut
honest.
up for a second, you'll hear what I'm saying. Lasers hit targets at distances that aren't possible on the globe. You say something like refraction, and I ask you, where does that come from? What evidence do you have? Where did you hear this? And you don't have anything. You say, oh, I'll get it. And then you go, actually, nah, I'm not going to get it. I'm not going to provide any evidence for my baseless rebuttal. Because that's what it is. It's a knee-jerk ad hoc rescuing device. Totally
Okay, you
baseless,
done?
just emotional.
Are you
Yeah,
done?
if you don't have
Okay, that's
anything
good for
to
you.
back up that rebuttal, then
Do
yeah,
you have
what else
any
is there to say?
other? Because you love talking about the laser experiment. Is there any other experiment that you think disproves the curvature?
Well, just everything. I mean, water is flat and level. There's no motion detected. There's no curvature detected. Gas pressure requires a container, so we can't have a gas pressured system existing in a vacuum. That doesn't work. Just anything you can think of. There's no tilt. There's no wobble. There's no spin. There's no
Gas
motion
pressure
around the
system? What are you
sun.
talking about? What don't you know about entropy or anything?
Yes,
Why are you
I
talking about
do,
gas
which is
pressure?
why I understand that entropy occurs and entropy happens always. High pressure flows to low pressure, right? That's entropy.
Yeah, but Earth
Yeah.
is not no, sorry, space is not a
Yeah.
complete vacuum. We know
Yeah.
that already.
So space would be lower pressure than Earth, right?
Space, not necessarily.
Not necessarily. See, this is why I know you're just a clown joker. What are you even talking about? It's 10 to the negative 17 torr in space, and it's 14.7 psi on Earth. What are you talking about? Not necessarily.
What are you talking about
Why
by
are you
space?
doing that?
What are you talking about by space? Are you talking about the whole of space, like as a volume? Like the entirety of space has a lower pressure?
Most of
Because if
Earth's
you're talking about that, then no.
atmosphere, it is lower pressure than the Earth, yeah? Yes?
Yes. Okay,
Yes.
fine.
Okay. And you understand entropy? High pressure flows to low pressure, yes? Well, there
Yes.
you go. See, you understand entropy. I understand entropy. High pressure flows to low pressure. You can't have high pressure sitting adjacent to low pressure without entropy occurring. So there you go. That doesn't work on a globe.
There is entropy occurring though. There's constant entropy.
Well, if there was, then you wouldn't be breathing 0.7 psi of air pressure because it would have floated off into the zero from
Entropy doesn't require
10
pressure.
to the negative
Entropy isn't about
17.
pressure. It's not entropy
It's
and
about
pressure
it's
isn't the
about
same thing. What?
yeah, but high pressure will flow to low pressure, and that is entropy. That's a form of
No,
entropy.
but you don't have to just look at the pressure. This is why I talked about the whole
I'm just
entirety of space.
having to look
Because if
at
you
it.
look at if you look at the whole of space, of course there's much more disorder in space compared to Earth. Right? You can't just look at a single isolated thing.
Right. It
You
doesn't
can't,
matter about
yeah.
that. It's
So you
about
look at all
lower
the
pressure
photons, the
next to high
neutrinos, the
pressure.
waves. This is why I
You
talked about the
understand
whole
that
of space.
you can't have high pressure existing next to low pressure uncontained
I
without the
just told
pressure flowing
you.
into space.
Pressure's not relevant when it comes to entropy.
Pressure is relevant. Yeah, it is.
Not
What are you
always. You don't
talking about?
need it. You don't need, not in this example.
In this
Go look it
example,
up.
this is the example we're talking about.
Go and look it up before you start talking about. Go look it up.
You're saying
Go
that
look it
high
up.
pressure doesn't flow to low pressure.
No, I didn't say that. I said
Okay, well
entropy
that's
does
all
not
I'm
require
saying. So if
pressure.
you agree with me,
I
then
said
welcome to flat
entropy
Earth.
does not require pressure.
I didn't say it did require pressure. I'm saying it's an example. You're making
Just
no
bec-
sense. You're just saying things to say things at this point. It's crazy.
no,
You've
I'm
already
not
agreed.
just
High
saying
pressure
things.
flows to low pressure. That's it. So why doesn't the high pressure of the air on Earth flow out into the low pressure of space?
Energy
Gravity.
is
What's that?
entropy is
Oh,
energy.
I don't know.
Entropy is about the distribution of energy. You can look at pressure as a form of energy. It's talking about the how one energy can be transferred into another. It's not talking about pressure
And
specifically.
high
So
pressure will
yes, no, let
always
me
flow to
finish.
low pressure.
Yes, you can have a higher pressure on Earth, but the way that energy dissipates from that high pressure can be in the form of a wave. For example, like heat energy is lost from Earth at a larger rate, or like the core, for example, is shutting down, or you can have EM energy, or you can have
Or is
kinetic
shutting
energy,
down.
you can
How
have
can I
so many different, you can
religiously
have gamma
down?
rays coming out, you can have infrared.
Rays
There's so many
coming out.
different types
Your
of
head is
forms of
packed full of
energy. This
sci-fi
is what I'm saying. It's not
nonsense,
necessarily
Stephen,
pressure
right?
is going to pressure. That is PVNRT. That is Boyle's law, whatever.
Right. Cyclone is talking about that. He's talking about the free expansion of gas.
No,
this
but
is
that's
very
my point.
understood.
Yes, but he's
Very
trying to say
understood.
pressure equals pressure. I'm like, no, pressure can be energy.
You
It can
talking
transfer into
about?
energy.
Don't straw man me. Don't be
I'm
a
not straw
fool.
manning you. I'm just saying the truth.
Pressure is
You're
pressure. What the
straw
fuck are you
manning
talking
me.
about?
What are
No, I'm
you
not.
talking
I
about?
agreed with you. High pressure flows to low pressure. You
That's not what
agreed
I'm
with
saying.
me.
Yes, I didn't disagree, but that's not the point I'm making. You're
Yeah,
not
no,
talking
that
about
is the
energy,
point. That is
and
the
you're not
point. Because
even
if a high
addressing
pressure
what I'm
system,
saying.
the Earth, claimed to be existing within a giant
Can you
low
address what I just
pressure
said about energy,
system
please?
called space. No, you're
No?
avoiding what we're
Okay.
talking about.
I'm really not. I'm actually
Yes, you
answering your
are.
questions.
Okay, so tell me then, how does the high pressure of Earth exist next to a low pressure space and not flow into the lower pressure space like we know pressure will do?
Okay, so entropy itself is not about the distribution of pressure. Okay?
You're
So
gonna avoid
when you're talking about the reason why high pressure flows to low pressure, is it because that energy, right, is transferred in that way? That's why it happens in like a closed system
I don't
or
care. That's
in
what I'm saying
no,
happens.
but let
As
me
long as you've
finish my
agreed.
point before you talk over me. Hello. Thank you. But
Fucking
the
hell, you
point
are
I'm trying to make
infuriating.
is when it comes to the earth, okay, the reason why high pressure does not flow to low pressure is because that energy has been transferred in other ways. It's being dissipated elsewhere. It technically is essentially, if
Talking
you look
about.
at the whole system, right, still being distributed.
No,
It's
it
still
maintains
going from a
about
high entropy. You keep
14.7
talking about, let me
psi
finish
at
what I'm
sea level.
saying. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Well, you're
You
just
keep
talking
talking
shit,
about going
though.
from high pressure to low pressure. That's what you're saying, right? But it's not about high pressure to low pressure. It's about low entropy to a higher entropy. That's what I'm talking about. So it doesn't have to
You're
necessarily be pressure to pressure.
just
It can be
avoiding the
energy
point.
to a different form of energy. And that's what we see when we talk about the Earth system. That
No,
is
you're
how
still
entropy
not
works.
answering. You're still not telling us how we can have a 14.7 psi atmo here on
I
Earth
am. You're just not
within
listening.
a
I don't think you
giant
understand.
vacuum
I think it's too
system.
complex for you. It's
Within a
okay.
giant vacuum system. So why is that high pressure not flowing to low pressure,
I just
which you
told
just
you,
agreed
but you're
happens?
not listening to. I don't
No,
think. I think it's too
you
complex
agreed
for
that it
you.
happens. You agreed that it happens. So why is it
Hmm.
not happening here?
I just told you why.
Well, you
It's
didn't.
the
You
second
didn't even
law of.
address pressure. You said you're not going to talk about pressure.
No, I did. I
So
did,
talk
and I told you.
specifically about
So
gas pressure then.
it
Tell me
doesn't have to.
why the gas pressure isn't flowing into the lower pressure space. Tell me. Or is it too complex for you?
I've answered your question. I don't really know
No,
how
you
to
haven't.
make it. I'm going to make it more simple. Wait, okay. Let me think about it for a second.
You could have said something about the system being in equilibrium, but that's probably too complex for you.
It does. It's not really. It's well. This is why all those thermodynamics people like suicided because
No,
it's not
amazingly, she
technically.
actually thinks she understands what's going on here. The
Don't
way she's
patronize
talking.
me because you're the
I
idiot here, not
will. I
me.
will. You deserve it. You're
No,
a
don't
Dunning
do
Kruger
that. You
moron.
deserve.
You
You
are a
deserve.
fool.
You deserve to know the truth. That's what you really deserve. I hope you like break out
You're
this
a
like
fool. You're a
in your
fool. But
head.
this is entertaining, and
I
this is what we
mean,
do here. We exposed your religion through people like you. So please carry on. You still can't explain why or how we have a gas pressure system existing within a giant vacuum.
It doesn't
With no
exist.
physical
That's what I'm
separation.
trying to say to you. But you're not
Okay, so we're
listening.
not on a big ball
It's
with a
okay.
ball of gas around us in a giant vacuum of
It's
space.
entropy. I'd
No?
have to explain entropy to you. You don't understand what entropy is, right? So imagine it like this, right? Okay, so you've got, I don't even know. You've got dice,
I know you don't know.
okay, and you've got
Oh, dice.
holes,
Yeah, this is
okay.
relevant. We're talking
You've
about
got
gas
8
pressure,
holes.
and you're talking
Let me
about dice.
finish what I'm saying. Are you going to listen to what I'm saying or not?
Well, could you actually stick to what we're talking about instead of
I
non
am, but
sequitur
you need to
bullshit?
understand what
Okay, well,
entropy
for
is
you to be
before.
talking about then, could you talk about gas pressure? Because that's what we're talking about.
I'm trying to explain to you why gas pressure and entropy are not the same thing,
Why are you
and
talking
you
about
seem to
dice
not
then?
understand that. You
Stick to
seem to
gas pressure
think that
then. Don't
entropy
mention
and
dice.
gas pressure are the same thing. Do you think that? Do you think entropy and gas pressure are the same thing?
I know that a high pressure of gas will flow into a low pressure space. I know that.
In certain
As do you.
systems. In certain systems, not all systems, my guy.
Well, yeah, okay. If you physically separate them.
No, not if you I'm talking about system. I'm not
Okay,
talking
so
about
show
two
me
separate
how you
systems.
localize a little gas pressure system in a vacuum chamber then, without separating it physically.
We're not.
Yeah. Oh, we're not in a vacuum. Oops.
No, I know
Correct.
it's not going to
Yeah, we're
say
not.
that. We're not talking about that. Is what I was going to say.
Yes, we are.
Um,
Yes, we are. I know you don't want to, but yes, we are. You're claiming we've got a little localized patch
you
of
act
gas
like I'm the
pressure
only one
in
claiming.
a giant vacuum, and you can't demonstrate it. You can't even speak about it. It's so absurd.
No, I am speaking about it. It's just that you don't understand the concept that just because in a closed system, like in water and ice, that ice might
I'm not talking about
go
water
into
and ice.
more disorder, okay? Because, or there might be a higher pressure from somewhere. Water and ice is a great example. Okay, there we
Well,
go.
We're not
Okay,
talking about this.
neither of them are gas. We're
ice
talking
is
about gas.
solid, right?
I don't know why you're choosing every other state but gas.
You want to talk about gas?
Yeah, I want to talk about how you would contain air pressure in a localized area of a vacuum with no physical containment. Because that's what you're claiming here. So how do you do that? Enlighten us.
Well, it's happening all around us. It's not really okay.
Begging the
How?
question.
How? Can you demonstrate it?
Can I
Or is it just a
demonstrate?
religious belief? Because if we put air in a vacuum chamber, it certainly doesn't localize into a small little ball, does it? The answer would be no. Obviously,
Oh,
it doesn't.
okay. Right. Cool. This is cool. All right. So I got it. So essentially, pressure is about what? What is pressure all about? How do we build pressure?
Containment.
No. What causes pressure? Why do particles create
Why are you
pressure?
not answering my question? Why are you now
I
answering?
am
Why are you
getting
now
there.
asking us
Let me go on my
questions?
journey, please. Thank you.
Okay,
How
that
do
requires
particles
you
create pressure?
explaining.
What do particles have to do to create pressure? Do you even know? What is
Collide
They
pressure?
with
have
the
to
walls of the
press against the walls
containment.
of the container.
Perfect.
That's how it's
Okay. So
defined.
particles need to collide in order to create pressure. Correct?
Collide with
Yeah.
what?
So
Collide with what?
collide with each other and the walls of the container, as he just said. Okay. You
Oh,
need
Okay.
solid.
So
Let me
wait a
finish
second.
my point. Let
Pause.
me
I need to
finish my
clarify.
point. Oh my god. You're
Pause.
really
I
not
need to
going to finish.
clarify. So if we have air pressure, then we have a container.
Can
Yeah.
I finish my point, please? Okay, thank you.
Well, you just
So,
said.
are
You just said I need
you?
to clarify because you just said they hit the particles and they hit the walls of the container. So if we have air pressure, we have a container. Yeah.
Can I finish my point? So I'm going to get to space in a
Why
minute.
can't you
Okay.
answer? Because you just
I'm going
said
to
it.
get to because you're not letting me finish my entire
All right.
sentence.
I'm
My
gonna ask you
entire
again though at
point.
the end of it. So do your
Okay, go ahead, but
ramble,
please,
and then I'll ask
could you
you.
just contain yourself, your emotions for a minute? Let me finish what I'm saying, and then you can talk.
How
Okay.
ironic. Go on. Do
Okay.
your non sequitur
So what
ramble
needs to happen is right. Okay. So particles collide. Okay. No particles collide. There's
with
no
the walls
pressure.
of the container.
Okay. So when you have a vacuum, for example, you have to introduce a gas. Okay. Particles normally they spread out. When they spread out, that's when we start talking about entropy. Okay. You don't necessarily need pressure for entropy, but they do have a relationship there. So if the region is open, the gas will naturally go, right? It will spread out, it will increase in entropy. Okay. So space is a vacuum because there's no gravity, there's no walls. So any gas will just spread out, okay? And there'll be an increase in entropy overall, okay?
Right.
So it
Right. That's
can
our whole point.
exist.
That's the whole point.
Yeah, but that's my point to you. That's why you keep talking about pressure.
So why isn't the air pressure on Earth spreading out like you just said it would?
Because it's not the what was I gonna say?
Gotcha. That's it. That's it. It's over. You just buried yourself. You just made my argument for me. Thank you. You've saved us some
Oh
time.
man.
I don't even have to go
Hey,
back to
hold
remind
on.
you how you just previously confirmed that air pressure requires a container. So, yeah, we're in a contained environment, not
Oh, yeah, that
space.
makes sense. It's because of gravity, isn't it?
Oh, there you
no.
go. You got there. Okay,
Gravity
right.
keeps
So
the
what is
particles
Well, you just
with
said
it.
Well, hold on, because you just said a second ago what's required for pressure is particles hitting other particles and the walls of a container. You didn't mention anything about gravity.
Yeah, but it's
gonna
not
Why
get
has that
worse from
changed?
here.
It's about the
So
force.
now you're
The force is
updating. Are you
caused by
updating that
weight.
answer? Are you updating that answer then instead of hitting the walls of a container? What creates pressure?
Well, what is a container is the question, isn't it? That's the question. But when you talk
Well, no,
about,
you know what a container is for gas. What contains
I
gas?
said two things. I said it hits the walls of the container and it hits each other as well.
Yes.
Don't forget
You
that I
didn't
said
say
that.
gravity. Yeah. So if we have gas
Yeah,
pressure,
but
we have a
gravity
container.
causes force. It's a force, isn't it? So it causes that movement.
No.
That's
You just have the container containing gas pressure. That's it. Unless you
What are
can
you
show
talking
me in an experimental setup, not a container, but quote unquote gravity containing
atmospheric
air
pressure, isn't it? So the
Pressure. Yeah,
molecules are
that's the gas.
moving.
That's the gas.
Look, we have Brownian motion. We know that molecules are constantly moving all around us, right? There is
Yeah.
definitely a pressure there built,
And then
caused by these
which is why they need
masses
a
of
container.
molecules.
Which is why they need a
But
container
the
to keep them
gravity keeps
contained.
it makes it almost like a container, doesn't it?
Okay,
Because
so
the
what
All
are
right,
you
gravity
so is
keeps
it
saying?
it
Brownian
contained.
Just
motion or is
quickly,
it Downian motion?
just
Brownian.
quickly, just
Not
quickly.
Downian?
So what are you saying gravity is? Just so we're clear.
What? Gravity is, well, the acceleration on Earth, isn't it? We're talking about that one.
What do you mean?
It's the acceleration. It's an acceleration, isn't it?
Acceleration.
And any old acceleration is gravity,
Acceleration where?
apparently.
Acceleration of
Upward?
what?
Towards the center of a planet or
Oh,
a mass.
presupposed.
Towards the
Okay,
center of a mass, isn't it?
so you're just imagining a ball now, even though we've not even got there. You're just imagining a ball sucking everything into
Because
the
that's
middle
how
of
you
it.
do. That's how you
Even though
theorize,
that's the
don't
thing you're
you?
trying to prove. No. You don't just
That's so
assume
stupid.
some bullshit
That's how you
that you've got
theorize
no
anything.
evidence
That's how
for.
anything becomes a thing, isn't it? That's so silly.
No. Okay, the correct answer would be it's supposed to be the bending and warping of space-time, isn't it? Due to the
What are you
uneven
talking
distribution
about?
of mass. What am I talking about? So you
No,
don't
it's
know
not bending of.
what
Well,
gravity is
it
supposed to
causes
be.
the bending of space time, but that's not what gravity is. Gravity is
Oh, what theory of
the
gravity are you
acceleration
claiming?
towards a mass.
Okay, what theory of gravity is it that you're claiming? What's its name?
Why are you personifying it? What are you talking about?
Well, you've got a bunch of different theories of gravity, don't you? You got your Newtonian, you got Einsteinian. Which one are you claiming?
It's unimportant in this discussion.
No, it is, because you've just said the entire thing the linchpin holding your fantasy together of air pressure existing in a giant vacuum is this gravity, apparently. So it is quite important
Do you not
that you
think
tell us
gravity
what it is.
exists? Are we here?
Well, how would I know when you can't even define what you're saying
So
it
you
is?
don't know if gravity exists. That's what you're saying right now.
No, don't try and strawman me. We've just asked you to define it,
I'm just
and
asking
you
you a
pretty much
very
haven't
clear
been able
question.
to.
It's not straw manning. It's a very clear question.
It is,
I just
because you
want to
just
know what
said,
your opinions are. Do you think
well,
gravity? You're not sure whether
you've
gravity
just said,
exists.
you've just said it's the acceleration to the center of a ball Earth. We already know that a ball Earth
A
doesn't
mass.
exist.
I said a mass because I have my own.
Well,
Everybody has
right,
center of
okay, well,
gravity.
you've got no evidence for that either. So, yeah, we can just dismiss that.
Well, we can see that we all. Well, you don't believe we orbit the sun.
Yeah.
Oh, this is an insane
Well, what evidence?
conversation.
You don't have any evidence for that either. So,
You know what? I don't have evidence
I
that
don't know
I'm
why you're going
alive.
into that.
I think, therefore, I am.
All
You
right,
know,
okay, so you're a brain in a jar. You don't know if you've got
I'm a
hands.
brain in a
Standard
jar. We're
Glober
riding
stuff.
on a turtle right now. You know,
Standard Glober stuff. Standard
nothing
Glober stuff. This is
exists.
what
This
happens. You guys
conversation means nothing to me.
You guys circle the drain until you get to nothing is
Oh, this is
real.
so stupid.
Yeah,
What
this
do
is
you
so
believe?
stupid.
If you can't believe in this, what can
I
you believe in?
understand that gas pressure
It's
requires
actually ridiculous.
containment, like you did 5 minutes ago, until you realized it debunks your globe religion.
No,
You
I
realized
didn't
that
do
too.
that at all.
You
Don't
did.
put words in my mouth.
So you didn't say pressure is caused by the collision of particles and the walls of its container. You didn't say that.
But like, obviously,
Wait,
if
did
you
you
just
say that,
if
or
you
did
have
you not say
masses
that?
of, If you haven't, well, I stand by what I said,
Okay, so you did
right? And
say
it
what I
still
said. You said
counts for the
then. So don't
atmospheric
tell me
pressure. Atmospheric
don't
pressure,
say
they
I'm
collide
not
with each
quoting
other.
you correctly. When I
Gas
say what you
particles
said, you said no, I didn't say
collide
that, and then I
with each
quote you, and you
other.
go, oh yeah, I do. I said that, and I stand by it. Well, don't
I
try
do
and
stand
correct
by
me
it.
then. Well, don't try and correct me then when I repeat what you said,
Because I
because
don't,
that's
because
what
you're
I
a bit
said.
like, you're a bit slimy, like the way you're talking to
No,
me.
you're just
You're straw manning me the
emotional.
whole
No,
time.
you're emotional. I was correct in what you
I'm
said.
very
You
much
tried to
not
correct
emotional. That's very much
me
you.
because you're emotional, and then you conceded, yeah, that
No,
is what I
you're
said.
the emotional
And then
one,
you're
mate.
saying, well, you were correct about what I said, but you're quote unquote
You're the one showing the
slimy. You
most
think
emotion at
nothing.
this point, to be honest. I can't
No,
lie.
I'm just correcting you because you're going all over the place. You're trying to use little rhetorical tactics to avoid conceding. That's what you're doing. It's
No,
immature. Yes, it's
I'm
immature.
being very direct. I'm giving you very clear
No,
examples.
no, you're
Asking very
not. No, you're
direct
not. Because
questions.
remember, well, if you were, you would have acknowledged that you said it requires the collision of particles with the walls of a
Because
container.
I'm trying to see if you're quoting me right. I'm thinking about it as you're saying it. But yeah,
Well,
cool.
everyone else heard it, dude.
The whole
So
point, let's get back to what we were talking about. The whole point is they collide, the collisions cause pressure. Okay?
yeah,
Cool.
with the walls of a container, that causes pressure. Yeah, and we have pressure on Earth.
It doesn't have
Gas
to be a walls
pressure.
of, I said the particles
Yes,
collide as
no, it
well.
does. Yeah. You said
No,
the
it
particles
doesn't.
collide, and it collides with the walls of its container. Because then you said, otherwise, like in space, they would all spread out. That's
And they
exactly
do
what you
spread
said.
out. They do spread out in space.
Okay, well
I
then,
did say that.
goodbye air pressure on Earth. Then it would spread out
No,
into
because
space.
gravity contains it.
See, this is where your religion kicks in, because now you're just imagining. Because air moves omnidirectionally on the surface, including up. It's not being pulled down. We're not having to get on all fours and breathe puddles of air on the ground. So you can drop that nonsense. Air is
Yeah,
not
but
being
no, but
pulled
that's when
to
you
the
talk about the
ground.
magnetic field, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Right?
Air is not being pulled to the ground no matter what mad mechanic you're imagining. It's just not happening. It's going up and in all directions, isn't it?
Yeah, but then we know that. We know that it gets less dense as you go higher. Like when you go to the top of a mountain, there's much
Thank
less air
you.
particles, right?
We
Because
appreciate that. Thank you
air
for
is,
proving our point. Thank you. You proved our
yeah, but not
point.
to the extent, because there's so much
There
air.
is a differing pressure at a different altitude. Thank you for proving our
Yeah,
point.
because air is being pulled downwards and then it dissipates.
No, there's air
No.
at the top of the mountain, so it's not being pulled down.
That's not silly. That's very silly what you're saying. Think about what you're saying for a minute, please.
No, there's more space.
There's convection currents. There's weather.
There's more space
There's
at the
wind.
top of the mountain than near the surface, where you have a wall.
You're making
Yeah,
it too
where do you
simplified. You're
think
simplifying it too
the
much.
gas is where do you think the gas is coming from?
What do you mean? It depends. It came from like volcanoes or mountains, or it comes from lots of different
The
natural
surface of the
things that
earth.
happen on Earth.
The surface of
Denitrifying bacteria. I don't know, man.
the surface of the earth, yeah.
Sure.
So then obviously you're going to have a thicker concentration at the surface, and as it
And
dissipates further
there
out,
is a thicker
yes,
concentration at the surface.
yes, exactly. And then as it spreads out, it gets thinner. It's going into a wider volume.
No, because that spreading out causes Brownian motion. The particles constantly are moving. It's not like they all
Wow.
just go down straight away, right? Gravity is there,
They
but
don't
because
go
Earth
down.
is so big, it's not as strong as we think it is, right? We're on the Goldilocks planet, aren't
What?
we? Yeah. So because
No,
of
we're not.
that,
No, we're not. That is
Oh,
your
goodness.
religious upbringing. That is your cult
no. But my point
indoctrination.
is, you're asking me why doesn't all the air just sink to the bottom? It's because air particles are constantly moving, and it kind of does. That's why it's thinner on top at the top of the mountain, right?
Are they
No,
moving up?
we just covered that. It's
Oh,
because
what
that's where
moving
it's
up?
generated. We just covered that. It's not because it's getting pulled down. It's generated at the
There's
surface.
still diffusion, isn't it? So it spreads
Yes, it
out.
diffuses. Yes, exactly. Has nothing to do with being pulled down. It's generated there.
And also,
Then it goes
you're
up.
forgetting about density, like the density of different like molecules as well, right? There
No,
would be
you're
more like
forgetting.
helium or
What?
whatever at the top,
No,
right?
you're forgetting what you said about air
And
pressure
argon,
requiring containment. That's what causes
and
pressure.
the gravity
The
contains
particles
the air.
press.
Duh.
The particles press.
Gravity is, and I answered that question already. I told you that gravity contains the
No,
air. So we
gravity
can
is
move
not
Can
on.
you
defined as a
demonstrate that?
container for gas. Gravity isn't a
We've moved
container
on
for
from
gas.
that. We're talking about gravity now, and I've told you
That's
that
fine.
how
Yeah,
gravity works.
So
gravity is not a container for gas.
Yeah, unless you can
Yes, it is.
demonstrate
In
it,
this,
that would just be a baseless claim.
I mean,
You don't
if
want
I
to make
could create
baseless
a
claims and
planet,
not support them like you've been
I mean,
doing
if
for
I
the
could
last half
create a
hour,
planet,
right?
if I
I mean,
could
if you
create a
could actually
planet,
just shut the hell up so I could actually get a word in. So can you get some gravity and then show us that containing air?
is that straw man? I think what you're doing is straw manning right now.
You just
Because
said
that's
that gravity is the
that is
container
an
of the air.
absolutely ridiculous question, isn't it?
Okay, so
That's
that you didn't
ridiculous.
say that gravity contains air then. I'm mistaken. You
Ask
didn't
you to
say that,
get
did you?
gravity and to create a model Earth. Like, that's so stupid.
Yeah,
Like,
I know.
come on.
Didn't you just say that
Don't
gravity is a
don't
container?
interrupt me and tell me that
Sorry, is
I'm
gravity a
supposed to
container
stop
or not? I'm
talking.
sorry. Is
No, what you're
gravity a
saying is
container?
rubbish. No, it doesn't make sense.
Well, that's what you said. Okay, so then it is rubbish to say that gravity contains air. I
It's
agree.
not rubbish because I can't create gravity. Your argument is weak.
Okay, so you're
What
saying
is
you're
gravity?
saying
That's
you're
very
saying your
nonsensical.
claim then about
There's no point in talking
gravity.
to you.
You're saying your claim about gravity is undemonstrable because you would need a mass the size of Earth. Is that what you're saying?
I would need, yeah, obviously. No, I'd need.
Okay,
Special
right.
plane.
In that case, if your claim
I'm
is
just a person.
undemonstrable,
Like,
it can
what are you talking about?
yeah. So no one can demonstrate this. So why do you
So
believe it?
therefore, we shouldn't believe it because there's not.
Yes,
It's not
correct.
repeatable.
Yes, because
That's
it
the
cannot be
stupidest thing I've
demonstrated.
ever heard in my life.
So tell me why
That's
you
so
do believe.
dumb.
So why do you
That's
believe it?
so
If it can't be
stupid.
demonstrated.
Because
So tell
it's
me
the
why you do
theory
believe
that
it.
makes the most sense.
Because it's the
And
theory
it
that makes no
works for
sense,
every
even though
single bit
it
of science that
contradicts.
we've ever done
It doesn't make
since
any
then.
sense. It doesn't make any sense, right? None of your senses detect what you're describing, so it
Just
cannot,
get
by
a stick.
definition, make sense.
Get a stick and talk to your mate in Australia and ask him what he sees. Okay? And just
What?
look at your shadow. Listen, it's
What?
very simple, man.
Dude,
Like,
what are you
people
talking
just
about?
yeah, don't worry about it.
My,
Point I'm trying
my
to
Don't
say.
shadow
worry
would be
about it.
upside down in Australia.
You're
Okay.
out to lunch, peas and rice. What are you talking about?
Listen. At the end of the day, I think you're arguing. I hear what you're saying. I heard it loud and clear.
Did you hear what you said about how
I
you
heard what
can't
I said
demonstrate?
about you just
And that
completely
doesn't sink
ignored
into.
that gravity is
No,
containing
I
the air
listened to what you
particles
said.
and
No, but you
you just
said
don't
you
believe in
can't
it for some
demonstrate that.
reason.
You said that's
But
an
what I'm
undemonstrable
not
claim.
hearing, what I'm
You
not
said
you're
that's an
constantly
undemonstrable
disproving
claim.
you think you're disproving the curvature of the earth,
We
but
go
what
with
is the
what can be
alternative?
proven, peas and rice. We go with what can be proven. You said you came here, you want to understand what we were saying. What we're saying is prove it. And if you can't, if you have to say, oh, I would need a hypothetical object the size of what I imagine the Earth is in order to demonstrate my baseless claim that contradicts observable reality and gas law, I would have to do that. And so
It doesn't.
how are we gonna say, okay, peas and rice, you can't demonstrate your claim, it contradicts gas law, but we'll just believe you because it makes sense. Doesn't make sense.
It doesn't contradict gas law. I just told you.
Yes, it does.
Literally, you didn't listen to a word I said.
I did.
I told you how
You
entropy
agreed with
works.
us. You
No,
said
let me.
gas pressure requires a container. Gas would spread out in space. Gravity holding gas in is undemonstrable. I heard you.
I didn't say it was undemonstrable. Yeah, it's undemonstrable.
Oh, okay. So who demonstrated
But
it?
then, like, it's undemonstrable that entropy
Okay, so it
exists.
is
It's No,
undemonstrable.
I'm not
No,
finished.
entropy
It's
is not undemonstrable.
It is. Entropy itself as a concept is there, but the idea of
What are you
entropy
talking about?
is undemonstrable. How do you know that the universe has complete entropy? We don't. We don't know
What are
that.
you
We don't know
talking
what
about,
that
dude?
looks like on a really small level, on a huge level. Like most things we talk about in
Well,
science is
I'm glad you
undemonstrable.
realized that
So no, but what
the
your
whole
point?
thing
No,
is
but
clinging your
that's a
ball
weak argument to
together. This
make because we
gravity thing
clearly couldn't
is
have this
completely undemonstrable.
conversation if we didn't believe in entropy. So
I don't
again,
know what you're
like
It
talking
sounds
about,
like you're
but you
saying
just
that
conceded it.
gravity reverses the entropy of gas behavior.
no, I didn't. What?
Yeah, because gas
No?
spreads out. Remember, you even
You're
said that.
oversimplifying what I'm saying. You're strawmanning me again. You can't do
Oh,
that.
okay. So did you imply that gravity causes the pressurization of gas?
It provides a wall, like not exactly a
The
wall, but it
gravity
holds it in
wall,
place.
the
It
wall
holds
of
Yeah, does
particles in place.
gravity.
gravity tug on gas molecules and reverse their trajectory upward?
Yes.
Yes. I'd like
Yes.
to see that demonstrated too, because now what you're claiming
Okay.
is
How would you like me to demonstrate that?
well,
Tell
I don't
me.
know, because you can't do it without begging the question.
Yeah, you've
How
already
would you
said it's
like me to?
undemonstrable.
Okay. Here's one. Okay, cool. So you know when you get a bucket of water or a bucket of like gas, right? And it's helium or something. And you spin that bucket really, really fast around your head, right? The helium doesn't escape; it stays in the bucket because what
Okay,
you're
now
doing
remove the bucket
is
and
you're
what happens?
creating you're creating
You
a
don't have a
centripetal
bucket,
force.
remember? You don't have a bucket, remember? So now
Yeah,
He's
now
a
put the gas.
liar. He is a liar about that one.
Put the
What are
gas
you
on the
talking about?
outside of the bucket.
Well, hold on. No,
Put it
just
on the
remove the
outside of the
bucket because
bucket.
you don't have a bucket. You don't have a container. Remember on the globe. So remove the bucket, and then what happens?
But then you'd need. This is the point. We don't have a mass that is big enough to hold anything together that
Yeah.
we
So
can
it just has to go
recreate.
back to imagination and pretending, right?
Well, here's the other thing, though, that the mass-independent nature of gas pressure is expressed by Avogadro's law. So if there's a mass-gravity relationship, it flies in the face of gas laws.
No, but it doesn't. If not, if you take
Yeah, it
into
does.
account
For the
gravity.
listening
If you
audience,
completely
Google this:
ignore gravity,
Avogadro
okay, you're just shouting at me.
mass-independent
I don't
gas
like you
pressure.
shouting. Can you stop shouting?
No,
Thank you.
he's speaking to the audience here. So could you let him finish?
Yeah, but you can stop shouting.
So here's your
Well,
Google
'cause you keep
search term,
talking through
audience.
him.
Go Google Avogadro, Avogadro, mass independent gas pressure.
This is very, very.
Yeah, gas pressure is mass independent. This is taught in 8th grade physics.
Why are you giving me 8th grade physics to explain the
Because
laws
8th
of
graders know
gravity?
this shit.
No,
Because you need to
yes, of course
understand
I do,
it.
because you guys have an 8th grade knowledge of science.
No, because you would fail 8th grade
David,
science.
I can't
You
deal
would
with you
fail 8th
people,
grade
man.
science.
Yeah, Peas and
You
Rice,
would
you're
fail.
demonstrating that you
I
don't
can't deal with
even
you
have an
people.
8th grade level of science. So
Do I not? Okay, cool. Okay, so you
Hey, can
people are
I
like,
read a quotation here? I've got a journal that actually supports this, what I'm saying. They're talking about natural observations and why it's important. So this is from the Journal of Cave and Karst Studies, volume 71, number 1, pages 100 to 107. Despite the claimed influence of gravitational fields, atmospheric mixing driven by thermal diffusion and turbulent forces prevents gas stratification. This is evidenced by caves where gases have been trapped for millions of years, maintaining a homogeneous mixture without stratification by molecular weight. There's a naturally occurring observation free from man's interference that demonstrates exactly what we are talking about.
I mean, you're still not disproving that gravity stops the air particles from leaving.
you haven't shown that it does. You just said it
Right.
does.
I know,
just
but you
can't
haven't.
prove it. We don't need to.
Why do I
You
need
don't
to
need
disprove your
It's
imagination?
on you. It's on you to prove your ridiculous claim, and you've
I've
conceded you
told
can't.
you it's not ridiculous, game.
Yes,
I've
it is.
told you that
That's why you can't
pressure.
demonstrate it.
I've told you that pressure with height, yeah, it
You
gets
can't
less
invoke pressure
dense.
without a container. You know that, right? You can't
You're not.
invoke that word
You
without
keep.
a
I know
container.
where we've done that already, mate. I don't
Okay,
know
so
where you
don't
come from.
use it unless you know that you're going to be using a
I'm gonna
container
use it
for it.
because we've talked about this and where we're at because you weren't here. Okay, is that gravity is
I've been
containing
here
the
the whole
air.
time.
Yeah, you made that
Gravity
up.
is containing the air,
You're just
so that's
repeating
it.
the
So
story
well,
you've
let
been
me
told.
finish. The
Gravity is
way
not a
No
no,
solid
evidence of
but
it.
let me
container.
no.
Dude, gravity
Excuse
is not
me.
a solid container.
Are you finished?
Yeah,
Thank you.
go right
As
into the Journal of Cave and
when I
Karst
talked
Studies.
about pressure, I said pressure is also caused by colliding of particles. So you don't necessarily need it to hit walls in that sense. Okay.
Yeah,
Also,
you do.
technically, there's so many
And you
surfaces
won't
on
be
the
able to
earth.
measure
So
it.
no, no,
Then you
no,
won't
no.
be able
Hello.
to measure it
Oh,
if
you
it
guys are
doesn't
so.
hit the wall of the container.
It's hitting the walls of the earth. There's mountains. There's trees. There's people.
Yeah,
There's
wall's part of your
constant collisions.
container. Earth is part of the one of the walls of your container. You're right.
It's your floor.
Okay,
Ding, ding, ding.
so the point is there is pressure on Earth. This is what I think.
Yeah.
Okay, and
Not
what
Yep, you're
the
caused by
world
absolutely right.
gravitation.
You're absolutely right.
because
That
you guys
means
are
there's a
acting like I'm
container.
insane, like you're
That means there's a
gaslighting me.
container.
This
You
is
know
what
that,
the
right?
world believes.
You
Okay,
are
and
insane, Peas and Rice, but
also,
it's not your fault. You've been made to be that way
pressure
by the
decreases with the
education
height.
system.
Okay,
Yeah, and volume increases with height.
Yeah, remember it's generated at the surface, so why wouldn't it do that? Obviously, that's what would occur.
Gas pressure gradients only occur within a gas
without
pressure
gravity, you
system.
couldn't even have pressure in the first place, anyway.
You don't
couldn't
have
even have
gravity.
any
You
sort of
couldn't
pressure
even
without
define it.
gravity.
Stop saying the word unless you're going to define it properly. Give us a citation.
What? Of
Gravity.
what?
Remember the wall, the thing that you were trying to now
All
envision
right.
as a wall for gas.
I think I'm done here.
The
I
gas
just
wall of gravity.
I
Let's see
don't
that.
know,
Let's see
man.
that
I think you guys
citation.
are a bit
Okay, so
mental.
you can't define
All right.
gravity, the thing that's
I'm not
holding your
gonna
entire
do
belief
that because
together.
you can go into the internet and look it
Okay,
up
well,
if
if
you
you
really
can't
want to.
define your
I'm
terms,
not gonna do
then
There
that
is
for
no
you.
why should we
definition.
believe
You're not
you?
gonna straw man me by telling me
No,
you
that's not.
don't
I'm
know
not
the
straw
definition of
manning you by
gravity.
asking you to
It's very
define
much
your
straw manning.
term.
You know what the definition of gravity is. I know what it is. We're not gonna do that.
No, you.
Right?
Well, I don't know what
Instead,
definition you're
instead,
using. I don't think
instead,
you do know what it is.
instead, you're not gonna straw man me. Instead, I'm gonna go. Good luck. I hope you guys
Okay, cool. Peace. See you
Bye.
later.
figure out the truth.
Yeah. Ironic. I hope you go and figure out 8th grade physics.
One final quote, guys. James Clerk Maxwell. He wrote this in The Theory of Heat, 1870. Gases are distinguished from other forms of matter, not only by their power of indefinite expansion, so as to fill any vessel, however large, and by the great effect heat has in dilating them, but by the uniformity and simplicity of the laws which regulate these changes. The power of indefinite expansion. Not subject to gravitational reversal, not. He's right.
Yeah, it's a good one. Although it's probably a frustrating listen, but hopefully there was some benefit there.
Yeah, that was good. It's always
That's some
special
real.
pleading, as Says Who pointed out, and begging the question. And they spiral. And why don't you believe in my imaginary form of gravity, guys?
Yeah, I can't even define. Just projection, Dunning-Kruger, the usual.
You know, maybe when I drop something, that's also entropy. Because I had to impart energy to pick it up.
These people, man.
I get the impression that her shtick was just to like frustrate people. But that's me.
She probably frustrates a lot of men.
Well, she
No
did.
doubt.
She was trying to, but she ended up just conceding that gas pressure requires containment. Gas expands in a vacuum. She technically conceded to all our points essentially, but then she just added her little rhetorical spin on everything, and then tried to retcon her answers to the correct dogma.
Right. You flat earthers are uneducated if you only had the story explained to you as well as it was explained to me. In order
then
for
when you
my
ask
story
them
to
to
be true, I
explain,
need you to grant me this one special plea.
yeah, then even when you ask them to explain the story, all right, explain the story to us. No, Google it. You can just Google it. You know the story. I know the story. Like, all right, cool story. Funny, they now have to turn gravity into a wall for gas.
There's a big difference between those who were critical of what they were being taught in school, especially these classes. You know, and everybody else.
I mean, you can be forgiven for not thinking about this stuff yourself, but when people are handing it to you on a plate and you're acting like that, you lose my sympathy. Anyway,
Yeah.
mildly entertaining. I'm going to dip off, go on mute for a bit, and then I'm going to head off. So, good chats, boys. Hope you're all well. I'll catch you soon.
Thank you, Cyclone.
Later, dude.
Did the Glober leave?
Yeah, she couldn't handle it. She
I
wanted
missed
to
most
believe
of the
that we were all
conversation.
idiots.
I'm having connection issues.
Yeah, I can hear that.
I posted the
a little choppy.
definition and cited from NASA.
There you go, hostile witness. I'm glad they still have this webpage up because we use these insets all the time. Wouldn't it be crazy if gravity did cause a pooling, a compression of gases at the surface, and that heavier gases with greater atomic mass would find themselves attracted to the Earth more? Like, holy crap, we'd all be suffocating.
Yeah,
I want to
if
say
you
that.
want, just reply to.
Go ahead. Yeah, man, maybe you are lagged. Gravity, it's so weak that it's hard to detect and it has a minimal effect, but so powerful that it holds all the oceans to Earth against the awesome continuous vacuum of never expanding space odyssey. Gravity's so weak here, but so strong there. Gravity causes light to refract around the globe. So it's like, yeah, hey, Globers, you believe in that too? So is refraction pushing down the hump of the Earth? Or is the hump there and is it just lifting up the objects in the distance? Is it depressing the big hump to allow a free path for the unrefracted laser to go from point A to B?
Kakashi's dogs are.
Hello, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. Can I take your order?
Why, hello there.
Wadadoodle.
Seems you guys are an eccentric community.
We just, I don't know about eccentric. I mean, we just describe reality as you experience it.
I love you guys' confidence. You seem very well, last time I called it beliefs, but you guys don't like me calling it beliefs. So I love how faithful you guys to your perspective of reality.
Well, we're confident because we know that this is true. We can prove it.
Yeah.
And we
that's
also
what I-
know that the
that's what I
globe
like.
can't prove their side. I mean, it's pretty remarkable to say that reality is as you see and experience it, and there is no other way, and that all attempts to the contrary are met with failure every single time. I mean, it's just the world we live in. It's nuts.
Absolutely. I you know, it's nice to see people who are very safe to say, I guess, confident with
Yeah.
the way in something that they believe is 100% true. You know, you
Oh
also
no,
see
man,
with
I get it.
people
We
people
live
who
in
are
this
very
crazy postmodern world of relativism where
Exactly.
people speak their truth, and man, whatever your truth is your truth, and it's true for you, man. But that doesn't mean that my truth isn't true for me, and it can't be the same as your truth. Like, no, there
Absolutely.
is universal truth. Truth always is and forever consistent.
Well, I mean, I guess to be fair, you can never really see the universe in somebody else's perspective because the universe is only how you see it as. So you're kind of, you know, the master of your own world, I guess.
Yeah, but the world exists regardless of whether you're alive or not.
Right, but you would never know if the world existed whether or not you were alive because you wouldn't be able to, you know, prove that.
Yeah, you wouldn't care.
Oh, yeah, that also works.
You wouldn't be there to care. Like, I mean, maybe your soul like floating around, but
we don't know that.
Like, the sky that's blue, man, is it blue for you? But it could be really like red for me, but I call that blue. And could that be the same? But maybe it's different, man.
I mean, it definitely depends since, you know, you could ask 100 people, they'll all tell you the sky's blue, but there's always going to be one person who is colorblind, they'll tell you the sky's yellow or something. I mean, you never know.
Sure.
And
I mean, that's why reality's testable. And
exactly, you can't tell the person who sees the sky as yellow that it's not yellow because he sees it as yellow.
well, we can tell them what the wavelength is.
Well, yeah, that works, but you know, just giving an example.
Right. Well, that is my example. That some people are just wrong.
So you guys, well, so we, you know, say it's maybe, I guess. There's some
People
certain
find
things
this
that,
refreshing at first. They find it refreshing and intriguing, and then they want to dip a toe in. They're like, okay, let me try this out for a little bit. Let's see how I feel when I do it. And it's addicting. It totally is. Truth is addictive. It's the most addictive substance on earth. You can't get enough of it in this world full of deception and lies.
so I mean, I like to think of myself as a very open-minded person, which is why I'm here. You know, I grew up, and I'm pretty sure I still do believe that the Earth is round. But obviously, you guys believe the Earth. You guys don't define the shape, apparently. So you just know it isn't
Right.
round. So
Precisely.
I-
And you know, we weren't born this way. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not a young man. I've been around a while. And I didn't come to this realization until about 5 years ago.
5 years ago. Wow. What
Yeah.
made you come to the realization? Like, what gave you the inspiration? Did you watch a YouTube video, or were you just curious one day when looking out into the ocean, all earthly?
No, I kind of sidestepped a lot of this. I saw some of the initial claims that had come out, the long distance observations and laser tests. And I kept hearing from flat earthers that the R value is elusive, the radius of the Earth. Nobody's measured curvature to derive the R value.
I mean, the Earth is very wide.
And I said, that's bullshit. Let me go find out. I had access to a bunch of academic resources at the time, and I was able to flip through tons and tons and tons of papers. Amongst the first places I looked was in surveying, and I learned about geodetic surveying.
Right.
I'm like, if anybody has measured the Earth, it's the guys that claim to do it for a living.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, and guess what? They came up empty. In fact, you can kind of read how their process works.
Interesting.
And they don't measure a globe; they calculate it. They physically measure the Earth flat, and then they calculate a globe after the fact.
Why? Why? Because I mean, I guess it's kind of difficult to measure it when it's curved. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, so the way they got curvature in the first place was by imagining a celestial sphere, which
Why?
which if you accept the globe cosmology, you don't even accept that as true. It's just a model.
Absolutely.
So what they do is they take the celestial sphere and they take the terrain that they measure and observe, and they slap it up into the interior wall of the celestial sphere. And then they extract themselves out of it, whoop, and pop themselves on top of the sphere and say, yeah, Earth is a globe now.
Right. I mean, I guess I'm not really here to argue about you guys' calculations because I'm very not educated on this. So it's more of I'm just
That's
very
all right.
interested on why you guys why you guys think that the governments would lie to you. Basically, that's my question.
See, I don't know. I know a lot of flat earthers are into that. I'm not. I don't think the government, I don't think people are knowingly lying about this. I think this is one of these, call it like an urban myth, the urban myth from hell. It's an urban myth that got away. And for hundreds of years, if not longer, people believe that Earth is a globe so much that they're taking all their scientific endeavors and observations and they're cramming it into this cosmology that Earth has to be a globe. And that's all they're doing. I mean, it's kind of crazy. It's hard to believe, but that's what they're doing.
So you're just saying it's kind of like a belief that's so ingrained in our heads that it's just like crazy to even question it.
Yeah. And it's a belief that could be reinforced by things like the space program. But then you go read what the space program is and how it started, and they're not claiming to hide a flat Earth or anything like that. I mean, the space program was started as a propaganda measure to project power and technological progress that may not even exist.
That was the point during
May not even exist. So, you could have a bunch of globers at NASA who are secretly still trying to figure out how to orbit a satellite and can't get it to fucking work because they believe in the globe. So then they're projecting the capability that doesn't exist.
Wait,
In
so
the
do you think
meantime,
they can't orbit a satellite? I think they know how to.
no, they're not orbiting a globe because the globe doesn't exist.
Okay, so you think that satellites don't orbit; they just move around?
I'm not sure what they are. I mean, we know that they use balloons for a lot of things, and there's some exotic capabilities that they claim to use up there. But I mean, ultimately, I don't have firsthand direct knowledge of these exotic technologies.
Yeah, see,
So-
I like a person able to admit that they don't know a certain something about stuff. Like for me, example, I don't know much about your arguments for flat Earth, so I'm not gonna sit here and be like, try to argue with you on that. I'm just very curious.
Yeah, we don't have to argue with people too. People want to come in and they do want to argue, but I'd rather just describe the world as I've come to understand it to people. That's more my speed. I'm tired of debates.
So,
Holy crap.
hold on.
Yeah, don't let your wife find out that you're talking to flat earthers. She might think you're crazy.
I like the fact that that was my twin sister. Sorry, she's my twin sister, not my wife.
Oh, no. Okay, sorry. I thought that was the case.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm nowhere near old enough, frankly, to have a wife.
Oh, okay.
Anywho, have you oh shit, forgot I was doing a bit. Well, still, sorry, I'm practicing a bit. I just talk like that during my normal interactions just to kind of nail the voice down. Sorry for any confusion. Anyway, are you like a full-time flat earther? Like, is that what you do?
Yeah, it's not like it's the globe for 1 hour a day.
No. So
yeah, I mean, Earth is
day
flat. It's
shut
one of the
down.
fewest things that I know for sure in this life.
Well, that's like asking him if he's a full-time guy. It's like, do you magically change the middle of the night to someone?
Did you
Cuddles, man, you're robot and hard still. You might want to look into Starlink.
Starlink. Okay.
So Omni, are you a full-time globe earther?
See, that's a good question. The only reason I asked that is because I've like known some people who are really. I mean, I guess it's more of a one-time thing. You just sit down 1 week, you research, and then you just find enough proof to sufficiently say that you know the Earth is flat, right? I'm guessing that's what you guys, or some of you guys.
Yeah, there are two ways to come to the table, and ideally both ways should be explored. First is to look for the globe proof that people say exists. And when you get frustrated, you might want to start looking into the flat Earth proof that flat earthers say exists. And then you start to weigh the evidence. And you could start the other way too. You could look into the flat Earth evidence first and then say, okay, that's cool. Now let me check the globe evidence out. Like, I have not seen anything that comes close to what flat earthers have done to prove the flat Earth case coming out of globers. And this is in spite of space agencies.
I mean, I feel like just because they're the minority, they kind of have to prove their point. They can't really.
There's a double standard.
Yeah, exactly. If you're the minority, you have to prove your point more than the majority, I guess. So,
Unfortunately, now philosophically, you shouldn't have to, but
no,
but
philosophically,
to win hearts and minds, you do.
once it becomes like a major movement, then yeah, you kind of, if you want to like get more members and all that, yeah, I guess. Also, cuddles. What I meant by that was kind of like, for example, an atheist, or not an atheist, let's just say a religious person convincing himself to become an atheist, kind of like in that kind of sense. Something you believe, trying to change your beliefs.
All right, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, you're coming in. Sounds way better.
Okay, yeah, I'm having signal issues. The interesting thing is every glober I've talked to, you guys, you can kind of wrap your head around the whole, like, I believe in NASA and I believe this. But then when it comes to something outside of that, you guys try and transplant that belief word over to anything else. And it's like, I don't have to believe in the physics of water because that's what water does. It's a know thing, not a belief thing.
Wait, what are you? Okay. You know what? I'm a glober here. So what are you trying to say? Like, talk to me as if you're trying to talk to the majority. I'm here to represent most globers who aren't knowledgeable in the situation and are open-minded. So, what do you want to say?
Well, the nature provides a true reference of what is flat, level, and horizontal, and that's water. It's one of the most foundational things that you can explore as somebody new to the topic. What is the behavior and nature of water? If Earth is a globe, then gravity must be bending the oceans around a ball. How does that work? What's the evidence for that?
Well, I guess water has no form, so I don't really tell you anything. Water is just whatever container it's in.
Yeah, water does do that. It conforms to the container and it forms a level surface at rest. Now, the funny thing is people claim that gravity is this awesome force that has the power to bend vast oceans around a ball in outer space and also hold the water back from turning into gas and exploding into the outer space vacuum at the same time. But then you read also that gravity's considered to be the weakest of forces. So wait, it's powerful enough to override the molecular behavior of water molecules that bond at the surface of vast oceans. It's strong enough to override that, but so weak that its effects can barely be measured.
No, gravity's effects are measured. What do you mean? Wait, first, do you believe in gravity? because that'll like decide how I.
Well, that requires definitions, right? So listen, I mean, I know that when I pick up a rock and drop it, that it falls to the ground. And if we want to call that accelerated value gravity, I have no problem with that. I mean, for the sake of discussion and conversation. Now, it's attributing what the cause is. That's where it gets really sticky. That's where it's, and then also looking at alternate causes, right? We know that density and buoyancy exist. We know that we can change the density of a medium relative to a solid object, and that solid object will either go up or down, depending.
Yeah.
So I know that
acting.
I can change the direction of these objects by changing the density relationship with the medium.
Either up or down. Yeah, it's either sinks or floats, basically.
Right. So there's a cause, right? So what's the cause of gravity? Now it's like, well, how do you explain that?
From what I know, I'm very uneducated. But from what I know, is my definition of gravity is the weight or not the force acting on the center of gravity of an object. So when people say that gravity doesn't exist, then that means center of gravity doesn't exist, and if center of gravity doesn't exist, that means stability doesn't exist. And that's where I kind of don't get it, you know.
Okay, can't we have flat Earth gravity? The difference being when I drop an object, it falls perpendicular to a horizontal surface for everybody everywhere on the same surface that's level and horizontal. You know, as opposed to dropping something and it's falling inward radially to a common center of mass on a spherical surface. So, in order for gravity to behave in the way that people who believe in the globe think it does, they're going to have to measure that gravity vector, that equipotential that they call it in geodesy, geodetic surveying. They have to measure that equipotential where that vector changes. And they have a word for that, actually. It's called the deflection of the vertical.
Right. So wait, do you what do you think about other planets? Do you think, or for example, the moon? You see the moon.
Yeah.
You think that's?
I think it's mysterious, man. Listen, I think Earth is like the floor to the universe that you see in the night sky.
So everything's above us.
Yeah, exactly. Earth isn't in outer space. Like, we have no knowledge of what's called an embedding space for this place.
So you think the moon is what then? What shape do you think the moon is? Or do you not know?
I mean, I think it appears to be spherical.
Okay.
In a limited way, but you know, I have no problem accepting that. But I also don't think the moon is anything like Earth, or that any of the planets are anything like Earth. I don't think Earth is a planet. Earth is the foundation of existence.
So you kind of go through a different kind of like the universe is all situated around Earth.
The universe includes the Earth we walk on. And the night sky and everything in it is above that Earth.
We're kind of on the floor.
Yeah. The floor of the universe. Yep. And does it extend forever? I don't think so, because we have pressurized gas. It seems that there's a limit somewhere. But does that mean that there's not like a limit here and then there's another limit somewhere else and there's a gigantic floor of the universe and multiple compartments? I don't know.
I mean, do you think you don't agree the universe is expanding?
Well, see, I don't know about that either. A lot of that rests on accepting whether or not, like, Einstein's theory of relativity is true. You know,
I mean,
space-time
really relates to flat Earth, so it doesn't really matter now. I guess.
Yeah. I mean, you can't have general relativity with the flat Earth cosmology. This thought experiment is not new. It's been done by university researchers for fun. We've got some papers on it. So, does that mean that you know, the flat Earth cosmology, could that be expanding? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, I wouldn't entertain that discussion beyond just idle speculation.
So wait, why do you think like the Earth is different from the other planets? What makes us so special? You know.
Well, for one, the things that we observe in space above our heads bear absolutely no resemblance to what we're experiencing here on Earth.
How do you know that?
Well, when we look at Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, they're not even described in the same way as Earth is, except for maybe Mars, right? But I don't think Mars has land on it that you can go to.
Wait,
And
so
if it
do you
does, I'd be impressed.
there actually is, like, for example, the rovers on the moon and the Mars on Mars? Do you think this?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't trust NASA because nothing they do is independently verifiable. I have to go in a minute here, but listen, there's a funny case where people noticed that these fitness trackers were popping up on a popular fitness tracking app all over an island west of Greenland, way in the Arctic North. And people started figuring out what the hell is up there. And they worked together. There's a NASA installation. And then afterwards, NASA said, "Oh, hey guys, yeah, that's us. Sorry we didn't tell you, but we actually have a Martian test program up here. We have the actual rovers on Mars we built for Earth, and we're testing them over terrain that looks exactly like Mars up here.
Oh.
It's called
Sorry.
Devon Island.
What does that mean? Sorry? I didn't really
Location is Devon Island, Devon Island. And knowledge of it, I think, only came to the surface after they were busted. Their fitness trackers busted them. All right, I got to get going. I'll be listening only. Take care.
All right. So, Cuddles, does the surface of Earth give off light? If no, how is Earth similar to the stuff that does? What are you trying
Yeah,
to say?
you're asking about planets, right? Planets are what we call wandering lights in the sky.
I mean, no, there are stars and then there are planets. Like, for example, Mars doesn't give off light. The only reason we see Mars is because it's reflecting light. Or like the same thing with the moon. The moon doesn't give off light either.
Wait.
You agree with that?
Is that because Matt Damon told us that because he's still on Mars, or why would we know that?
No one's on Mars. I think we can agree that nobody's
Right.
on Mars. No. The globe, flat. No,
Right.
it's
Right. So I'm confused how we would know anything then if nobody's there to know anything.
I mean, it's like if you get a telescope right now, right, and you look to the telescope, you see Mars. You can agree that that's a planet, right? You can agree that that exists because you're looking at it.
Well, I mean, I'm just going based off a definition. A planet is a wandering star that gives off light. All the stuff in the sky gives off its own light.
That's a star. A star gives us.
Yeah. Look, but basically, like, we can see a little blurry light in the sky through a telescope. Okay, and you've been fed an entire story about how far away that is, what it's made of, how big it is, what medium it's in, right? And it's all related to a heliocentric model that you've been taught that you're never able to validate. Okay, so it's just something that you believe because you've been told, and not something that you're ever going to be able to check.
I understand the whole, like, no one can prove right now. None of us here can prove like the median in space, everything. I'm talking about, right? You grab a telescope, you look, you see Mars. You agree that you can.
Yeah, you see a little blurry light in the sky, which people call Mars. Yeah,
right.
I agree with that.
Yeah, and same thing with the moon. Since you could say Mars is very far away and you can't really see it properly. So let's just say the moon, right? You can see that with your eyes, and with a telescope, you can see it better. We both agree that it does not. It reflects light, right? Reflects light.
It seems to reflect light, but I can't validate anything really about it. Okay, it kind of looks like a half a sphere, which would lead probably to being a full sphere, but I can't validate that 100%.
I'm saying, right? We agree that the moon exists. Some people don't, but let's say
Yeah, but your definition of what the moon is, you've been taught a big story about what the moon is. Okay, you probably believe that story, but you can't validate that. That's why we like to stick with what we can validate, which would be the surface of the Earth. And when we go out and test the surface of the Earth, for the properties that would have to be present if the Earth were a globe, it doesn't match up, ever. In fact, zero curvature can be detected over huge distances consistently. So whatever's happening in the sky is happening above a flat surface.
You're right. So I'm not disagreeing with the whole you believe that because you guys measure water and you don't see any curvature in the water. I've never tested it out, so I'm not going to talk about it. Obviously, I'm not sure any of us here have tested it out other than some people on YouTube.
Oh, I have.
You have a big laser? Really?
No, not with a laser, just with a P900 super zoom camera.
Oh.
Yeah,
cool.
like observation. I like observations better than laser tests personally, because we're testing for the things that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. So things in the distance should be hidden by a certain amount behind the horizon, and we can calculate the distance to where the horizon should be, and then we can use distance markers to tell how far away what we're seeing in the distance is, and whether things are hidden or not, as they should be if the Earth were a globe. For example, if we go to a 20-mile lake, the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden by a certain amount, right? Which is hundreds of feet. So if you're standing on one side of a 20-mile lake and you zoom in across the 20-mile lake, you shouldn't be able to see your friend standing on the other side of the 20-mile lake. He should be hidden by hundreds of feet of Earth curvature. But we can zoom across a 20-mile lake and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake consistently.
Well, don't you think okay, in this case, right? Obviously, but I say again, I've not researched this shit at all, but don't you assume the light would bend off too?
No, it's not possible. The meteorological conditions for light to bend and just make everything look completely flat and completely hide the curvature.
Sorry, not bend, but I mean, since since light is hitting the Earth, like obviously, let's say it's illuminated, right? The
Mhm.
light is hitting every single little bit of bare surface, right? Even
Yeah.
if it's flat or spherical in this case. So if there's light, right, and it would be constantly reflecting, you'd be able,
Yeah,
like, why
well,
would
yeah,
light
of
reflect
course.
to your camera? That's what would happen, whether it's flat or not, right?
No, but okay, so let's a 20-mile lake, we have 266 foot of curvature over that distance. If something is over a hill, you can't see it just because light's bouncing off the thing on the other side of the hill. That doesn't mean that you're going to be able to see it. Okay, it's hidden, it's physically obstructed. Like let's say you have a long hallway and it curves away from you and your friend walks away around the hallway. You can't see it just because he's still got light bouncing off him and there's light bouncing off everything. That doesn't mean that you're going to be able to see beyond a physical obstruction.
Oh yeah, that's because of a property of light. Now I'm pretty sure, like total internal reflection or something along those lines. I don't know.
Well, not really.
I'm gonna drop that side of the topic since I really have no information on it.
No, that's all good. Well, that's the thing. Like we're just going out testing to see if the mathematics that we're told about the globe actually fits reality, and it turns out that it doesn't. And there's been thousands of different types of tests that have been done now using all sorts of different methods, including infrared. Right, infrared cuts through that, refraction or anything like that. So like, there's just every single test comes back that it's flat over these distances. It's not possible if the Earth were
I've always wondered if there's like, a video of just like, I would love to see a video of just some flat earthers debunking every single flat earther argument. I think that would just be a cool watch.
Debunking every which argument? Globe Earther argument?
Yeah. Sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are tons of videos of that. I mean, debunking every single Globe Earther argument. I mean,
I'm gonna finish in 28.
it's kind of up to the person making the claim with the argument to back up the claim. Like we don't have to prove a million negatives. Like if they're claiming, oh, it rains diamonds on Uranus and Neptune. It's like, oh, the flat earther doesn't. I mean, we could debunk every single globe claim just with the long distance observations and laser tests. If you don't have curvature, then every single claim for the entire heliocentric model is debunked. When it comes to,
I remember seeing like a lot of things like, oh, if the Earth was flat, then this would have happened and this would have happened, and a lot of things would be debunked. So you really think we're kind of like, I mean, I don't disagree with the fact that physics is very blurry. A lot of things are just theories, and then we just follow those theories and make new theories, and then etc.
Quite often there's straw man arguments when people say, "Oh, if the Earth were flat, then this couldn't be possible. This wouldn't be possible, or that wouldn't be possible." But usually they're coming at it from a misunderstanding of what we're actually claiming, or they'll say, "Oh, flat earthers claim this particular map, and if they claim this particular map, then how do you explain this or that?" It's like, well, we don't claim that that's the flat Earth map. That's a globe projection, for example, just to give you an example.
Alright.
Yeah.
So
So
what's your
everything. Yeah, I've not heard anything that wouldn't work on a flat Earth. I mean, you can get a bunch of things that would work fine on both, like circumnavigation east to west, for example, or something like that. Nighttime, daytime, seasons, things like that can be explained on both. You're
flat
gonna,
Earth?
yeah, you're gonna find a lot of things could be explained on both, but you're not gonna find anything that can't be explained on a flat Earth and only works on a globe. But you'll find things that can't be explained on a globe in reality that only work on a flat Earth, right? Like the physics of water, for example.
The physics of water. Alright. So what's your personal opinion on, the shape of the flat Earth? Your theory. Like,
Oh, I have
what do you
no
think the shape?
idea. Yeah, I'm not sure.
No, sure. That's cool.
Yeah, I would just be guessing. I would have no way to know. I mean, like it's kind of like saying like what shape is a lake or something like that. It's like every single lake in the whole world's probably a completely different shape. It's just a random lake shape or tree shape. Something's different. It doesn't have to be a diamond or a triangle or one of those common shapes. But yeah, I have no idea. I don't think it's an object floating in the heliocentric model of outer space. That's for sure. I would think of it more like how Sporadic was talking about how it's kind of like the floor. As far as we know, it's the floor of the system that we live in. Very similar to what all of the ancient cultures depicted. It's just like a flat plane within some kind of enclosed system. That's what they depicted. I have no idea how the enclosure would work or anything like that. We're just testing the surface, and that's the context of what flat Earth means: a surface area that's not curving.
Right. So what's your thought on like? Have you ever been on an airplane?
On a what? Sorry.
Airplane.
Plane? Yeah. Tons of planes.
So when you're like high up in the air and you think what you see is a curvature. What are your thoughts on that? What do you think that is?
I've flown in the last years that I've been flying, quite long flights. I mean, I'm from Australia. I'm in Europe right now. Flown quite a few places, and I'm just amazed how flat it looks. I don't know how anyone can say that they think they can see a curve from a plane, unless you're in a particular type of plane that has really small, round, thick glass windows that might allow you to think that you're seeing a curve. But you know what? I was so amazed. I was like, damn, it looks so flat up here. So I pulled out my Sony camera and I started filming it. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to show everyone, my footage. And then when I got back, I looked at the footage. And I'm like, damn, it looks like it's curved. and then I noticed when I would pan through the footage that when the horizon would drop below the center of the frame, it wouldn't look like it's curved anymore. It would look like it's actually curving the wrong direction. So quite often it's looking at footage after you've filmed it. If you think you can see curve from a plane, or it's the windows of the plane in very specific planes that have thick round glass windows. But I've just seen a flat horizon. And look, even if the Earth were a globe, from that height you wouldn't see curvature anyway. It's not high enough.
Would you just a question? Let's say hypothetically, right? In your this would never work though. Let's say you get the opportunity to get on a spaceship, right? You go up, and let's go through two hypotheticals. You go up, you see it's flat, or you go up and you see it's globe. What's your thoughts? First off, let's say when it's flat, your comfort zone. You go up, and turns out you and your community were right this entire time. It's what appears to be a flat surface. What's your thought on that? How would you feel? You know.
Well, I mean, yeah, sure. If you went up and saw a globe, I mean, how that? Okay, then why isn't the water curving when you test it down here? But look, yeah, sure. If you actually went up, like to the height of the moon or something like that, and if the moon's the height that they're telling us, and you looked back and you saw a globe Earth, sure, of course. But I don't think anybody's done that, and I don't think it's possible to do that.
So you think the
And
whole flat thing is fake, right? Just to
yeah,
like
man. Even if I believed in the globe, I would call absolute bullshit 100% on the moon landing. I mean, most people haven't even looked into it. I mean, I think anyone that looks into it properly is at least going to be skeptical of it.
only see 3% from the ISS anyway, so nobody's gonna see the whole thing. Okay.
Nigger, 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 nigger.
Oh wow.
Nigger, 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 Jew, 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 Jew,
Yeah,
Jew.
this is not very good rapping if that's what you're trying to do.
I think if you're trying to be a lyricist, buddy, I think you're kind of failing. I don't even know.
Yeah, that was a train wreck.
There's always gonna be.
But yeah, look, the maximum height that we can get to, we can get up to about 40,000 feet on a plane, and it looks flat. And then we can send up a weather balloon to about 120,000 feet before it pops. And with a non-fisheye lens, it looks completely flat from that height. And then the next height that we can get up to is, let's say, the Richard Branson Virgin Galactic. That was the next highest one at 300,000 feet. And even astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson made numerous videos, or in interviews, saying that that's not even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. He said he did the
we just can't go high enough, right?
well, there is no curvature because when we do long distance of observations over the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature, so it has to be there, and it's not there. But yeah, even from the height of the ISS, you could only see 3% of the surface. And from your field of view, that wouldn't be enough to notice the curvature of the Earth mathematically. And that's why we have people like even Russian cosmonauts or Polish astronauts. They say, oh, it looks flat from up there. Even the Polish astronaut said,
what's his name? Cider Phyla over here. It's hearing my sister a little too well.
Yeah, there's a bit of background noise. It's all right. You you shut her up.
You know, it's kind of funny. He mentioned like governments lying. It's like if they all held to their original charters, I think things would be a lot different.
What charters exactly? Sorry, I'm gonna just push
A government document is a charter. That thing which creates a thing, sets it in motion. Governments were constructed to protect private property and to protect your rights. They're not there to tell you what's right or wrong. They're not the arbiter of truth.
Yeah, they're not. I think they just conduct their own research, and besides that, they don't really force you to listen. I mean, well, schools do, I guess.
Well, I mean, okay, I can't get normal government local agents to follow the basic laws of the state. So it's like, why would I trust them telling me about anything scientific?
Well, I don't think they're. I mean, to be fair, right, from the perspective of the government, do they really mind if a couple of people do not agree with their opinion? No, but I feel like if it's a lot of people kind of arguing about a certain argument, I guess then they start to publicize arguments to prove their points.
Right, but the arguments always come back to, is my government lying? Are they doing criminal things? Is the money being used correctly? Like, this is what it comes down to, is actual crimes. So it's like, none of it's a non-physical thing. It's always some type of a physical thing.
I don't think they're necessarily profiting off the fact that, their statement, oh, Earth is a globe. I don't really think they earn profit from that for chance.
Hold on. Can you go to Walmart and find NASA memorabilia of any kind?
Yeah, well, NASA doesn't. Well, you can. Yeah, you can. Yeah. What are you trying
Right.
to say?
So then they are merchandising. So they are making money. Okay.
I feel like it's not really. I mean, they're making money off of merchandise, right? But people aren't wearing the merchandise. Kind of. I feel like you could say the same thing about flat Earth merchandise. Like if there's a hat that says "I believe the Earth is flat," well, then you could say they're just prophetizing off their argument, and this entire argument is for monetary gain. So I don't think that's kind of a point.
Well, the thing is, I mean, NASA's getting like $80 million a day of taxpayer money, and they're not really providing people with anything that they can validate.
Yeah. I mean, he was talking about memorabilia, so I don't think that's the portion of profit that NASA's really keeping an eye on, and they really got to make
we
sure.
don't know. That's what it comes down to. We can't validate what. We can't validate exactly what's going on with that money. We can't validate the footage that NASA's giving us either.
It's more of yeah. You can't validate it. It's more of so. What do you wait? Okay, what do you think NASA should do? Right? What should NASA do to make you kind of believe in them?
The question you should be asking is what are they? Not what can they do, because I don't even know what the hell they are, right? It's like if I go to a place that says, Infinity Massage Spa, if I go in and they don't have spas or massage tables, I'm going to have a problem. So it's like, first off, let's find out what they are, and then figure out what services they do provide.
Let's
I have an answer.
Well, they're not company that works in the shadows and evil. Let's just say they're just actually trying to be a space agency, right? Yeah, I know, right? What could this space agency do to prove that they're not lying to you? What would you think?
Well, okay, can you see the side chat?
I see the transgender surgery night elves are running rampant. So
Yeah. Here. Like maybe not present footage like this for starters, right? That could be a start. Not to present completely just ridiculous, laughable looking footage.
So I mean, yeah,
could be step one.
That is. To be fair, I don't know what I'm looking at right now.
It's just there's a bunch of Freemasons wearing nappies inside that, and they're orbiting around the moon. Right, here they are. Here's the Freemasons in the nappies once again, leaving the moon, and all of the little space sparkles come out when it takes off, and then camera.
I'm sure that's those are one of the things, kind of. I will agree that during the Cold War they post this stuff to kind of, as propaganda. I'm not going to sit here and lie, right? Like that kind of looks like, for example, that should never happen. Like I'm looking at this right now. The one at the bottom, I don't really think that's clearly.
Here's one more. This is my favorite one. This is usually my test to see if someone's like intellectually honest or maybe really stupid. If they believe, because quite often I'll post this last one here, and they'll be like, "What's wrong with it?" Yeah, it looks real to me.
I don't know much about Photoshop, but from what I can see, it doesn't really look.
Yeah, it's not Photoshop, but it's kind of like could be kind of like stop motion animation or like using like miniatures and models and things like that. I'm not sure. They had billions of dollars to make this crappy footage. So
it kind of looks like a little thing you'd see in a very poorly made slasher film.
Or Thunderbirds. Have you seen Thunderbirds?
Unfortunately not.
Yeah, well here you go. Here's a clip that kind of matches the footage.
Yeah.
It's like little clay guys. But yeah, look at and then we have like 6-hour compilations of ISS fails. Okay, so it wasn't just bad footage back then. It's like they get caught using green screens and harnesses and augmented reality technology and hairspray and.
So what you're saying? Okay, what do you think about the people who are in allegedly, in your case, in space right now? Where do you think they are right now?
I don't think there is nobody in space right now. Okay, so let me give you a picture. Yeah, nobody's in space.
I mean, I feel like
It was,
really don't think anyone's in
you know
space
what's
right
interesting? A Russian cosmonaut just recently did an interview, and he said nobody has been to space. If anybody tells you that they've been to space, they're lying to
I
you.
feel like, I feel like the statement of one alleged man. I mean, obviously, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know where the source of information is coming from, or who this Russian cosmic something.
He's a Russian astronaut.
Russian astronaut. He's saying there's no one in space
Yeah.
right now. How would he know if
He
he's
said
not?
nobody has ever been to space, and if anyone tells you that they have been, they're lying to you. That's what he said. I don't know. I'm just repeating what he said.
Alright. So what do you think of the kind of all the experiments that show astronauts coming back, or for example, space shuttle landings? One happened, last year or something. Where do you think that was coming from?
Well, you know, they're shooting things up in the air, and then they'll land them in the ocean, and then they'll make out that they've been into space in the time between when you saw the rocket leave your field of view, and by the time you see a little capsule go into the ocean or something like that. I'm not sure exactly how they do it, but yeah, it's
I'm
not
not sure
something
about.
that you're going to be able to validate. It's something that you're going to have to choose whether you want to have faith in or not. If you want to have faith in the same people that obviously faked the moon landings, then that's up to you. But the Earth is still going to measure flat every single time. If you want to go and actually know, then you can go out and you can test it yourself. And then all of the nonsense that you get told about space is whatever's happening is happening above a flat surface.
Alright, so you know what? Here's another question. Just let me know if I'm understood. All right, but alleged conspiracy theories. Right? I'm not going to sit here and say what you believe in is a conspiracy theory or what you know is a conspiracy theory. Sorry. Not trying to be rude, but what other alleged conspiracy theories do you believe in other than flat Earth?
Oh, well, I mean,
Like, what would be considered a conspiracy theory? Sorry.
I'm not sure. Like the globe, I guess you could consider the globe a conspiracy. What's that? Like two or more people conspiring to do something evil? I don't know. There's different definitions of what a conspiracy is. But I don't think people are lying about the Earth.
I'm talking like, okay, you know how there's a stereotype of people who are flat earthers also believe in like Bigfoot and all these.
Yeah, that's propaganda. That's propaganda.
That's propaganda by who? You think by Globers?
Yeah, by people that want to mock flat earthers, right? Mockery is the best defense against flat Earth. Make it unpopular to even be associated with flat earthers. So what YouTube did, right? They shadow banned all of the true flat Earth videos, and they admitted that they were going to do this in a video in Congress. Okay, because flat Earth was becoming the most popular searched term on all of YouTube back in 2015, 2016. It even overtook Donald Trump during the elections as the most popular YouTube search term. Congress got together with Facebook and YouTube executives and Google executives. This is all on film. They said they're going to censor flat Earth content. And what they did was they actually replaced, like when you type in flat Earth, instead of coming up with the flat Earth video that you're looking for, they replaced it with a propaganda playlist. That's why when you go to Google or you go to YouTube and you type in flat Earth, you're going to see a bunch of propaganda. You're going to see flat discs floating in space with water falling off the edges, people wearing tinfoil hats, or just misinformation, mockery videos about flat Earth. You're not going to get fed the actual video that you're trying to look up. And they admitted that they do this. So yeah, that's why if you go to Google right now and you type in flat Earth and you hit images, you're going to see discs floating in space, right? And this is aimed to mock flat Earth, to mock flat earthers, right? So have a look in the side chat. One second, just got to get rid of one of those images. Right, so when people look up flat Earth, this is what they get fed. Right, even the debunking videos, they'll have a thumbnail which will have something like this on it. This is not what any flat earther thinks. This is just, bullshit propaganda made up by whoever's making it up, whether it be the media or anti-flat earthers trying to mock us or whatever. I'm not sure. But this isn't what we claim. Like, we're just showing people empirical evidence and saying don't even believe the evidence, right? Critically analyze the evidence that we're showing you, right? And then if you want to, you can go and repeat the tests that we're showing you, and then weigh up the evidence from the globe side that's empirical and come to a logical conclusion. Right? We're not making crazy claims saying that large bodies of water need a container and then the surface is flat. It's exactly what anyone can test that anywhere, anytime. Okay, and we're saying that the Earth. What's that? Yeah, what we're claiming is exactly what everyone experiences, and anyone can test what we're claiming as well.
I guess the next step for flat earthers would be to kind of deduce what the actual shape of Earth is. Do you think that's a fun next step? Like later on in the future?
No, because you're thinking that we can get a
falsifications independent of replacement.
Exactly. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. That's the difference.
I know. I understand that. You guys don't.
We're not claiming a
You
shape.
well, this is the thing. Globers, they've been given like all the answers, and they like when they like encounter a flat Earth, they're like, all right, if you want me to like even consider your idea, you have to give me all the answers. Like these other priests give me all the answers.
No, that's not what I'm trying to get into. I'm a glober, right?
That's
But
what you guys always do.
Like I'm just saying, in the near future, do you guys think flat earthers
In the near future, we're never gonna be able to travel past 60th degree south latitude. So how would we make a model of the entire Earth?
No, that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say, would you guys trying to like conduct experiments to do?
Well, this is the thing, Omni. This is the thing. We can only get up to a certain height.
Right.
Okay, and there's actually just like what QP was just telling you then about the 60 degree south, right? Due to the Antarctic Treaty, there's also something called the Outer Space Treaty as well, which prevents people from actually being able to go up past a certain height and to film past a certain altitude up in the air. So that's why nobody has ever launched their own private satellite or rocket past a certain height, because it's illegal to do that. So we can only the maximum height that we can get up to, we see a flat horizon, but we only see a small portion of the surface of the Earth from that height. So it's not possible for us to know we can't get a god's eye view of this place that we live in.
And even the glober, even the mainstream claims they've only gone like 7 miles down. So there's like a limit, just impenetrable type wall, or like some boundary that's too hard to dig through.
Right. So basically, you're saying that us as humans don't have the capability to figure out the shape of the Earth. So how can you claim that the Earth is
No,
round?
I didn't say that. They're obviously hiding technology, and they're not gonna, not gonna let us travel outside the area.
Us as in the regular civilian.
It's a Hunger Games circle. That's what the 60th degree is.
What does that mean?
The Hunger Games, where they kept in a circle.
Oh. Like as in like a table.
It's like a limit, a limit to the distance you can travel, essentially, that you can freely travel. But this is the thing, man. Like nobody, not even any globe earther, has just kept going south that we can validate, right? No one's just kept going south, because if the Earth were a globe and you kept going south, obviously you would come back to where you started eventually. You would pop out, you would go around, you would go over Antarctica, and you would do a circumnavigation north to south. No one's ever done that. That's kind of crazy, isn't it? Like, considering how many people have done it east to west, no one's ever done it north to south.
Did anyone see? Is I don't know if it's SpaceX or the Blue Origin, but they claimed to do like the first north to south around on a rocket trip. And I watched that live stream, and they literally cut to like a simulation like every 2 seconds. It's so funny.
So you think we can do it, or they just refuse to do it? Because if they did do it, then they know it wouldn't work.
No, they can't go north and south.
Wait, hold on. Do you think the higher up elites, the people who have a lot of money, who have the resources to do this? Do you think they know the Earth is flat?
Obviously.
Really? So why do you think, like, for example, I won't say Elon Musk, maybe like, I don't know, Jeff Bezos would be like, no, the Earth is round. The Earth is a globe. Hello?
I missed that last part.
Yeah, sorry, I was asking. So the people who do have these resources, do you think they know the Earth is flat? You said yes.
It's
and
not.
it's the
Alright. It's not. Use our common sense, please.
Please ignore the person. Please ignore the person in the background.
Look, I got nothing.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so look, man, I don't think anyone knows the full extent of this place that we live. We've just been fed a big story about it. Like, they want you to think that they know everything. So you can, not worship them, but, think that, the government, trust the government, put all your faith in these giants. They know everything about outer space. They can tell me that they even know that it rains diamonds on Uranus and sideways glass rain on exoplanets that are millions of light years away. They know everything. It's crazy. They don't know shit. Right?
Yeah,
It's
they
all
want
based.
everybody thinking that humanity is at like its pinnacle, like before the ancients were retarded, even though they built like, Greco-Roman
Before the
palaces,
ancients were what?
covered in gold.
Hold on. Before the ancients thought they were what?
What? I can barely hear you.
No, I'm asking. What did you think the ancients were?
Better than us at everything.
Like the megalithic cultures that could build structures that were far beyond anything that we can even comprehend how to build now, that last an eternity, basically. And then we've got even
Still,
less
when
recent
people,
cultures.
bro, still when they do tourism, people still like tourist sites are still like around the old world buildings. It's really funny when you notice where people travel to, like, oh, this place is so nice. Yeah, it's got a freaking old world building.
Yeah, bro. You look at the comparison pictures of like pictures from a long time ago compared to what it looks like now. Like, it was way better. The architecture was just like miles ahead of what it is now. People are devolving.
Architecture. That's more of like a trend to be, the whole modern simplicity thing.
Oh, it's just a
Minimalistic
trend.
buildings. Yeah,
It's a
more
trend
of
to suck at stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
No, no.
trend to be like
They
unhealthy
choose
and
'cause
like beta. Yeah, it's a trend.
unhealthy and beta. Oh, all right. So what I was trying to say is, it's the whole, because we can 100% with our machinery replicate ancient buildings, right? We could build
No,
a
no, 0%. Actually, I disagree with you 100%.
Really?
Yeah, take the opposite.
So how do you think they built it before? So you genuinely think with all of our machinery, right? We couldn't build the pyramids, but we can build.
I'll give you the map. I'll give you the map. There's a quarried stone in China that weighs 16,000 metric tons. If you calculate all the ship cranes that they have, the biggest ones, with four shipyard cranes that are literally like literally welded to like the dock, they can barely lift this. They can lift like around 15,000 metric tons. So
Okay, so here's what's
let's say we soup one up and we get it up to 16,000. All we can do is lift up this fucking quarried stone that's ready to be like delivered, and it was just left there.
Here's what you don't. I think you're misinformed. You do know like the way they built the pyramids, right?
I'm misinformed.
But they got stones that weren't 15,000 metric tons, right? You do agree with that, right?
I didn't say the pyramid stones. I said that a Chinese quarry stone.
Yeah, quarry stone, and we can also agree the pyramids are heavy as shit, right?
No, the pyramid stones, the biggest ones are like 80 tons, bro.
Okay. So, did anyone in the ancient times?
And this guy said I'm misinformed. He's confusing pyramid stones with a 16,000 metric ton stone.
Okay. So, did any ancient civilization use a 16,000 metric ton, what's it called,
Yeah,
quarry in a
yeah.
building?
The stone is cut out in one piece. It's like gonna be like a giant statue or giant freaking piece of a gigantic building. It's quarried in one piece.
Okay, so what structure would that be then? Can you tell me?
The mountains? Yeah, those are old buildings.
Mountains are old buildings.
Yeah, plate tectonics are fake.
So you're letting me know right now that people built the mountains. Oh, are you assuming it's people or aliens?
Why are you confusing
In other
Glober
words,
psyops with my theory?
well, you're saying. I'm not saying that mountains necessarily. Like I'm just trying to wrap my head around what you're saying. You
Yeah,
said mountains
mountains
are
are the
ancient
destroyed
buildings.
remains of. Yeah, they're the destroyed remains of things like the Tower of Babel. In the Bible it says it's 3 days walk in circumference.
Wait, so you agree? Oh, hold on. You agree with the whole Bible statement? I'm pretty. From what I'm not a Christian. I've never read the Bible, right? But somewhere in the Bible it says the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
Along those lines.
the Bible is a flat Earth book. All the ancient books were flat Earth books.
Really?
Yeah, man. Of course.
No.
I
Like
was
look
not
at
informed.
all of the ancient depictions of the Earth. I mean, every ancient culture knew the Earth was flat and enclosed,
Well, I
and
mean,
they had
I would say
depictions to go along with them, and so did the
ancient
religious
cultures
books.
didn't really have the technology because at the same time other ancient cultures also said that if you sacrifice a baby, it'll rain,
This
right?
is
So they
just
didn't
Yeah,
stories.
yeah,
These
but
are
look,
just stories, bro.
yeah, these are stories, but look at what our culture thinks now, bro. Without getting into detail, because we don't want to get into that topic. Look at some of the crazy shit that they do to people now, and some of the crazy rituals and shit that are going on in our world now. It's freaking chaos.
Right.
But
Well,
we're not
it
going to
happened.
get deep. We're not going to get into that topic.
Sure. Yeah. I can
But
agree with that.
people are crazy, and it's very difficult to validate things that when it comes to mainstream history. There's a lot of lies when it comes to mainstream history. And look, it's one of those things that it's a whole different rabbit hole, a whole different conversation to get into about the old world and the lies of history and the megalithic cultures. We do try to keep it on the flat Earth topic in here as much as possible.
I think
Obviously.
it's completely connected because I mean the globe thing is like they started pushing the globe and like modern Christian like interpretation, all these things like after the last reset. So if you realize like how they reset our history and reset civilization, you see when they introduced the globe model.
Yeah, man, that's an interesting thing, Omni. If you look into how the globe became a thing, right? Most people think that some mathematicians or scientists or something like that went out one day and did some experiments and proved the Earth's a globe. That's not what happened, right? It was first proposed, according to mainstream history, by a bunch of crazy cult leaders like Pythagoras, right? Who
Pythagoras.
thought, yeah. Have you not heard of the cult of Pythagoras?
I did not.
Yeah, most people think of Pythagoras as like this like man of science, like a mathematician, and hell no. Right? Pythagoras was batshit crazy if you look into Pythagoras, right? He thought that he lived like multiple lives, or all these past lives. He believed in reincarnation. He thought the universe was a musical instrument, and he worshipped spheres, and he had all of these crazy rituals and stuff like that. Yeah, look into the cult of Pythagoras. It's freaking insane. And because he thought that spheres were the most divine shape, that the Earth must be a sphere, and it was people that followed him, right? They had the celestial sphere, and then they thought that because of this imaginary way of viewing the stars, because they thought that there was like a big sphere that surrounded the Earth that had stars like attached to the inside of it, like pinpricks, and there was like light shining through, and that's what the stars were. and they worshipped like celestial spheres. And he thought that because the celestial sphere is a perfect sphere, which was just imaginary, then the Earth must also be a perfect sphere.
And well, we know even globers understand the Earth is a perfect sphere. It's some shape that
Well, yeah,
remember.
so it's almost a perfect sphere according to the globe side. Okay, so it's so much a perfect sphere that they say that if you shrunk it down to the size of a billiard ball, it would be the smoothest billiard ball in the whole world. Okay, and they say that it's only 0.3% off being a perfect sphere. So technically, it's an oblate spheroid, but obviously, even if you look at the pictures that NASA gives us, it looks like a perfect sphere. And if you go in Photoshop with one of NASA's pictures and you draw a perfect sphere around it, it fits. So they
Right,
say
but you
it's
do
only
understand you
it's only a,
can't like us you cannot replicate a perfect sphere, right?
no, there's no such thing as a perfect
Yeah,
sphere
there is no
apparently.
such
So
thing as perfect
yeah,
sphere.
but you can get like, look at a billiard ball. I mean, I would consider that a pretty perfect sphere. Probably not technically perfect, but yeah. So they say if you shrunk the globe down, it would be smoother, more perfect of a sphere than the billiard ball.
Whoa.
So yeah, that's what Neil deGrasse Tyson says.
Right. What are your thoughts on Neil deGrasse Tyson?
He's just like an actor, he's like the voice, he's like the guy that, he's very good at memorizing the book of bullshit, and then he presents it to people. He's like an actor.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, what else does he do? He just does TV shows and stuff where he reads scripts and like he doesn't go out doing science or anything like that. He just reads scripts and indoctrinates people essentially.
So who would you say you like in the world of flat earthers, if you could pick one person to represent you guys in like a debate against, I guess, the most global guy, the most glober, who would you pick?
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm not sure exactly. I don't know. I could pick a bunch of people that would destroy just like any glober in a debate. It's not hard.
So you think
Like we have physicists, we have satellite engineers, we have physicists like coming in here fairly often, PhDs. They suck at defending the globe, right? They can't back up any of the bullshit that they're parroting empirically, right? They're just good. They're just good at parroting the nonsense. And actually, sometimes they're better to talk to because they admit what they don't know. Quite often, they'll just say, "Look, we don't know for sure, right? Like we have no idea what gravity is. We have no idea where gravity comes from, but it's our best explanation. This is all we can come up with. And if we want to have the heliocentric model, then we have to have gravity, okay? Because you can't have gravity without the globe, and you can't have the globe without gravity. So, quite often they'll be a little more honest when it comes to certain things. Whereas like a cocky, arrogant young globe earther that's fresh out of university, sometimes they think they know more than they know. And
I feel like that
they'll
applies to any kind of group of people. There's a lot of cocky young people that believe in something and believe that they could, be the voice, and they just end up making whatever movement they support look idiotic.
Yeah. It happens, man. Look, this is the
Right.
thing. We just like we're empiricists here, and we just want to see empirical evidence. We want to see real world tests that actually prove the claims. Like we don't want explanations. We already know the explanations. Now we want to see proof or validation of the explanations. That's what we're up to. It's like, most of the people that believe in the globe, right? We know more about the globe than they do when it comes to these arguments. Okay, quite often we have to spend half of the conversation teaching the globe earther their own argument and arguing with them that what they're saying is not what the globe claims.
So do you think you've met the creme of the crop? You've talked to some of the most, or what you think would be some of the most educated globers, and kind of debunked what they believe? No, not debunked. I feel like most globers can just, admit they don't know. I
don't know about that. It's a pretty strong belief system that people have, and they've had it from a young age. So it's kind of
You
like
also have a very strong belief system that the Earth is flat. You know, it's kind of two
well, not
sides. Of the same.
really. It doesn't require any belief, okay? Because it's exactly what everyone experiences. It's even exactly what the globe Earthers experience every day of their life. So there's no belief required. Okay, what we can do is just go and validate what we experience in reality. You don't have to believe, but if you want to believe the Earth's a globe, then you have to have a strong belief in that, because everything's the opposite of what you experience, right? They'll tell you that, yeah, sure, the water looks flat, but really it's curving, and really the Earth seems like it's stationary, but really it's spinning at millions of miles per hour in all these different vectors through space. And really, when you see a sunset, right, instead of the sun moving through the sky like what we experience, it's really that you're spinning away from the sun at faster than the speed of sound, and spinning backwards, and it just makes it look like the sun's setting. Everything is like belief based, right? It's like they've replaced people's common sense with nonsense.
I mean, I guess you could also kind of, that's the same kind of argument to religious people, right? The whole, you can't really prove certain things. I mean, at the end of the
Yeah,
day,
it's
I
belief.
don't think
It's
any of
belief
us-
based. Exactly. It's faith
I
based.
feel like,
Yeah, the globe's very
I don't
similar
think-
to a religion.
Yeah. Sounds. I mean, it's interesting when you put it that way, but yeah, I guess.
Yeah, not in the sense of believing in God, like a god, but it just in the sense that it's something that you have to believe in the in the books, right? The books are going to give you explanations and teach you, and then you have to have faith in the things that are written in the books, because you can't prove it. You just have to believe it.
And
Like when
you believe what you see through your perspective,
no, because
Is-
no, I don't. Because even
Really?
if the Earth was a globe, then it would still look flat.
Yeah.
So
So-
then we would have to go and empirically test it. Okay, so we can
Right.
both agree that we both experience the Earth as flat. That's like the axiom. That's the starting point. And then beyond that, then we have to go test it. So we can go, okay, how can we test for the curvature? What's something that would have to be there if the Earth were a globe that we can easily go and test for over and over again, and test and repeat and test and repeat? That would be the curvature, because most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water. And because of gravity and the size of the globe that they tell us, it has to be curving at that certain rate.
So, I mean, yeah, I feel like through my perspective, it's more of we don't have the power to be able to comprehend it, since I feel like you have to be in another plane, witnessing onto the universe, and we just can't do that yet, at least. So you can't definitively say. We can both say we experience the Earth as flat, but for all we know, we could be upside down. I mean, we see the world upside down, and our brain autocorrects it, for example. So would you say that we are all upside down right now?
No, definitely not.
The way you receive light, right? It's
Yeah, I know
inverted.
how
So that
it
brain-
works. Yeah.
So, since the true way the light is receiving in our eyes is inverted, would you be able to say that the Earth is inverted? That's kind of like
Well, no, because that's able to be explained how that works. This is the thing. The way we experience the Earth, right? Like we have a lake of water. If the Earth is a globe, it has to be curving by a certain amount. We can test the shit out of it and prove that it's not curving. It has to be curving for the Earth to be a globe. Okay, and then we can go test a different body of water. Then we can go to the ocean, and then we can go to Canada, and then we can go to Australia and Europe and
you guys
America
kind of
and test.
rely on the results on the most basic of experiments, because there isn't as many variables coming into it. Kind of like if I stand in a lake and the lake is 20 miles, or the kind of example you gave, my friend will be on the opposite side of the lake if I use a camera or something, or I use something that really zooms in, rather than believing in the whole bigger. If you go up to space and then you look and then you'll see a curve, or if you go up really, really high up, or if you look at the moon, for example, it's curved. So why would the Earth not be curved? Because if the moon is curved, that means gravity does exist. So that's you don't really believe
Because moon is curved, gravity exists. How did you tie those two things together?
What, gravity and spherical? Like the whole spherical thing?
I notice everything you've used as your little proofsy so far has nothing to do with measuring the ground. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm saying the way you guys kind of take it is you guys measure what's right in front of you, what you can measure, rather than
Yeah.
kind of
Well, so
come
what are
up
you
with theories.
trying to suggest? That we should be measuring things that we can't measure?
No, I'm just saying what you guys are doing, and I'm just stating what you guys are doing.
Well,
I
this
have
is
no
the
comment
thing,
against it.
man. Look, this is
Well,
the
that's the
thing.
whole point. The thing that's in
Said
the
it was
question
wrong.
in
I said it was
matter
wrong. I
is
don't know why
the
you're getting so
ground.
aggressive.
No, I'm not getting upset. The thing in question is the shape of the ground. Why would you not just be measuring that?
Well, I'm just saying that's what you guys are doing. And obviously, you would do that, yeah.
What, measuring the ground? We're not finding any curvature. And you guys get upset when we say it's not curved?
No, I'm not getting upset. I'm a glober. I'm not getting upset, am I?
Well, you seem to be pointing to everything else. Moon. You guys are doing this. You guys are doing that. We're measuring for curvature. We're finding it.
Yeah,
Excuse me if
that's
we've
what you
done
guys are doing.
something wrong. We have. Please enlighten us. Tell us how to do it correctly, and we'll do it correctly.
Yo, correct me if I'm wrong. That is what you're doing, right?
Measuring
Yeah,
the ground.
Yes, and that's all I said. You guys are doing
Yeah,
that, right?
yeah, that's what we're doing, man. But look, your suggestion was like, well, there's other ways, like by going up really high. This is a fact. Only
We can't do that though.
Yeah, we can't do that. And the only people that have claimed to have done that were 24 Apollo astronauts back in the Apollo missions, which you agreed the footage looks terrible, right? Ridiculous looking footage. That's the only people that have gone high enough to see the curvature of the Earth in all of history, according to the mainstream. Now, you have to put all of your faith. Yeah, you have to put all of your faith in those Apollo Freemason astronauts that went up there. Okay, and that's it. And then when they interviewed NASA and they said, how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon? NASA said they destroyed the technology to go back to the moon and that it would be a painful process to build it back. So you have to believe that crappy footage if you want to believe that we can go up high enough to see the curvature.
It's more of, instead of believing the crappy footage, I believe in the very, very flippant and turbulent theories that there are, because the theory is kind of, it's more of I can't prove it to myself whether or not, if I measure from the ground, right? If you measure from the ground as a human, you will see that it is flat, because if you saw that it wasn't flat, then there would be 100 numerous different problems, right? So I'm not disagreeing with you guys on that. I'm just here listening to your guys' perspective. That's all. I didn't come in here to argue for globers. I am nowhere near educated enough to do that. I have no information, as a matter of fact. So I'm just here, listening. But what about you, Matrix? You seem to be very, very, very passionate. So.
What about the ground being measured and no curvature found? What do you want me to do about it? Dance. I can do that for you if you like. It's not very entertaining. That's all that's happened, mate. Guys have gone out to measure for the curvature. They live on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. From that, we can calculate far where the horizon should be on this structure, this spheroid. When we go out to test for where the horizon is by magnitude.
Yeah.
They use all these excuses, refraction and all this other shit, and even with all their excuses on, it still doesn't give them enough.
So what excuses are there? And from what you know, what are the excuses?
Refraction? I just said one of them.
So what's your opinion? Do you think refraction
like
exists?
20 miles.
Do you think refraction doesn't really explain
20 miles horizon. Where should it be? It should be 270 foot drop. One of the tests they did, they set their laser up at 5 foot, 21 miles, 23 miles, 4 foot at the other end. It's shooting at over 270 feet of the ground.
So you're disagreeing with the idea? Your voice is kind of cutting out. I'm so sorry, but are you disagreeing with the idea of refraction, or do you just think refraction doesn't correlate to their argument?
I do not disagree with refraction. Refraction is a thing. The issue is globers just blurting out the word refraction, you're referring to looming or you guys, fraction is just I'm just going to blurt this word out as a saviour. Start specific about what you mean.
Happens.
You say refraction, if you're talking about sinking, hey, sinking, that's what I think is happening.
Is that Matrix just cutting out for?
Yeah, he is. He's also cutting out for me. So it's kind of very.
It's just cutting out every now and then, man.
So it's kind of like I hear you guys are blurting out refraction, and then something.
Yeah, look, this is the thing, man. Like, yeah, most globe earthers, they just learn how to make the noise with their mouth, refraction, and that's the limit of their knowledge. Or they'll say light bends or something like that, right? They've never researched it. They've never really looked into it. They don't understand it. They just think that if you say the word refraction, then somehow all of these observations over huge distances might work on a globe. It's not the case. It's not possible. It's not meteorologically possible, right? The actual weather conditions, right? There would have to be so much refraction to explain these observations that the globe would look flat. According to the globe earthers, right? According to the refraction coefficient, okay, you would have to have such a high refraction coefficient that there would be so much refraction, the Earth would just look flat in all of these observations. Like, that's according to the globe earthers. I don't know if you know what the refraction coefficient is, but basically what they do.
I'm like, what's Matrix's bane of existence? I'm a very ignorant glober, but at least I'm self-aware.
No, you're good, man. It's all good, right? So this is the thing. You would have to have so much refraction that the Earth would look flat. And then we do the observation again, right? And there's still this magical refraction there that's not meteorologically possible to have. And then you have to look in what would cause this refraction and what temperature gradients you would have to cause this type of refraction. It's not possible, okay? Because we're doing it here. We're doing it at a frozen lake, and then we'll go to California, and we'll do it there, and then we'll do it in all of these different places. This magical refraction is just making the Earth look flat. It's just flattening all the water out perfectly everywhere. It's the craziest claim. It really is. And it's not just the observations, it's the laser tests, right? Where we've got engineers going out with these high-powered lasers, and they're accounting for refraction. They're using weather stations, and they're accounting for refraction. And it still matches up perfectly with just a flat surface. And then there's zero laser tests or long distance observations from all of the scientists, from all of the globe earthers throughout all of history. Not one observation where they've gone out, done an observation or a laser test, accounted for refraction, and bam, it matches up with the globe. Not one. It's crazy.
I'm not here to disagree on those experiments.
No, you're good, man. You're all right. You don't have to. No, you've been good to talk to. Just asking questions and learning more about where we're coming from. I'm not expecting you to turn around and say you agree with everything, right? Just to get a better understanding of these things.
You've been absolutely lovely to talk to, DJ. You're answering the questions, and you seem like a very nice guy.
Cheers, man. Just trying to get the information out there. That's all.
So now I just have a question on Matrix's theory. Since I believe I believe flat earthers come from a variety of different perspectives on other things, right? So, for example, Matrix, we can both agree that you agree that the Earth isn't flat. Do you personally have a theory on what the shape of the Earth is?
Do I have a theory on what the shape of the Earth is?
Yeah, do you think the Earth is a certain shape?
I know the surface that which we dwell upon, measured as flat. What the extremities are, I do not know because I have never been there.
That's nice. Wait. Okay, so it's flat, but you're kind of unknown what the Earth is. Yeah. I'm a personal glober, but I'm just The rest, I'm assuming, are flat earthers, and they're really nice to talk to, Max.
They're nice to talk to.
Yeah, these guys are nice to talk to.
Well, like how?
They're kind of presenting their argument in a fashion that's kind of hard to disagree upon in certain areas. Like, for example, they're gonna do a laser experiment across a blue large lake, and they're gonna account for a fraction, and then it will show it's flat. I'm not gonna disagree with them on that.
But people have already done that, and the light doesn't go through the hole, so it shows that there's.
Yeah, this is
There's
the
like.
problem with that, right? That was just like a Netflix mockumentary to tease flat Earth, and they didn't even show you the test. They showed you 50 seconds worth of footage, and they said they just told you, "Oh, this is what happened." Whereas we can go out to a giant lake that's 14 kilometers long with a torch, and we can see the torch from the other side of the lake, completely contradicting the crappy footage from the 50-second clip out of the mockumentary on Netflix. So we have.
What would happen if you did that and it just proved that Earth was a globe? Like, what would you guys
Well,
do
we
then?
did do that. Well, okay, we would test it, and then we would admit the Earth's a globe. But every single time we go and do the tests, like properly, like proper tests, it doesn't come back that there's any curvature. Okay, we've had teams of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser beam, and they're shooting it over 40-kilometer distances, and they're accounting for all of the weather conditions, and they've got a target on the other side where there should be like 400 foot of curvature, and the laser's hitting the target every single time. They do different tests on different days, and the laser keeps hitting the target where there should be hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature. And these are all documented. There's technical PDF documents that go along with it, with the videos, and they show all of the results, and people can go and repeat these themselves.
Okay. Wait, that actually. Okay, that's smart. Where
Yeah,
where are the PDFs though?
Yeah, I'll put a link to the exact one I was just talking about in the side chat. 1 second. All right, so it's a group called Field Engineers Corps, and it's a group of field engineers in Europe doing the test. So I'll just put the link to the video. It's like an hour-long video, and then there's a 180-page PDF that goes over all of the technical stuff.
Is there other like tests you can do to prove that the Earth is round or flat?
Yeah, you can. So if you go to like a 10-mile lake, for example, you can calculate that over 10 miles, there should be 66 foot of curvature if the Earth's a globe. That means
Isn't
that
there like a tool that you can use, not like a laser, but like an actual tool?
Yeah, you could use a theodolite, or you could use a super zoom camera. You could use infrared camera. You could use there's a bunch of different devices that you could use.
Okay.
But it's really easy, right? Because like things should be hidden by the curvature of the Earth in the distance. So, have you heard the argument like ships go over the horizon, and that proves the Earth's a globe? Yeah, so we can calculate that, okay, at 3 miles, the ship should start to go over the horizon, and then by the time it gets to 10 miles, you shouldn't be able to see the ship at all, for example. And then we can go test for that, and what we find is that doesn't happen the way that we're taught that it happens at school. In fact, we can go to a 10-mile lake where there should be 66 foot of curvature, and we can set a camera up just above the surface of the water, and we can zoom in across that 10-mile distance, and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the 10-mile lake that should be hidden behind over 50 foot of curvature consistently. And then we can go to a 20-mile lake, and then we can go to a 30-mile lake, and we can do different equipment. And look, this has been done over and over and over again, where no curvature is detected. And then we can't find a single test that proves that there is actually curvature, apart from silly things like the one that you were talking about on the Netflix documentary, where they picked some stoner flat earther and tricked him into going on like a hit piece documentary on Netflix called Behind the Curve. And then, and then they didn't really show any footage from the test. They just showed like some close-ups of the guy's face, and then a close up of him cutting out a little bit out of the cardboard, and they're like, "Oh, look, he lift up the light. Oh, I can't see the light. Oh, interesting." But you don't see the setup. You don't see the test. The flat earther that was in it said that they lied about the footage. There's also like sorts of stuff behind that. But we've got like proper footage. We've got like professionals that have gone out and tested these things.
That's pretty
Like
cool.
the test that I put in the side chat there. It's a very, very well done test, right? They account for all of the variables, and they got like a $30,000 laser beam. It's a crazy laser beam. It's huge. And yeah, they're shooting it over 40 kilometers. So if the Earth were a globe, and you put the laser beam at point A, which is on one side of the 40-mile distance, and you align it horizontally using a leveling tool. Okay, so the laser's completely horizontal. And then if you've got a second person at point B, 40 kilometers away, if the Earth's a globe, that laser beam should be 90 meters, or about 400 feet above the person's head at point B. It should be up in the air. And if the Earth's not a globe, then it will hit the target, which is at the same height that the laser beam's shot from. And it hits the target.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, so like, do you believe in like the ice wall? Stuff like that?
Not really. No, that's more like you'll see like some. Yeah, it's like a bad argument, I think, in my opinion, that some flat earthers make on like TikTok and stuff like that. You know, like kind of
Yeah.
bad arguments. You know, like you would have to like be able to prove the ice wall. Now, what the ice wall is, that's the coastline of Antarctica, and that's what the government calls the coastline of Antarctica. So if you look up the documentation by the government on the coastline of Antarctica, it's actually mostly a big giant wall of ice, because Antarctica is the highest continent on the Earth, and the average elevation is like 8,000 feet. So most of the shoreline of Antarctica is literally a giant wall of ice, and that's where the term ice wall comes from.
Okay, because people think it like spans the.
Like around the flat Earth. Yeah, no, I've seen that map, and some flat earthers do think that that is the flat Earth map. Personally, I think that's a bad argument. And what that map really is a globe map. It's it's called the azimuthal equidistant projection. It's the AE projection, which is basically like if you get a globe and then you like stretch it out onto a flat surface, and everything in the south is distorted. And the further you get south, the more everything's distorted, right? Like if you got a balloon and you stretched out like the bottom of the balloon and stuck it down onto a table, everything that was on the bottom of the balloon would be stretched out and wrapped around like a big circle, and it would be like crazy distorted. And that's why Antarctica looks like it's going all the way around the outside, because of the projection distortion.
Okay, because it's just like
yeah.
on the map. It's because it's on like the top, kind of thing. Because like I go on like Snapchat, and like on the map of Snapchat, it shows that it's like on the top of the world. So does that like have anything to do with it? Because people think that it like projects around the whole world.
Well, I mean, you've got the Arctic at the top of the globe, and then the Antarctica at the bottom of the globe. And
Yeah.
all that flat Earth map is just the globe stretched out. So it makes
Okay.
Antarctica stretched out all the way around the rim. Yeah. You know, it's a bad argument, in my opinion, that some flat earthers say that that's the flat Earth map. But I haven't
Cool,
checked. I haven't gone south to check, you know, so I can't make any claims about what happens if you go all the way further south. But, you know, it can't be a globe, because
Yeah.
you need to have the curvature locally, like over these tests that we're doing everywhere. Like that curvature has to be there because of gravity, right? To have the globe, you need to have gravity. They say mass attracts mass. Okay, that means that the water all has to be curving at a specific rate. Has to be.
Okay.
Yeah, because everything's being pulled to the center of the globe, right? And that means that the water is curving everywhere, you know, on the outside of the globe. And they tell us that over 70% of the surface of the globe is covered in water. And then when we test the water, it's flat. What flat earthers say is that to have a body of water, like a pool or a bath or a pond or a lake or anything like that, to have a body of water, you need to have a container. Okay, and that's common sense. And then the water on the surface, right? The water will take the shape of the container underneath the surface, and then the surface is flat. Like if you have a pool, that's a container, and then the water will make the shape of the container. It'll conform to the shape of the container, and then the surface of the water is going to be flat. And then you scale that up to a bigger size. The same thing still happens.
I think he's gone.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I think he came in. I think he looked
He
for a
came
fight, but
maybe came in to troll,
oh well.
but ended up being okay.
Anywho, I think I'm gonna take my leave now. I have
Yeah,
to
yeah.
go.
I gotta go too. It's like nearly 3 a.m. for me.
All right, man. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, you too. You too, man. Appreciate the chat. Have a good one.
Have a good one.
Matrix, did you fix your mic?
It's not the mic. I'm on my phone. It's just shit reception.
Yeah, you're cutting up a little bit there.
Yeah, that's all right. If I'm ever cutting out and you tell me, I'll just someone else deal with it. It's all good.
Very good.
The hardest bit about having crappy reception is if it cuts out, you don't know, and you'll have people going, "You're breaking up, you're breaking down, you're not working, you're doing this," and then 3 minutes later it comes. You've just had some awesome feel.
Yeah. You're making a good point, though. I was following along.
Now that little fellow, that what was his name, Omni, on my cross team, he was more of a troll. So I think something's finally sunk in that what he's seeing out in the real world isn't matching up to what he was taught. And that's a good thing. That's what we want them to do. Go out and check it for themselves.
Right. Yep. I love it when they come in and say, "You guys think the Earth is flat?" And by the time they leave, they're like, "Whoa." They know the Earth is flat here. Pretty fun.
It's all right. They're just kids. I'll work it out.
Yeah. Yeah. Something to talk about, I guess, for them and their friends tomorrow.
Yeah, but the real question is he going to go and tell his friends that he was in a flat Earth server?
Probably not.
I think that's the issue with a lot of them. There's quite a few people that actually do want to drop in and put their 10 cents worth down. They don't want to because if somebody finds out that they were in here, they might get labelled as one of us.
Right.
We couldn't have that.
No.
I know my best mate won't come in. He is full on anti. He can't stand it at all. He watched a Professor Dave video that debunks flat Earth 26 ways. That was enough for him.
Yeah. Sometimes that's all it takes for some. But really, just need to measure it flat.
Well,
DJ said it good.
what I'm
Like,
saying, the thing that's in contention, shape of the ground. Okay, so here's an idea. Let's all go and stare at the moon and see if that proves anything. No, it doesn't. Point at the sun. Does that prove anything? No. It does get pretty hot outside. What else can we do? We can do stargazing at night time. That'll definitely prove the shape of the ground. Right. Okay. I've smoked lots of drugs when I was younger too, but I still didn't think staring at the sky was going to prove the shape of the ground. Like, seriously, kids, if you want to prove the shape of something, we should be measuring what you're talking about. So in this case, it's the ground. Let's just go and measure it. Solve all the problems. Is it flat? Is it a square? Is it a freaking circle? Triangle? Answers to these questions. You must measure it to find out.
yeah. The most basic. Seems pretty easy to me, but I don't know.
I just like that young fella. We suggest measuring it, and he goes, "Oh yeah, but it's like," and jumps straight back to the moon. Okay.
Yeah, they're always looking in the sky. And that's all right. I mean, think what they want, but I mean, I've seen the moon zoomed in and whatnot on the craters and stuff, and it seems believable, the story behind it. So we're not measuring the ground though. We're looking at the moon. Still don't think it's a rock in the sky though.
I like when they ask what shape the moon is, and you give them the answer crescent shaped. That stuffs them.
Uh-huh.
I love that. Right.
Yeah. Toenail. Today it was a toenail. What do they say it is? 246,000 miles away? Seems like a stretch, but I don't know. My New Year's resolution is not to be so dogmatic anymore. I used to be. I've lost that loving feeling. Kind of just give it up now. Still love the argument. Just can't contribute anymore. Anyway, TJ, you did great there. Matrix, good to hear from you. I'll see you guys on the other side.
Catch you, mate.
What up, DJ?
Yo, what's up, buddy? What's up, buddy? Hello.